There was absolute silence in the forest. You could hear every sound in the blink of the leaves. It seemed like there wasn't a single living soul in this forest. On one of the branches in this forest sat a common magpie. It was the only one that made sounds in this forest. Look from side to side, it seemed to her that danger was approaching. Therefore she immediately decided to change her location. Flapping her wings, she took off. Mai decided to fly to a safer place somewhere further into the mountains. She was frightened by the steps that were getting closer and closer. It was a young man who was alone in the forest. All these events took place in Kazakhstan, in the mountainous part of this country. The young man had a map in his hands. On it was marked the place where he was supposed to go. He stood for a while and looked at this map to make sure he was on the right path. Already closer to the evening, the young man got to a small village in the mountains where he met a local resident. The young man asked if he was in the right place. A local resident told him that he was in the right place and pointed out the house he was looking for. This house was a little separate from the rest of the village. The young man was in a hurry because he had come a long way. As a girl, she sat by the window waiting for a miracle in this life. All she had left were memories. She sat at the table and looked at the photographs she had left near the open window as always. These photographs and inscriptions that she had were the only memory she had of her family. The young man had almost reached this house. On the one hand, he wanted to get inside as quickly as possible to achieve his goal. Well, on the other hand, he was worried that everything would be as he wanted. He was afraid of disappointment. Come closer to the front door of this house. He knocked. After waiting a few minutes without hearing an answer, he knocked again. After which he decided that he should go inside, and he extended his hand to open the door. The young man very slowly opened the door, waiting to see what he would see. After which he immediately took a step forward because he came here precisely to do this. The girl turned her head and looked at the young man with an ambiguous expression. She didn't understand what was happening. The young man looked at her and asked Seojin. The girl looked at him and said nothing. After which the young man decided to take off his hood. Maybe this way she would be able to recognize him. Why did he say that they finally met after many years of separation? At that moment when he took off his hood, the girl was so surprised. She saw this young man and understood that she also wanted this debt. She immediately recognized him because it was her brother. She was filled with feelings because he was the most precious person to her. They stood there for a while looking at each other and couldn't say a word. The pages of the book that lay in front of her began to turn over in the wind. What was written there, it was all for the sake of dragging his only sister. There were photographs and his notes. It was the story of one killer. And if we say correctly, it was the story of one killer who chose the path of Azura. It was the story of a young man who chose the path of war or the fight for his existence. This is the story of a young man who was left completely alone and had no choice but to learn to protect himself, and also learn to take revenge on all his offenders and all those who brought evil into his life. He learned to survive despite all the ups and downs he encountered. In fact, his whole life was a series of deprivations of his memories, and there was nothing joyful or good. It all started at the very moment when he first lost his parents. Then he was put in prison, and he thought that his life was over. He didn't understand how it happened that first one thing was taken away from him, and then another, and ultimately his freedom was taken away from him. It was very hard for him, and he didn't understand what to do, but somewhere deep in his soul, he thought that he needed to survive. While in this prison, he did not understand how long he and his sister would be in this place. So day after day passed. The young man was in despair. I don't understand what will happen to them next. One morning he heard some kind of sound from the other side of the bars, and he raised his head. It was then that he saw two guys. One of them sat down to look at his sister. This guy was very surprised because he realized that his sister was an albino. The young man tried to cover for his sister. He was very worried about her, that this was the only thing he had left from his family. These two standing on the other side of the bars said that they would take this girl today. The young man was simply in despair. He did not know what to do. He was filled with anger and hatred towards these people. When one of the guards entered, the young man shouted that if he took another step forward and even tried to touch her, he would definitely kill him. The guard didn't listen to his insults for long. He swung his leg and struck the young man right in the chest, after which he staggered and fell. The guard told the young man that he still didn't understand what was happening. The guy tried to cough after being hit, after which the guards kicked the young man in the chest several more times with all their might. He told him that he wanted to see how he would finish him off and whether he could repeat what he said. The girl was very upset. she rushed to help her brother. She was very worried about him. The guard didn't think long before he swung his leg and kicked the girl right in the face. The second guard told him to hit her lighter because he could ruin her body. Then the guard leaned over and told the guy not to worry because his little sister was going to a good place. The young man looked at the guard. He couldn't answer him. He hated him more than anything in the world. The guard looked at him and told the second one to look at this guy's gaze, after which the guard grabbed him by the sea and struck him several more times. The guard ordered him to answer or he would kill him right here. The guy grabbed his hand and sent him. The young man gathered all the strength that was in him and sent him very far away, after which he spat in the direction of this guard right in his face. The guard threw the young man aside so that he fell to the ground. The man came in and took a napkin out of his pocket and wiped his face. He was very angry at this guy. He ordered the second guard to take this girl, and he was ready to teach this guy a lesson so that he would remember it for the rest of his life. The guard grabbed the girl by the hand and started to pull her. At that moment she screamed for him to let her go. The guard grabbed her, put her on his shoulder, and started to carry her away. The girl tried to grab her brother, but it was too late. The young man was in despair. He didn't know what to do or how to help his sister. He shouted to her, "Only Gina." The second guard who stayed told the young man to take better care of himself, at which point he raised his leg to hit the guy. The evil with which the young man looked at this guard was much greater than the pain he felt. 2 years later, his life had changed almost nothing. During this time, a bucket of water was poured on him to bring him to his senses. The young man was lying on the floor. It seemed like he was barely breathing. It was unclear whether he was already dead or still alive. Now he had nothing left but his own life. The people who stood on the other side of the bars where he was were talking about how they thought they couldn't use him and that 2 years had passed and it was better to get rid of him. He was practically unconscious, but his eyes were still open. The next moment his eyes closed. At that moment he could lose the only thing he had left, this life. While in the cell he heard screams coming from outside. He heard that they were being attacked. The young man tried to open his eyes and see what was happening around him. He could only see that someone hit the guard hard and that guard fell to the ground. The young man did not understand what was happening. He sat silently. He did not even have the strength to get up. Someone approached his cell and asked through the iron bars if he was dead. The young man lifted his head and looked up, and then this man saw that he was alive. Finally they came for him and called him out of this hell. He saw that the door of his cell opened, and in front of him was a man. His face was all covered in blood. The man extended his hand to the young man and told him to get up. The young man, when he saw his face and the fact that it was the man holding out his hand to him, realized that this was his chance for salvation. He grabbed his hand and tried to get up, but he didn't have the strength to do it. His savior turned out to be some unknown man. He freed him from the cell and took him with him. Why did they go together to the place where this man was? The man said his name was Kim Shin, and he explained that he was wandering along the Heilongjiang River with his teacher and was training. It was at this moment, by a lucky chance, that he came across him. That is the camp where the young man was located, after which he freed him. Time passed very quickly, and the young man did not have time to look back as he was already attached to them and was training with them. When the young man was already completely in Vixa with a new way of life, Kim Shin suddenly left him. After some time, one of the people accidentally stumbled upon his savior and recognized him. In a conversation between them, it turned out that his savior Kim Shin had become a killer during this time. They went together to fights without rules, where the fight continued until the moment when one fighter did not kill the other. In these fights without rules, only the strongest could survive, only the one who could be called a killer. They stood together and watched everything that happened in the ring. The young man asked his savior why he became a killer, because in fact he thought he was a good person. Kim Shin thought for a while, and then he answered the young man he became a killer only to get what he wanted. Then the young man asked him if he could become a killer and whether he would be able to get back what was taken from him. Kim Shin explained to the young man that everything depends on the food and that it will be as she wants it to be. And then he added that one way or another she always returns to the person, so most likely he will be able to get what he wants. After which they turned around and each went in his own direction. The young man looked after his savior for some time. At that moment Kim Shin stopped. He had something else to say to this guy. Without turning his head, he told the young man that there was, however, something he had to understand. If there is something for which he is ready to risk everything he has, and he is not afraid of losing it, then he needs to become a killer, after which he very quickly began to leave. He thought for a bit, weighed everything up again, and remembered the words of his savior. He decided that he really needed to become a killer. Becoming a killer was not easy at all. It was daily training and sparring with the enemy. But despite all this he endured, he was ready to endure everything in order to become what he wanted to become. Therefore he did not spare himself at all, and he trained almost the whole day, leaving little time for sleep. He couldn't let anything be taken away from him again. He couldn't let himself be weak. Moreover, he understood that he needed to return what was taken from him at some point. A young man stood in the rain in the night city. In his hands was a huge dagger. He could not stop, and so he went forward despite the weather and other obstacles. It was then that he chose this path for himself, the path of Azura. He was ready for any struggle for his existence. A year later, people who were ready to accept him into the team of killers came to see him. They noticed that he had really changed a lot over the past year, and Tigro deserves credit for that. The young man stood in front of them. His white sneakers were covered in blood despite the fact that it had just rained. He looked at his employers and waited for an answer from them. He had done a lot of work to achieve his goal. The man looked at the girl and saw her beautiful face. At that moment he thought only about his sister. This girl said that she congratulates the young man on joining their team. The young man stood in front of them. His face and all his clothes were covered in blood. He had daggers in his hands. That's when he was nicknamed Magpie. That's when he became a killer. A few years later he decided to deal with those offenders who tried to take away the last thing he had, his life. He found those same guards and beat them up. The guards didn't understand why they were being treated like that. They wanted to know who he was and why he was treating them this way. The young man looked at the guard. He was even a little offended that he didn't recognize him, after which he dealt with these two guards, killing them. Then he went up to the third one and said, "Does he really not remember who he is, holding a dagger over his head?" At that moment the guard remembered that look because he had seen it a long time ago, but he did not expect to meet this guy alive. This time the young man looked completely different. He told the guard that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and now his time had come. The young man wanted to find out only one thing from this guard: where he sold his sister, otherwise he would simply kill him. The guard couldn't remember what he was talking about. The young man then asked him again where he had sold his younger sister. The guard began to remember that there really was a girl and she was an albino. The guard said that several years had passed and he could not know where she was now. Having not received a clear answer, the young man understood that he had no choice but to punish this guard as well as the others. But he needed to know where his sister was. The young man swung and hit the guard in the chest just like he had once hit him. Then he grabbed the guard by the hair and pulled his head up. At that moment he said that he still didn't understand what was happening, exactly those words that he said to him then. After which he threw his head to the side and held it. He wanted to look this guard straight in the face. The man told the guard that if he didn't answer all his questions now, he would kill him right here. The guard had no choice but to speak. He said the name Gon. After which the young man hit him in the face so that Lisa went through his entire face and blood splashed in all directions. And then the man said that he was going to put blades in his neck if he didn't tell everything properly. Almost unconscious, the guard began to say that Hong Kong was the place where his sister was taken. The young man asked him again. He was sure that it was Hong Kong. When they took his sister away, he said that this was enough for him. The guard put on, after he named the place where his sister is, then he will leave him alive. Well, his hope was unjustified. The next moment he was stabbed with one dagger. The guard couldn't hold back and blood started to fall. It sprayed from him in different directions. Everything was covered in blood. The young man turned sharply in the opposite direction. He had nothing more to do here. Everything he could find out from these people he found out, and as soon as he could punish them, he punished them. He went in search of his sister from this place for a day. There was a huge shadow, and it was all made of blood. He held a huge dagger in his hands, and in front of him was a guy hanging upside down. The young man in the light suit stood and held this dagger. He needed to make a decision. These cover-ups took place in China, in Guangzhou. On both sides stood subordinates. Their master stood in the middle and held a dagger in his hands. He had to prove the guy who was hung by his legs. One of the servants asked Mr. Ryukai to stop, but he didn't even turn around. Then this subordinate added that all preparations on the Hong Kong side had been completed. Ryukai approached this guy who was suspended and who became in pain. He said that it was very good. Then Ryukai's lock came down with all his might to strike the guy who was hanging by his legs. When the blow was delivered, it sprayed in all directions. This guy received punishment from the hands of Ryukai. The blood seemed to be everywhere. The whole floor was covered in his blood. One of the servants handed the owner some towels so that he could wipe off the blood. Ryukai took these towels in his hands and wiped them because they were really all covered in blood, and noted that it was time for them to start. After which he threw away this bloody towel, attacked, and did not pay attention to the fact that his jacket was also covered in blood. He went on. He was ready to implement a plan to become the owner of the entire continent. At the same time, in another part of Hong Kong at the Triad headquarters, they gathered to resolve one of the most important issues of the moment. There was a cup of hot drink that had just been brought in on the table. He reached out his hand to take the cup and take a sip from it. He needed it to think, so he took a few more sips before putting the cup on the table. There were two people sitting at the table opposite each other. While he was drinking his drink, there was complete silence. One of them was the current head of the Triad, Lu Wanshan. He asked his interlocutor how the preparations were going. His interlocutor sat and remained silent for some time, thinking about how to answer him. His interlocutor was Lu Wan, the successor to the head of the Triad. Putting the cup on the table, he replied that everything was going according to plan. The current head of the Triad looked at the young man and told him that very influential people were watching him and not the slightest detail should be missed. The young man took every word of the current head very seriously, and he answered that they could trust him. Then the young man reached out his hand to take the teapot and pour himself some more tea, at which point he said that, by the way, pouring tea into his cup, he began to say that regarding the conversation they had the other day. Lu Wan poured tea into his cup very slowly. He first of all wanted to know what the current head would do about it. The receiver wanted to know what the current head thinks about Ryukai and how he behaves. Lu Wanshul was not quite ready for this conversation, and he did not know what to answer him, so after thinking for a bit, he started to get up from the table. At this time he said that it didn't matter how rotten the child was. After which the current head turned around and started to leave, and then he added that this child still remains part of the family. When Lu Wan heard this answer, he immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted to his father. His father didn't even turn around. He answered him that if he fails to complete his task, he will lose face in front of the elders, so he needs to focus on the process of succession. Then he turned his head, looked at his son, and said that he would deal with Ryukai himself. Lu Wan didn't like this answer very much. He couldn't be angry with his father, so he clenched his fists, after which he lowered his head, bowed, and said that he completely agreed with his boss. Hong Kong is a huge city where modernity and customs intertwine. As in any large city, there were many bright advertising signs and a lot of transport that created traffic jams. At the same time, a plane landed at the airport of this city. It was on this plane that the young man arrived. He had a small backpack on his shoulders as part of his luggage. When he left the airport building, he wanted to look around to understand where he should go next. The first thing he saw was a lot of cars driving past him on the highway. At the wheel of one of these cars sat a girl who found out that she needed to meet him. She screamed very loudly, "Magpie, is this really the same Magpie?" Lisa, the same blonde who helped him become a killer, believed that he was uncontrollable. Moreover, he had a personal relationship to this case. Lisa was telling her partner from Hong Kong that this guy is still green, but they need a person like him. Magpie will be a valuable resource for them if they can channel it in the right direction. The girl who was driving, she listened attentively to every word of her partner, and she understood that the situation in Hong Kong was not very good. She just wanted to know that he was warned that he should not overdo it. She believed that the main thing was to manage this boy correctly. The girl from Hong Kong said that Lisa knew perfectly well that the management would not be able to cover for him. Lisa listened to her attentively and said that it was time for her to go. She was counting on her partner Marina. Marina still wanted to find out something from Lisa, but she hung up, so the girl was very upset. She was in a hurry to meet Soroka. Her sports car was driving along the highway at a very high speed. She had to meet him as soon as possible. At this time, the young man, after leaving the airport, sat down on a bench near the parking lot and looked at the night city. He really liked this view, so he wanted to enjoy this experience. Fedia was on the bench. He was thinking that this city was pretty nice, and in his opinion he should like it here. The young man turned his attention to the car that had stopped right next to him. He didn't show it. He wanted to know what kind of car it was and why it stopped in front of him. The driver of this car did not turn it off. He just stood in front of it for a few more minutes, after which the driver's door of this car opened and the driver began to get out of it. After he got out of the car, he walked towards the young man. He obviously stopped and looked at him. Come closer to the young man. He said that Soroka actually looks much younger than she thought. The drivers of this car were Marina, nicknamed a poisonous reptile in East Asia. She was an informant. She asked the guy if he really was Magpie. The young man was a man of few words. He didn't really like talking to anyone. When they got into the car and drove off, the girl tried to say that she had already heard about him. Then she asked the young man because he had come here to find his sister. Soroka sat looking out the window. He didn't want to talk to her at all, so the girl nodded her head so that he would understand her, because of course they can't help with many questions that have a personal relationship with him. Soroka listened to her to the end and said that he of course understood everything. They continued to drive very quickly along the highway. Marina looked at the young man, turning her eyes in his direction. Then she said, so he knows, and he heard from Lisa that things in Hong Kong are not going well. The young man looked at her questioningly. At that moment the girl shouted, doesn't he know, and does he really know nothing? Soroka looked at her and said he didn't understand what was going on. He wanted an explanation from her. Marina calmed down a bit and said that of course he knows who the triad are. The young man replied that of course he had heard. Hong Kong is, you could say, the headquarters of the triad. They have absolute power here. The worst thing is that the current boss of the triad is now out of work. His son, who is his successor, is going to replace him. Then Marina added that this is why the triad will do everything to maintain order in this city. The young man asked, and what did he get from all this information? The girl got angry and shouted that he should not bring trouble upon himself. At that moment she braked sharply so that the sound of tires rubbing against the asphalt could be heard. Marina told the young man to try not to make life difficult for other people. Soroka raised his two hands up and stretched. It seemed as if the words she was saying did not concern him at all. After which he lowered his hands and said that he understood everything perfectly and did not need to be repeated several times. And then look around, he asked where they were now. The girl answered him that he had come to look for his little sister. She wanted to introduce him to one person. This man was an informant and he works all over the city. His name is Zhuo Wuxing. The young man looked at the girl and asked her. She told him that she couldn't help him, so why was she doing this? Did she really have a crush on him? Marina answered him. He must have gotten something mixed up. She was helping him so that he could get out of this city as soon as possible. The young man turned his head back the other way and said that he pretended to believe. The girl answered him that he could do as he wanted. In any case, her help would end there, and then he was on his own. Soroka told her that it was too weak to help. The girl answered him that he should say thank you even for this. The young man extended his hand to open the door of this car. He put his foot on the asphalt and started to get out of the car. The girl followed him and told him to get it into his head that this is not Russia and he should not let his guard down. When the young man got out of the car and closed the door for himself, he already understood everything. After which he lowered his head, saluted her, and said that they would see each other again. At that moment Marina thought that she shouldn't have brought him to this place, but it was too late. After which she pressed the gas pedal and moved off very quickly. The young man looked after her. He was left alone in the middle of this city, but he was not at all confused. He needed to act according to his plan. So he turned around and headed to the place he was told to find the informant. The young man headed to the very place where the informant he wanted to talk to was supposed to be. He saw a picture that was incomprehensible to him. One of the guys from whom they wanted something was asking his offenders who they were. These guys in jackets wanted to know why the hell he was following them, to which he replied that he was just an informant. The young man took a few steps forward and asked him if he was Zhuo Wuxing. Everyone was a little surprised. The informant also looked at Soroka. He, like everyone else, wanted to know who he was. The young man said that Marina promised him that he would be able to find a man for him. Wuxing did not deny it, but said that he could not do it due to the specific situation he was in now. At that moment he was pulled aside and the informant said that he was a little busy. The guys in suits hit the informant and then threw him to the floor. One of the guys in the suit turned his head, looked at the young man and called him. He wanted to ask the young man if he knew this idiot who was now lying on the floor. Soroka answered these guys in a suit that no, he doesn't know him. Then the guys in suits told him to join where he was going if he didn't want to die right now. Soroka tell him that he doesn't understand what to do, because he actually has business with this man who was now lying on the floor, and he is not going to leave here without completing this business. The man in the suit swung his arm to hit Soroka. He said that he had no business and that he should get out of this place as quickly as possible. After which he struck his blow, but he missed the man's suit and became even more angry. After such actions, the very same dagger that he never parted with appeared in the hands of the young man. He landed several punches on this guy in a suit, so that he didn't even have time to react and moved on. The informant and the second guy in the suit were a little shocked. They froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The tide in the suit also didn't know what to do, but he thought that he could still deal with this young man. Soroka, without thinking twice, said that they should simply forgive him, of course, for the fact that he behaves like that. But in fact he is not going to sort things out with them, he is just in a hurry. Magpie stood holding his huge one in his hands, holding it from the tip of which blood was flowing. He once again told the people who were in front of him that he was in a hurry, so he had to find out something. The informant was simply in shock. He did not understand whether he had really killed this guy. The guy in the suit jerked the informant very sharply and lifted him off the floor to cover himself with him. He understood perfectly well that the guy who stood against them was not so simple, so he presented the informant with a knife to his throat. The guy in the suit wanted to know who he was and why he was here because his hand didn't shake at all when he killed. The young man answered them that he had already said that he had business with this person and pointed to the informant. The man in the suit knew perfectly well that he was not just some amateur, this guy was a real professional. The man in the suit asked if he was in cahoots with him, and he continued to hold his knife near the informant's throat. The young man answered him that for a man who would soon die he was talking too much. The informant turned his head and looked at the man who was holding him hostage. This man thought that the young man was most likely some kind of foreigner, and he did not understand their laws at all. In any case, he needed to somehow sort out the current situation. That's why this man said that he doesn't know what's going on, but apparently he needs this informant, and it would be very sad if this person died immediately. The informant told the young man that this man was right and he should listen to him. He didn't know what was wrong with him there, but he was sure it would wait until tomorrow. The young man stood and looked at the two who were clearly afraid for their lives. After which he turned around and went the other way. He said that of course he could come tomorrow. The man in the suit, I said that this was the best decision he could hear today, but the young man added that he did not know what to do. After which he turned around sharply and threw his knife at the man in the suit. It hit him right in the face so that it sprayed in all directions and he began to fall backwards. He hit the man right in the head. The informant froze in one position. He was afraid to even turn around. Soroka said that he had already told them that he was in a hurry. The informant continued to sit on the floor. He was afraid to make any movement or say any word. After which he took a cigarette and lit it to find out what business this guy had with him. After listening to this guy to the end, he said that it turns out he is an ordinary killer from Russia. The young man did not deny anything. He shook his head. He was not very verbose. The informant told him that even if he kills people for money, he needs to be careful. The young man didn't understand what he meant. The informant tried to explain to him that the two he killed might be members of a triad. For the young man, it was unexpected that he actually finished off two people of the triad member. The informant tried to explain that in Hong Kong there are no fools who would cross the path of the largest criminal organization. And then he added that he doesn't know how they do things in Russia, after which he took another drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke. Then he threw the cigarette on the floor. The informant said that however here Hong Kong should act differently. The young man was a little upset because Marina told him not to create problems, but he had already ruined everything before he even started. The informant put out the cigarette with one of his feet, which he threw on the floor. He told the young man not to worry, he would help hush it up. Then he went forward. The informant said that, by the way, about the person he is looking for, because he said that he was most likely sold to Hong Kong. The young man confirmed that this is exactly how it was about 5 years ago, and now she is about 21 years old. One of her features is that she is an albino. The informant turned around and looked at the young man. I asked him who she was. Was she really his girlfriend? Soroka answered him that he didn't necessarily need to know. The only thing he had to say was that he could find her. The informant thought for a bit and replied that it would not be easy at all, but knowing her age and such a rare appearance he could try. And Diamond added that they have a chance and he will try to do something in the near future. This answer suited the young man just fine. Now he just had to wait. The informant took a step forward, raised his hand up and shouted, "Taxi, fur coat." It drove up. The young man asked the informant what about the payment. The informant approached the taxi, opened the door, and began to get in silently. The informant couldn't just answer how much he was willing to take for this service. He thought that he didn't know him at all, but he was willing to watch him. So opening the back door of the car, the informant said that he would take payment for the service. The young man did not understand what was being discussed and so asked him what he wanted. The informant said that if he encounters a person he doesn't like, he will contact him in that case. And at this time he will be looking for a person for him. This is exactly the kind of payment he offered. The informant said that he had to eliminate one person for him in exchange for the service that the informant would find where his person was. After which he said that if he agreed, then first they needed to go to Lan Quan Fong. The magpie asked again what kind of place it was where they were going to go. The informant told him that this is the largest nightlife and entertainment place in Hong Kong, so they will go there first. He explained that if he wanted to find someone he had to start from this very place, from Lan Kwai Fong. In just a few minutes they were on site. There were quite a lot of people in the area who came to have fun, specifically on the court. There were many shops there, and the young man stopped in front of one of these shops. He decided that he needed to change his sneakers, he needed to buy new ones. And also along with the sneakers he decided to buy himself a bomber jacket and an informant. When he saw the guy he was very surprised. He even told him that the things he chose suited him. The young man did not understand why he needed to change these things and what relation this had to the informant's case. He was told that it had a huge relation because every detail was important. He explained that in this form they will not arouse suspicion, people will think that they want to buy something and nothing more. Then they went to one of the discs where they were selling glasses. The informant asked the seller to look at his goods. Then he told them to give him one of these glasses. He is their brother for the young man. The informant approached him and turned to him, handing him the glasses. He told the young man to cover his heavy gaze with these glasses, which was noticeable from afar. The informant extended his hand and gave him the glasses and told him to hold them. The young man did not resist. Make glasses if it is necessary for the matter. Then he was ready to wear them. When he put them on, he went to one of the cars to see if these glasses suited him. In fact, he looked pretty good and they suited him. After which they went to the night pub Wildflower. When they arrived, the informant said that they were already there. The informant added that it looks like an ordinary bar, but every girl who is sold in Hong Kong goes through it. When the young man heard this, he immediately tensed up, and this tension was visible from the outside. The informant stopped him and told him to relax and not to act aggressively because they were only there to get information. He tried to explain to him that he should behave naturally. He needed to imagine that they had come here as clients. The informant said that he would take on the hostess and the young man should take one of the girls. Soroka did not understand what one of the girls meant. Then the informant explained to him that he should talk to someone who works in this bar. She was probably also sold into slavery, so she should know something. When they went inside, they saw that there were many girls on the way who were ready to sell themselves. The informant saw the owner of the club. He raised his hand and shouted to her that they had not seen each other for a long time. The owner of the club was sitting at the table. She turned her head and answered him, "Is he still alive?" Then the informant approached her and told her why she was upset with him and why she was upsetting him. The girl got up from the table and asked him to leave her alone because she had enough to do without him. The informant stood up and told her that it was enough to be offended at him because he was not guilty of anything at all. Then he said that he came here for a drink and pointed his finger at the young man. The girl stopped, looked at the informant and asked him again if he was serious. The informant came closer to her and told her to give him the most expensive drink. His other one needs a better girl. The owner of this establishment asked the informant to take his hands off her. The informant told her that she was being rude today. Then he turned his head and looked at the young man and pointed with his finger where to go. Soroka exhaled. He understood that he needed to act according to the plan that the informant had suggested. He walked up to one of the knocks and sat down on the sofa, turning his head to look around. He was thinking only one thing: was his sister really sold to this place where there are many men and girls are a commodity? This thought alone made him feel uneasy, but he was ready to find out everything to the end. He sat and waited to see what would happen next. A girl with a full bottle of booze was moving towards his table. This girl's name was Cho Hong. She was very beautiful and she was happy to see such a guy. When she approached the young man, she put the bottle on the table, hugged him, and said that he was just a handsome man. The young man did not know what to do. Then he remembered the informant's words when they came in that he should act as if he had come to have fun and not to fish out information on his hands. He remembered that the informant told him that he should be relaxed. He had no choice but to follow these words so that everything would be fine. The girl looked at the young man, saw his face, and asked what was wrong with him. She moved even closer to him, pouring alcohol into his glass. The girl asked if he was uncomfortable. The young man told me that she got too close to him and that's why he felt awkward. Then the girl looked at him and said she could help him relax if he wanted to, of course. The young man looked at her ambiguously, but in fact we really wanted it. You even had an escort of cars driving along the street. When they arrived at one of these establishments, the driver got out to open the door for their owner. The guards stood on both sides and lowered their heads before the owner was supposed to get out of one of the cars. One of the servants approached the car where the owner was sitting and had to open the car door. First he lowered his head to the master. In this way he greeted him. And then he extended his hand to open the door of his car and greet the owner when he got out. Opening the door, he said, without raising his head, that they were already waiting for the boss. A man emerged from the car whom everyone here considered their boss. It was the dragon of destruction named Gao Lei, the head of the Guangzhou branch of the squad. Oh, at the same time in the bar where the informant was, he was sitting at the bar, and there was a glass of alcohol in front of him. He was sitting with the owner of this establishment. They had known each other for a long time, so they could afford it. The informant poured himself another glass of alcohol and poured some for the owner of the establishment too. The girl did one thing. She told her interlocutor that she was sure that he was not here only because of the drink. The informant didn't tell her anything. He took a sip of his glass, and she wanted to know what was going on. Why was he here? As he placed the glass on the bar counter, he asked if her establishment was still accepting girls. The owner of this establishment turned her head and looked at her interlocutor, after which she abruptly put the glass on the bar counter. It seemed that she was ready to break it. She then told her interlocutor that she had already told him many times that she was no longer doing this. He said that it seemed to him that she was back to her old ways and that she was again busy with girls. The owner of the establishment took the bottle herself and poured it into her glass. She took a sip and then told her interlocutor that she was no longer the boss here, so he didn't have to ask her about anything. He was very surprised and didn't understand what was going on. Since when was she not the owner of the establishment here? The girl closed her eyes, exhaled, and said that she had long ago ceased to be the mistress of this establishment. The informant brought his glass up, hit her glass, and asked who was the boss in this establishment now. The girl said that even if she tells him, he most likely doesn't know this person. Head and said that in any case she is clean and is not going to justify herself to him anymore. After which she stood up and started to leave. She said that it was time for her to go. At that moment, the informant said that he was looking for one girl. He pulled a wad of money out of his pocket, put it on a chair, and said that this girl had been sold to Hong Kong about 5 years ago. Then he added that she was about 15 years old at the time and was an albino. The girl stopped and looked at her interlocutor. The informant wanted to find out from her whether she had met this girl before because he was ready to pay the wad of money that was lying on the table. After that, she sat back down next to her friend and said that he came too late. Their new boss got rid of everyone who worked there before. After which the informant moved the wad of money closer to the girl and said that he understood everything because she said that she was going to quit and he was sure that she would need it. Then she thought about it, but she wanted to take that money, so she had to tell him everything. When she took the money, she said that during her entire time working here, she had only had one albino girl. She added that the girl was completely out of control, so she sent her back. The informant thought that they were unlucky because now they don't know where she might be. The girl said that he was indeed right, that she was unlucky. If she had behaved quietly, after which she bent down to get something from the shelf that was under the bar counter. And she took out one of the folders. The girl said that if she didn't have such a character, she would have many clients. Then she pulled out this folder, put it on the bar counter, and said that the guy who came with him was the one looking for this girl. The informant picked up this folder, looked at what was in it, and answered his friend that this is exactly it. She wanted to know who this guy was. This girl's informant carefully read everything that was written in this folder and looked at her photo. Continue reading. He answered her that he doesn't know who this girl's boyfriend is. He didn't introduce himself to him. At the table on the sofa where the young man sat and his new acquaintance who laid her head on his shoulder, she said that this is how she got here. She told her whole story. Soroka listened attentively, and he replied that now everything was clear to him. The girl asked him not to make such a face. She said that it was not as bad here as it might seem to everyone. He was outraged by her words, which means it's not so bad because his sister was about the same age as her when she was sold into slavery. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by an informant who approached their table. The girl did not understand why he was behaving this way and asked the young man what he wanted. The informant looked at them and said they were having fun. It seemed to him that the young man even liked it. And he thought that this guy was very fond of women despite the fact that he said something completely different. The informant handed the young man a photograph and told him to look at it. He wanted to know if this was the girl they were looking for. The young man extended his hand into the hall. He had a photograph. He also hoped that maybe this would be some kind of clue. When he saw the girl in this photo, his eyes seemed to be on fire. It was indeed his sister Gina in the photo, and he was very happy in his heart. At this point, the informant asked how he was feeling and whether he had come to his senses. The young man really came to his senses. He wanted to find out the informant where she was now. At that moment, the young man put a photograph of his sister on the table. The girl who was sitting next to him involuntarily looked at this photograph. When she saw this photo, she said that this is a photo of Gina. The guys looked at the girl. The informant asked if she knew her. The girl said that they were together when she first came here. The young man turned around and asked the girl sitting next to him what she meant. At that moment, someone could be heard entering the establishment. The informant turned his head back. He wanted to see what kind of people were coming inside. In fact, this is the show boss surrounded by a large number of security guards and assistants. One of his assistants said that soon all 9 dragons will arrive in Hong Kong. His boss was very pleased because he believed that everything was really just beginning. People who were in this establishment started to leave it. They didn't want to meet these people. One of these people came up to the table where the young man was sitting with the informant and the girl and said that they were finishing their work and that these people should come next time. The informant thought it would be better not to create problems, so it would really be better for them to leave here. So he told my boyfriend that they were going to leave now. Soroka categorically said no, he was not ready to just leave. The informant approached him and started saying that he had drunk a lot and did not understand what he was doing. They would come next time and he would finish communicating with this girl. Soroka demanded that he let him go. The informant put his arm around the young man's shoulder and began to say that he had allegedly gotten very drunk and had a strong smell of alcohol. The former owner of this establishment greeted Mr. Gao Lei and asked how he had ended up there. At that moment, the informant realized who had arrived at this establishment. Was it really that same Gao Lei? The boss who arrived said that today was a wonderful day, so it would be a sin for him not to have a drink. After which he ordered the former owner to bring him better alcohol, and he grabbed the girl who was with the young man and said that he would take her. The gentleman looked at the chair where the young man and the informant were sitting, and on this table, in addition to a bottle of alcohol and a glass, there was a photograph lying. He pushed the girl aside and went to this table. He wanted to understand what kind of photograph was lying on this table. Taking this photo in his hands, he thought that she was very young, very beautiful. It seems that she was with the white dragon. Then he thought that until that moment he was sure that he had deleted all the data about this girl. The informant, when he was leaving this bar, looked back again and realized that this was the new boss that the owner of this bar was talking about. The young man looked at the informant and asked who the guy was who had entered the establishment and thrown them out. The informant answered that he was also interested in finding out, so they should watch. They remained standing near the entrance to this establishment. They quietly observed everything that was happening inside. The gentleman started shouting what kind of photo it was that he found lying on the table and where it even came from. The girl who was sitting on her knees started talking about how she had recently met with a client. The gentleman asked again, and what was the matter? The girl then said that this client was looking for this girl, and he came to this establishment to find her. When this gentleman heard what this girl was saying, he got angry and hit the table with his fist as hard as he could, causing cracks to appear. He started yelling at the former owner of this bar that he had already made it clear to her that she should get rid of all the evidence. The owner replied that she had done so, but it seemed that the client himself had brought this photograph. After which this gentleman grabbed the former mistress and hit her with all his might. The mistress fell to the floor. This gentleman demanded that she tell where those bastards who were looking for this girl were now. No one knew. The girl sitting on the floor said that these two had just recently left this establishment. The gentleman became even more angry and hit her in the jaw with his fist as hard as he could. He demanded that she tell him where these guys were from. She said that she really didn't know anything, that it was the first time she saw them. The gentleman grabbed her by the neck and began to strangle her, demanding that she tell him everything she knows. He told her to answer. The girl said that they were there for the first time and asked to be spared. The next moment, the door of this risk establishment opened inwards and a young man stepped forward. When he entered, the first thing he said to the gentleman who was bullying the girl was that he was just a pig. This gentleman continued to hold the girl by the throat. After this quiet insult, he turned his head a little and did not understand what was happening. After all, there was some young guy standing there alone, and he was protected by many bodyguards who were not supposed to let him pass. The informant who remained standing on the street thought that this young man was just crazy and did not understand what he was doing. Soroka went inside and said that it was he who brought this photograph. He was absolutely calm. He continued to hold the girl by the throat. He did not understand what was happening and how this could be. The young man said that the photograph he was holding in his hands was his photograph, and so he must immediately give her. Soroka glasses he was not going to open in his gaze. At that moment, the gentleman thought that this was a very serious request, and he pressed his hand even harder on the girl's throat, and she began to choke. after which this gentleman let the girl go. She couldn't even stand on her feet because she could barely breathe. The girl fell to the floor and the gentleman turned around and asked the young man if it really was him. The gentleman held this photo in his hands and asked the guy why he was looking for this girl. The young man told him in response to shut up and give him back his photo. He didn't want to explain anything to him. The gentleman wanted to hear the answer to his question. He asked again why he was looking for her. Then the guy couldn't stand it and answered him he wants to know why he's looking. He's ready to answer him because it was his younger sister and he's a huge piece of shit. The young man stood in front of this gentleman and told him that this was his younger sister and he was just a huge piece of shit. The gentleman looked at the guy and thought, could she really be his sister? This couldn't be. He clearly understood that he was told that this girl did not have a single relative left. That's why the gentleman said that he was talking nonsense. He can't be her brother. Then the young man clenched his fists and said that there was only one person talking nonsense here, and that was him. The gentleman took this photograph and began to put it in the inside pocket of his jacket. He asked the young man again who he was, and most importantly, why is he looking for this girl. He began to clench his fists to punish this guy. The young man said that he was looking for his sister and did not understand what reason he needed for this. One of this gentleman's guards rushed to defend his master with his fists. The gentleman raised his hand and asked him to stay in his place. At that moment, the young man said that he was now took a few steps forward, wants to ask only one question. How can this gentleman know his sister, and why is he sure that she has no relatives? He spoke to this gentleman and came as close to him as possible. When he finished, he stood right in front of him. The gentleman did not understand what was happening, and he had the feeling that he did not know and was not aware of who they were. Having not heard an answer to his question, the young man said again that it turns out he really is a pig if he can't answer him anything. If he really doesn't understand human speech. The young man was serious about finding out everything this gentleman knows. The informant standing behind the entrance door watched everything that was happening. He thought that this young man was really crazy if he was behaving like that. The magpie demanded that this gentleman tell her everything he knew about his sister. The gentleman could not allow anyone to talk to him in such a volume. He raised his hand, swung it, and wanted to hit the guy with his fist. But his blow reached its target as the young man very quickly dodged this blow. The gentleman thought that this couldn't be. This guy very quickly dodged his blow. The magpie told this gentleman that in addition to problems with his weight, he also had big problems with his eyesight. Then the gentleman thought that this guy was not just some small Sasha. So he bent his fingers in the hall and said that first he was ready to teach him a lesson. The gentleman said that he would first rip out his filthy tongue and was ready to do it. The young man took out his dagger, which he always carried with him, and asked him what he was grunting about. Soroka looked at his opponent and understood that this was just one of many that he could remove in an instant. His opponent was easy to find, so he thought that this young man was just some upstart. The gentleman stood in full readiness. He thought that he could destroy this young upstart with one blow. All the other guardian bodies did not move from their place. They watched what was happening. All this tension and silence was interrupted by a certain phone call. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction from where the sound was coming from. The gentleman turned his head and asked his assistant what this was all about. He held out his phone and began to make excuses. He said that the gentleman was being called by the demonic dragon. Mr. Hall put the phone in his hands. He had to answer this call because it was really important. The gentleman thought what a coincidence was this demonic dragon watching him that he called at such a moment. The young man nodded his head and spread his hands. He had no choice but to wait for the end of this conversation. The gentleman opened his phone, pressed the call button, and said hello. He heard information. At that moment he looked at the young man and thought that he didn't want this guy to hear this whole conversation. So he turned away himself, and when he heard what they told him he was a little surprised. The gentleman told his subscriber to deal with him but not to kill him. Even though he wanted the young man not to hear this conversation, he still became a witness to this conversation. The gentleman turned away and tried to talk so that no one could hear what was being said. This conversation was important to him, so he couldn't just give it up. He needed to solve his problems. So he ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on this guy because he is not as simple as he seems at first glance. The guys who were standing there, who were the guards of that same gentleman, were ready to deal with this young man, but they were waiting for an order. The young man couldn't help but laugh, because he didn't understand what had happened. He said, "Sir, what is so indecent to do to just take off and leave in the middle of a conversation? It's very rude." The gentleman talking on the phone moved further and further away from the young man, and he approached the exit. When he was almost at the exit, his conversation could be heard by the informant who was standing behind the door. The gentleman said that in any case he would do everything that depended on him. Then he added that he had a small problem here, and he was currently working on a solution. On the other hand, he was asked what kind of problem he might have. He was interested in who was looking for the white dragon and whether it was one person or several. The gentleman said that he had no idea, it's just that the person who came for this girl today had her photo. The informant thought that most likely the white dragon is what they call the girl they are looking for. And most likely this is the sister of the young man of that very killer who was in this bar. The informant thought that the situation was becoming much more serious than he even thought. He didn't know what to do. Magpie, surrounded by several of this gentleman's bodyguards who stood and watched him, asked them what they were standing for. The next moment he shouted at them to start attacking. He was ready to engage in battle with them. The informant, watching this whole picture, thought that it wasn't about drinking at all. The boy had no brakes at all. From several sides, bodyguards, unable to restrain themselves, began to attack the young man. He stood calmly. When the first one came up to him trying to hit him, the young man hit his hand so that the guy couldn't hit him, after which he tripped him up and pushed the guy back. The very next moment this guy in a suit was lying on the floor and the young man swung to hit him. At that moment another one of the bodyguards approached him and swung to hit the guy from behind. But Soroka finished off his first opponent lying on the floor and dodged the blow of the second. Without turning around, the young man realized that his opponent was swinging his knife again to stab him from behind. So he reached his leg back to trip him and push him back. At that moment the young man stood up and the opponent's blow again missed its target. One more movement with his dagger and the second one was already lying on the floor in a pool of blood. After which the young man felt another one of these bodyguards attacking him from behind. He swung and stabbed one of them in the throat with a knife. After which he dealt another one a fatal blow right to the head, so that blood sprayed all over the place and he cut his throat. After which the young man stood on one knee, at which point he expected the others to continue attacking him. But everyone else stood and didn't move. They were afraid to even come close to him. One of the gentleman's assistants wondered who this guy was and why he was in this establishment. After all, in reality, he was not as simple as he looked. The young man stood there. His whole face was covered in someone else's blood. For some time the young man stood there, not understanding from which side the attack would be made on him. He was ready to repel any. So they see that none of them dares to come closer to him. He jumped up and kicked one of his opponents. He kicked this guy right in the chest so that this guy staggered back. On the other hand, at that moment another of his opponents began to attack the young man. He swung to stab him with a knife. But despite the fact that Soroka immediately repelled the attack of two, it seemed to him that it was very easy and simple. He grabbed one of the guys by the jacket and threw it to the other side, after which the young man hid behind the body of this guy and the attacking enemy struck his own. His opponent did not understand how this could happen because he killed his own. The young man cut the throat of the second enemy and so he became two less, after which he looked around. He was ready to destroy the remaining ones. Over the next few minutes he destroyed several more of them and they were already lying in a pool of blood. After which the young man turned around and saw that only two were left. The rest were all lying on the floor in pools of their own blood. The informant observed everything that was happening and he understood that there was a huge difference between them. But he saw that this young man in Odnono was killing people, so the difference between them and the head of the cut was reduced. One of these rezes tried to engage the young man. He swung to hit him. Soroka cut his throat with one movement of his dagger and moved on. The young man had only one opponent left. This was his assistant. He was the last one to try to attack him. Swinging and trying to hurt the young man, his attack was repelled. The next minute the young man held the guy by the throat so that he was suffocating. He pinned him to the wall. He needed to find out information, so the young man asked this assistant who they were. The assistant didn't say anything. He just started insulting him about how he was a fucking bastard. Soroka answered him that his answer was correct, but this answer does not count. He asks again who they are. The informant stood watching everything that was happening and thought that if this continues the situation will become more and more dangerous. Soroka stood in the middle of this bar. Around him on the ground lay the bodies of the assistant and the guard of the gentleman. Soroka understood that all of these were finished and now he needed to figure out what to do next. At that moment he heard someone getting up from the floor and saying that he had to get out of that place as quickly as possible. The young man kicked him in the back and the guy fell and continued to lie there. Soroka looked at this guy and said that he was the only one left. The guy was very scared and he didn't know what to do. The first thing that came to his mind was that he began to beg for mercy from the young man. Soroka explained to him that it would be unfair to his friends and he couldn't do that. So the next thing he did was he cut his throat, and the pool of blood got even bigger from the guy's blood. After which the young man went to the exit. He said that he thought that he would have to extract information from that pig. When Soroka came out of this bar, the informant tried to stop him, but it was all useless. The young man approached the gentleman who was talking on the phone. He said that he would be there soon. At that moment, his conversation with Soroka was very unexpected for the gentleman because he ordered to guard this guy. He turned his head ambiguously. I don't understand what happened and how it could happen that this guy interrupted his conversation. The young man told Mr. Dean that he had left in the middle of a conversation and that this was not the way to do it when he was talking to him. The gentleman was even more surprised, but the young man repeated to him once again where he had gone in the middle of the conversation. I looked at him and asked him discontentedly why he was interrupting when the gentleman was talking on the phone. Then the young man answered him that he had finished off all of his lackeys, and that was obviously why he was now standing in front of him and interrupting his conversation. The gentleman was very surprised that this young guy could really kill all his people. Then he looked to the side and wondered what kind of guy was hanging around near the door of this bar. The young man took another step forward and asked if he was still talking on the phone and still not ready to talk to him. The gentleman on the phone said that it seemed like this guy was a real pain in the ass. And then the man asked him again if he was really talking to a girl and he should wait. These words really hurt the gentleman, and he said in a telephone conversation that he would deal with this guy and also call back. The gentleman had no choice but to end this conversation and close the phone. The person he was talking to didn't understand what was going on and why their conversation was cut off so abruptly. He stood by the window looking at the city at night, and it seemed to him that all this was very suspicious. Then he took a few steps to the side, stopped, and thought, could it really be? The only thing that came to his mind was the beginning of a war really planned? This was precisely why their conversation had stopped. At that moment, the young man asked the gentleman if he had finished, and if they could continue their conversation. The gentleman looked at the young man and saw that his hands were indeed covered in blood, and he was most likely telling the truth. The magpie told the gentleman that he had some questions for him, so he wanted to hear the answers from him. The gentleman thought that this prey managed to kill his guys in such a rush in time, so he should not be treated with disdain. The gentleman took off his jacket and said that he was very sorry, but he could not help this young man. Then he grabbed his head and said that today he would not get a single answer from him. The young man was very determined, so he was ready to attack him. He asked if it was true. If he doesn't give him a real answer, he's ready to listen to his pig squealing. He stood ready to attack the young man. He couldn't allow this guy to point at him like that. The young man struck one blow, but the gentleman very quickly dodged the blow. Despite the fact that the young man did not achieve his goal, he said that the gentleman was very agile despite the fact that he was an ordinary pig. The young man did not stop. He took a step forward and swung the knife again, trying to attack his opponent. Despite the fact that it seemed his opponent was very close, he managed to avoid this blow. After which the young man turned his knife over in his hand to cut from the other side. Soroka took a step forward, struck, and stepped away from his opponent. Blood spurted out. The gentleman was injured. Blood was pouring from one of his hands. The gentleman did not notice this, so he continued to tease his opponent and moved from side to side. The young man noticed that he had wounded his opponent, so he asked him how he felt about that. At that moment, the gentleman thought that the speed of his attack was very high, and it really surprised the gentleman. In fact, I didn't even have time to notice the wound until I saw the blood spraying everywhere. But despite this, the gentleman shook his huge fist on which his clean watch was worn and swung to strike the young man. At that moment, the young man dodged the blow and inflicted another wound on the gentleman's hand. The blood spurted out with even greater force. The gentleman tried to strike, but he couldn't do anything despite the fact that he was attacking. The young man very quickly dodged his blows but inflicted defeats on him. With another such blow from the gentleman, it turned out that he was able to reach this young man, but his hand with the knife went all over his body. The gentleman made the young man fall back and hit the wall. Taking a few steps back, the young man really felt that there was a wall behind him and he had nowhere to move. Magpie thought that he needed to do something very quickly, otherwise this gentleman would be able to hit him. The gentleman swung and tried to strike. At that moment, the young man ducked and dodged the blow. and the gentleman struck the glass display case, breaking it and sending shards flying in all directions. The speed of the young man's movement was very high. He immediately stuck, then turned over, and then he found himself in another part of the room. By the time the gentleman turned his head, the young man was far enough away that he could no longer reach him. So the gentleman told his opponent that he was running like a rat, trying to provoke him even more. The young man thought that this gentleman was not so easy. He could attack without stopping. It was a very interesting technique. He also thought that their fight could take too much time, and he didn't have that time. So he decided that he should speed up, and he would start using not one knife but two at once. The young man saw before him an enemy that had to be destroyed at any cost, and before destroying it, he had to obtain all the information. He thought of only one thing, that he needed to finish everything as soon as possible, so he rushed to attack him again. So despite the fact that the young man began to attack him, he also decided to attack him in response. Their attacks were mutual, and each of them avoided the attack of his opponent. The young man tried to strike with a knife after a strike. He was trying to find a position from which he could deliver a fatal blow to this enemy. At some point he thought that it was already possible. He locked himself in order to strike him from above. And he succeeded. When he struck this blow, blood spurted in all directions, but his opponent was the same. The young man thought that this was very good, and his opponent had most likely already been caught. Mr. PDA swung and struck at his opponent, but the young man kept dodging his blows. After one of these blows, when he found, he jumped up and did a flip to get into a better position. When he was in the air, he realized that something was wrong, and his opponent was able to reach him. The gentleman was able to grab him and throw him aside. At that moment, the young man managed to group himself and fall so as not to get hurt. After he fell, it seemed that he would no longer be able to get up. He could barely raise his head. It seemed that this was already the end. The informant stood and watched everything from the side. He thought that this gentleman was really very strong and also had good fighting technique. It seemed that only the young man was carrying out the attack. Well, in reality it wasn't like that, and this big guy was simply avoiding a critical attack and making his opponent impatient. In fact, he intentionally opened up on one side to attack. That's exactly how it happened the last time. He got injured, after which he grabbed the young man and hit him. The informant thought it would be very interesting to watch a killer with two daggers and a thug who confronts him with his bare hands. It really was an incredible couple. At that moment, the thug tore the shirt off his body because it was all in blood. At that moment, the informant saw that the thug's entire body was covered in tattoos. Now everything became clear to him. The tattoo he had on his back was not simple. It said that he belonged to a certain group. The informant thought that this thug was from the triad. Then he remembered that the guys who came to him and those who entered into battle with the young man, they also said that they were from the triad. The informant thought that this was a completely different case. If he was not a Hong Kong triad, then who was he? At that moment it dawned on the informant, and he thought with horror, but he wanted to that this could not really be. The young man stood opposite this thug, who introduced himself as a gentleman for some time, and it was clear that their showdown was continuing. The young man seemed to be worn out and had no strength at all and was about to fall. The gentleman standing opposite said that he was still very young and was unable to understand that he had fallen into a trap, and joyfully rushed into his arms. To which the young man replied that his carcass looked very appetizing for his knife, and he would not miss the spectacle under any circumstances, after which he took off his glasses, which were broken, and threw them on the ground. He didn't need them anymore, so the glasses fell and broke even more. He didn't want to open his eyes. The very next moment, the young man took a step forward and began a new attack against the thug who stood in front of him. The thug tried to grab him, but he couldn't because the young man attacked him very quickly from both sides. And then he went back and was already behind this gentleman. The bully looked at his shoulder and saw that he had another wound from which blood was flowing. He looked at the guy and said that he was using his rat tricks again. After which he turned his head towards the young man and said that he thought it was time for them to wrap things up. The informant, observing everything that was happening, saw that at that moment the young man had two knives. The gentleman looked at his hand and saw that it was badly hurt. He understood that it was too early, too deep, and he could lose a lot of blood if he didn't stop it now. The young man looked at his opponent and said if he wanted to wrap it up, he could help him with that. He stood in anticipation of what was now serving to attack his opponent, but with even greater force. The young man told his opponent that he was just warming up, so he was not ready to stop it. Even time in another part of China, in the city of Guangzhou, there were events that were the consequences of these events. A cartridge of several cars was driving along the highway. It was driving fast because they needed to get there on time. In one of these cars, a gentleman was riding with a girl, each of them looking in their own direction. The gentleman, without turning his head, said that he had been personally summoned to Hong Kong. He was a little surprised by such an invitation because so much time had passed. He talked about it and wanted her to know that all this happened only because of her. The gentleman said that they managed to get such an important invitation despite everything. He thought it was really cool that the girl was sitting and looking out the window and not answering him at all. The girl, despite the fact that he was addressing him, continued to look out the window as if it didn't concern her at all. She was very beautiful, but she was as inaccessible as her beauty. The gentleman did not stop looking at her and admiring her. At that moment, she turned her head and looked at him. She couldn't contradict him because this guy was her brother. Soroka stood on what looked like his opponent, a thug holding knives in his two hands. He told him that he was just warming up. His opponent, standing opposite and holding his wound, understood that the guy had two blades and he could inflict many more wounds on him. The brute looked into the young man's eyes and realized that he was not going to back down and that he was really determined. After which he raised his eyes and looked at the knife that was in his hands and from which blood was flowing and drops of this blood were dripping onto the floor. The young man took a step forward and swung his arm to strike his opponent he was about to attack. His opponent also stood up because he understood perfectly well that this young man would now attack. The young man swung and with one knife slashed at his opponent. The thug barely managed to move his body to the side. After which the young man turned around and swung his second knife to try to hit his opponent again. Despite the fact that each blow was another wound on the enemy's body, it splashed in all directions. The brute only had time to turn his head and see that another early appeared on his body. After the young man attacked, the thug was able to push him back. At that moment, the thug felt a very strong pain. He even clenched his teeth to endure this pain. The young man did not stop. He pushed off to deliver another blow to his opponent. This time he wanted to put a knife under his throat so that he could get the information he wanted from him. The informant continued to stand at the entrance to this bar near the door to observe everything that was happening. It seemed that no one could surprise him with anything anymore, but this guy surprised him. His main weapon was a double blade, and he can very skillfully handle this weapon against an opponent who settles with his strength. The young man finished one attack and started a new one. During each attack, he dealt 1 damage to his opponent. As a result of one attack, he was able to dodge his opponent's blow and inflict a wound on him by stabbing him right in the stomach. The informant, watching them, understood that the double blades with their abnormally powerful attacks were certainly effective. Also, a real irritant when using two-handed weapons was that it gave a person an advantage in endurance, allowing him to make 2 attacks at once from different sides. The thug, after each of these attacks, video that on his case more and more urines and his body is bleeding more and more. He looked at the young man and understood that he would not calm down and would not stop until he achieved his goal. It was clear that the longer the confrontation lasted, the more noticeable the gap between them would be felt. The bully clenched his teeth with all his might to hide how much pain he was in. Despite all the wounds that were on his body, he still tried to swing and strike his opponent. The young man looked at him and said that his opponent's self-confidence was based only on his large size and nothing else. The informant looked at this fight and realized that the young man's blades were not so heavy. Well, nevertheless, he handled them as if they were part of his limbs, and it seemed that they were an extension of him. In other words, one could say that his skill level was on a completely different level. After one attack, the young man carried out another attack and also inflicted damage on his opponent from both sides. Despite all this, the thug was not going to give up. He held on with all his might and tried to fight back the young man and inflict damage on him as well. Soroka, having finished one attack, took a step forward and began the next one. He swung to hit his opponent. The thug managed to turn away and the blow was tangential. Despite his injuries, the thug tried to control the situation. When the young man's knife was very close to his body, the thug grabbed it by the blade and held it in his hand. The informant understood that this young man had powerful skills and that he was here for a reason. The young man, despite his opponent holding onto Livy's knife, yanked his knife with all his might to pull it back out of his opponent's fist. But the thug at that moment gathered his strength and pulled the blade so that it fell out of the young man's hands. The young man really couldn't hold the blade and let go of his hand, leaving the blade in the hands of the thug. But because he jerked the bully with great force, he staggered and began to fall backwards. The young man did not stop and swung to hit him again with his fist on the lower part of the jaw. The thug was unable to avoid this blow. The young man knew he couldn't stop, so he pushed off with the strength he had in order to attack his opponent again. The young man jumped up and kicked his opponent right in the jaw. The thug couldn't stay on his feet this time and fell backwards. After just a few minutes, the young man was lying on the ground. He was barely breathing. It seemed like this was the end. He fell to the ground with such a crash that it could only be compared to the fall of a huge stone. The young man immediately approached his opponent. He needed an answer to his question. The informant understood that the young man was moreover physically strong and talented in handling clicks. Soroka stood over the body of his opponent. It seemed that this was a complete victory, and he was about to solve his problem. The thug was lying on the ground. He really couldn't get up from the number of frames he had inflicted. The young man looked at him and said that he was an ordinary pig that was lying down in the middle of the sidewalk. The bully could still see, so he turned his gaze to the young man. He saw a young man sitting opposite him holding a dagger in one hand. Soroka brought this dagger right to his neck. The thug said nothing. He was thinking about what to do. The young man looked at him and said that now, after this fight, it was time for them to talk. He wanted to know how this gentleman knew his younger sister and why he spoke about her like that. The thug, lying on the ground without turning his head, said that it was just funny, after which he began to cough. The magpie demanded that he tell her immediately, otherwise he threatened to make shashlik out of him. At that moment, an informant approached the young man and the thug lying on the ground. He said that it seemed to him that these people were from the triad of the continent. The young man turned his head and asked again what he had just said, because it was indeed a serious assumption. The young man thought that this could be so because these people were not random passersby. For a few minutes there was silence all around. No one could say anything because they didn't know what to do next. The informant asked the thug lying on the ground if his guess was correct. The bully tried to answer him something but stopped and thought that it was not worth doing. In fact, he certainly didn't think that the end would come for him at that moment, but things took a completely different turn. The young man saw a smile on the thug's face. He asked him again if he was laughing at them and brought a knife to his throat. The thug lying on the ground thought that he was of course very sorry, but most likely that was the end of his steering wheel. He grabbed the knife and the young man's hand with his last strength. Then he pulled the young man's hand so as to deliver the final blow to himself. Soroka couldn't imagine that it would be like this. That's why he couldn't resist him. He didn't want that at all. Soroka knelt down and stood before the body of his opponent. He understood that the end had come for his opponent. The young man understood how he did it, but he could not verify that he had not received any information at that moment. He thought that this pig-like bastard lying on the floor did it on purpose. He was no longer of any use because the young man's dagger was sticking out of his neck and this thug was making strange last sounds. Now it was all over for sure. The thug was lying on the ground, the young man was sitting next to him, and the informant was standing and looking at this whole picture. The young man did not understand how this happened because he only needed information and not such a number of victims. The informant also couldn't have imagined when he told this guy a favor for a favor that everything would happen exactly like this. After which Format turned around and stood with his back to the young man, and Soroka continued to sit on the ground and swear that he hadn't succeeded. After which the informant took a few steps forward and said that judging by how everything had gone very far, then his little sister is very closely connected with the creatures and the triads. At that moment, he lifted the suit of this gentleman to get her photo. When he took out the photograph that was in the side pocket of his jacket, he also took out his phone. The informant said that he did not think that he would get so much information in just one day. The young man did not understand what he was talking about. He stopped and looked at the informant, who was holding a phone in his hand. He answered him that the chance that she was alive was getting higher and higher. The informant then said that he was going to study the information he had received and suggested that the young man go to a sauna, after which the informant said that they would have trouble if he did not immediately restore order here. At that moment they heard someone's voice which was coming from very close, but they turned their heads, and they saw that same girl who was with the young man. She was sitting on the threshold of this bar and covering her mouth in fear. The young man thought that most likely the informant was right and he should go to the sauna. Soroka turned around and started to leave. The informant told him that he would contact him himself and that he shouldn't even worry. The young man stood there for a few more seconds, looked around, decided that he really had nothing to do here, turned around and left. The informant looked after him for a while, thinking about who this guy really was. Lowering his head, the informant saw many bloodstains and thought that they needed to be removed immediately. Then he picked up the photo and looked again at the killer's sister, after which he said that this photograph should remain with him and put it in the inside pocket of his jacket. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Hong Kong Triad, the head of the squad was having a discussion with his successor. His son was unhappy that his father had invited them to Hong Kong. he did not understand what he was thinking. To which the head said that he was ready to figure it out on his own, and that his son shouldn't worry. His successor came closer to him and began to demand an explanation. He wanted to know how he was going to do this and whether he really wanted to kill them. He has no reason not to do this, so his successor should not worry about this issue. His son wanted to say something else to his father, but he raised his hand and said that it was enough. He didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. And then he added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and he didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. At that moment, they both heard a knock on the door. The receiver turned his head and asked who was there. The current head of the triad said that everything is fine. This is the keeper of secrets. The successor asked if he is really under his control. The man who stood behind that door said that he would come again when the current leader was alone. The current head said that everything is fine and he can enter because he has a person with him who is his successor. The current head of the zoo teapot and ordered the man to enter this room since he has no secrets from his successor. The man who was standing behind the door agreed and he was ready to enter this room. The successor of the current head of the triad looked at the door without taking his eyes off. The door of this room opened and in front of them stood a man. His face was not visible because he was in the dark, and also because his head was lowered and he was thus greeting the current head of the triad. This man, without raising his head, said that he was the keeper of Zhuo Wuxing's secrets. So he greeted the current head of the squad, and he said that he was glad to meet the boss. It was the same informant. This son, a little delayed. The keeper of secrets stood for some time without raising his head. I greet, and the successor of the current head did not take his eyes off him. On the contrary, the current head of the squad was absolutely calm. He ate, took his cup, and took a few sips from it. The keeper of secrets also took a few steps forward at this time and approached the table at which the current head of the triad was sitting. The keeper of secrets got down on one knee and lowered his head down. He was waiting for permission from the current head of the triad. The successor looked at his father without taking his eyes off him. He decided that he could already sit down in his place. The keeper of secrets, without raising his head, tried to report that he had arrived to report about what the current head of the triad had asked him to check earlier. The head put his cup that he was drinking on the table and remarked that he was afraid that this would not be very good news. The keeper of secrets said that this news will be about Chief Lu Kai. The receiver asked again what LOL Yu Kai means. Then he couldn't hold back and shouted at his father that all this could mean. He wanted some kind of explanation from his father. The keeper of secrets did not raise his head. He watched everything that was happening. The current head of the triad told his son to calm down and let the keeper of secrets explain everything. The keeper of secrets continued to kneel, holding his hand in front of him in a way that showed his respect. After he was allowed to speak, he began to explain that in recent months they had identified people in Hong Kong who were engaged in illegal activities. The triad leader's successor asked what prohibited activity meant. He did not understand what was being discussed. The keeper of secrets went on to say that given their official connections, the triad banned things like human trafficking and drug distribution. The receiver turned his head and looked towards his father. He didn't ask any more questions. Then the keeper of secrets said that on the orders of the head of the dragon, they tracked down their patrons, and as it turned out, it was not an external force but another branch of the triad outside of Hong Kong. This news really angered the successor of the triad leader. He asked again what it could mean. He turned and asked the keeper of secrets whether it should be Guanzhua or Lu Kai. The keeper of secrets did not raise his head. He said that it was not confirmed yet, so he could not say for sure who it was, but the head dragon suspected that this was exactly it. The successor looked at his father and demanded some explanation from him about what all this could mean. His father reached for a cup of tea and told his son that it was just a suspicion, but he knew that Lu Kai had always wanted to expand her scope of activities in this direction. The keeper of secrets continued to stand on one kai with his head down, continuing to show his respect to the Lord. The current head of the squad asked the keeper of secrets what the latest news was. What else could he tell? His assistant, the keeper of secrets, was afraid to even raise his head at that moment. After thinking for a bit, he said to keep an eye on Chief Lu Kai, who might be engaged in some kind of activity. They sent their people to the Guangzhou branch to keep abreast of all developments and report on his every move. But after 1 month, they lost all contact with this man. Most likely he was discovered. And now, under these conditions, they even lost their last agent. He recently went silent and stopped communicating. After some time, the informant, despite the rain, was in another part of the city and looked around before going inside. After which he went to the window of this establishment. He needed to get information in this particular place. When he knocked, he expected that someone would answer him and he would be able to get information as they had agreed. A man looked out the window and saw him. He opened the window of his cigarette shop. Then the informant gave him a pack of money, and in return he received an open pack of cigarettes. The secret keeper said that in the last message they received his agents reported that Chief Lu Kai secretly trains assassins, after which no more messages came from them. And the most important thing in this note was that several months ago hired killers arrived in Hong Kong. The successor of the current head of the triad was very surprised that the killer arrived in Hong Kong. He did not understand how this could be. The Keeper of Secrets said that everything is exactly like that, and most importantly he added that there are only 9 of these hired killers. And these hired killers, they were known by the code name 9 Dragons. Each of them was some kind of dragon. The current head of the triad was very upset. He asked the Keeper if he was sure of the information he had just told them. The Keeper of Secrets responded to the current head of the triad that today they confirmed their presence. The head of the triad put the cup on the table. He was very surprised that they came up with 9 dragons. And the biggest thing that surprised him was that these 9 dragons had already penetrated Hong Kong. He was very interested in all of this. The receiver shouted to his father that this Lu Kai is just a bastard, and this is most likely a rebellion against them. The head of the triad was not so upset. He did not let go of the cup of tea from his hands. He said that most likely this is not a rebellion yet. His successor did not understand what he was saying and what he meant, because he had to immediately call him and interrogate him. The leader of the squad said that his son is only looking one step ahead, striving to become the head of the dragon. The successor lowered his head because he was not entirely pleased to hear his father's words, since he sincerely cared about this. The head of the triad said that snakes are the stupidest creatures who think that they can become dragons because they look like them. And then he added that if civil strife begins immediately after he becomes the head of the dragon, the other snakes will bare their fangs one after another. Then the head of the triad turned his head and said that as long as he sat in that place, this would never happen. Then he looked at his son and asked if he knew why he said that, after which the head of the squad approached his son and put his hand on his shoulder. And then he just said it would only happen because he pulled out their fangs before they could show them. And then he added that snakes without fangs are not snakes at all, and they are not as dangerous as they think. The head of the triad looked at his son and asked him if he understood what he was talking about now. No matter how unpleasant it was for his son, and he even lowered his head at that moment, he admitted that he understood everything, and he agreed with the head of the dragon. The leader of the squad said that if they openly enter into conflict with Gongzu, it will not lead to anything good. And other branches will begin to question Hong Kong's authority, making it twice as difficult for them to manage. Then the head of 3DY said that is why before the turn of inheritance comes it is necessary to find a nest. He ordered to find the nest where these snakes are hiding. The Keeper of Secrets bowed and said that he understood everything. The heir to the head of the triad was simply that he considered Lu Kai a bastard and could not even imagine that he could do such a thing. The Keeper of Secrets, just as he entered this office, he also left it without raising his face. When he left this office, his thoughts were only about one thing, about the young man he had just met. He reached into his inside pocket to get a photo of his sister that the young man was looking for. He looked at the photo of this girl and knew perfectly well that her name was Bai Long. Now he just had to decide if her brother could be one of the 9 dragons for him. That was the question. After which he put the photo back into his inside jacket pocket. He thought that it was not yet certain. He decided that for now it was better for him to keep this guy a secret and not report him to anyone. The informant stood at the place where they had agreed to meet the young man and was waiting for him. After a while he saw that the same guy he had met earlier that day was approaching him. The informant looked at the young man and greeted him, but the guy looked at him very suspiciously. The informant tried to somehow distract the young man and find out the information he needed. They decided they needed to go one more place, and they went to Victoria Peak. It was always quite a crowded place, and here, unlike the previous place, people came to have fun during the day. Here, from yesterday's place, ordinary guys in love with their girlfriends were walking in reverse. And there were also a lot of people who were small children. It was an absolutely safe place. When the young man heard this whole story from the informant, he was a little surprised that there were 9 dragons. The informant told him that this is exactly how it is, and that they are called dragons despite the fact that they are just hired killers. And the most important thing is that it looks like the mainland triad is supporting these hired killers. The young man asked again if the mainland triad could really do something like that. The informant continued to tell the young man that if Hong Kong is the headquarters of the TRIT, then the branches scattered around it are something like outposts. The informant says that the triad branches on the continents, even if they are just branches, act more like separate factions, creating tension with the headquarters. The young man asked the informant again if this was simply a struggle for power, to which he was told that it most likely looked like a struggle for power. Then he continued that in any case the key point is that they are supported by the mainland and not Hong Kong. The young man then said, does he really mean to say that these 9 dragons kidnapped his sister? The informant reached for his glass, which was on the table, turned the straw, and said that it was not certain but he could assume that it was so. The informant said that his sister was definitely connected to those 9 dragons. The young man, without thinking twice, answered the informant that this meant that they had no choice but to pursue these 9 dragons he had spoken of. The drink he was drinking ran out and he sat in silence for a while. The informant noticed that the young man was very nervous, so he decided to change and give him his drink and take the empty glass away. He said that the young man understood everything correctly. Soroka took a glass full of drink and started drinking it. He wanted to get as much information as possible about his sister, so he listened carefully to everything. The informant took out the phone that he had taken from the thug and said that there was only one number saved on the phone. The young man listened to his every word and did not understand why only one phone number was saved. The informant continued to say that this saved number was under the name Dragon, and then he added that it looks like they use it to communicate with him. The young man looked closely at his interlocutor. He wanted to understand what they should do next. The informant said that they needed to meet with this dragon who was registered under this number, and he had already arranged this meeting. The informant raised his head, looked at the young man, and said that this dragon should arrive soon. The informant said that most likely he has not arrived yet and is not here yet. Then he turned his head and looked at the newly arrived carriage. The informant said that he was most likely there. The young man looked carefully at all the people who were in that direction, and one of them seemed to him to really look like a dragon, just like the informant described. It was a well-built young man, physically fit, who was climbing up the steps. This guy thought it was not a good idea to drag him to the top of Hong Kong. The informant, when he saw this guy, he said that it looks like this dragon is already here. The young man turned his head and looked at him. This dragon adjusted his hair. He understood what was being discussed and with whom he had an appointment here. It was an azure dragon. His name was Zhao Kong, and he was one of the 9 dragons. He thought that it looked like he wouldn't need a warm-up. The azure dragon rose and looked around. He tried to figure out who invited him here. He was very different from all the other visitors to this place. It seemed that he was very confident in himself. At some point when he was in the middle of this area, he screamed very loudly. The others who were nearby covered their ears from this scream. The magpie and the informant, hearing this cry, turned their heads and looked at what was happening. Soroka asked the informant if this was the same demonic dragon they were here for. The informant said most likely that no, he would not have come in person, and even if it had been impossible to check whether he was real or not. The informant added that at the moment it is not important for them whether it is a demonic dragon or someone else. After which the informant noticed that he took off his glasses and began to wipe them. It seemed that he was thinking about something. Then he added that at the moment the most important thing is who will be in league with this demonic dragon. Soroka listened to the informant to the end and wanted to know what he was proposing to do at the moment. To do this, he took the glasses, looked at his reflection in them, and asked what they would do now. After which the young man put the glasses on his eyes and looked at his interlocutor. He understood that the informant most likely had a plan, and in fact that was the case. The informant began to talk about how on Victoria Peak, where they were, there is one of the highest observation platforms in Hong Kong. That is why every year many tourists come here to get to this observation deck. Some of these tourists take a tram to get to this observation deck and ride in it. Others, on the contrary, want to see everything with their own eyes, and they climb up the path on foot. On the way back, everything happens the same as on the way up. There are only 2 ways down. He showed his 2 fingers. Soroka told him that in that case they had no choice but to travel along a certain route together with a huge number of unidentified persons. The informant added that this is the best option for persecution. Soroka did not understand the point of their stay. Then he asked the informant because he had actually agreed on a meeting. They watched the guy who was an azure dragon and did not understand why he continued to wait standing near the clock. This guy was leaning against a pole, and it seemed like he had arrived to meet someone. Then the informant said that they were also continuing to wait while he leaned back in his chair and looked up. Soroka looked at the informant and didn't understand what he meant. He asked him, to which he was told that he should understand what a snake can do if it fails in its hunt. These words of the informant were even more incomprehensible to Soroka. He looked at his partner in surprise. Then the informant added that the snake will not return to its hole when its efforts are in vain. He turned his head, looked at the young man, and said that they could follow this snake very quietly. And when this snake starts crawling back into its hole, they will be able to find it, and that was his plan. The Azure Dragon stood near the pillar waiting for someone to come to meet him. Time passed and there was no one. The Azure Dragon closed his eyes and began to remember the recent events and why he was here. When all those who were called dragons gathered at their headquarters, they very rarely gathered for such meetings. Near the wall stood a young man. His head was bandaged and on his face was a huge scar. It was a red dragon, one of the 9 dragons. He was the first to speak. He was interested in what this meeting of the 9 dragons was about. The girl who was smoking a cigarette answered him and said that it was all because of that Ryukai will arrive Hong Kong very soon. It was a lecherous dragon, one of the 9 dragons. The black dragon, who was also one of the 9 dragons, joined the conversation and said that, by the way, he does not see the azure and blue dragons. The demonic dragon, the leader of the 9 dragons, standing near the huge window with his back to them, said nothing at first. Then he turned his head, looked at the others, and said that the blue dragon had died. The lecherous dragon was very surprised, and even a little scared. Was the blue dragon really dead? The red dragon folded his hands in front of him. He stood tense. He also wanted to know the answer, what happened. The black dragon turned his head and asked the leader who killed him. This was the only question they wanted to ask and get an answer to now. The leader, without turning to face him, replied that it is still unknown, but one thing is clear: this man is looking for the white dragon's past identity. The black dragon was even more surprised. He didn't understand why this man needed the white dragon's past. The slutty dragon added that what about the time when she was an unfortunate child sold into slavery? Does he really want to know that? Why would he look for something like that? The leader replied that he doesn't know, but while he's in the process of searching, he doesn't interfere with their plan. At this point, the red dragon interrupted him and said that the main question is whether it is a base or not. The leader continued to talk about how this man had offered to meet them. The dissolute dragon noticed that they were just scumbags. The leader noted that they just need to check whether it really is a base or not. At that moment, the Azure Dragon entered the room and said that he was ready to go. He was sure that he could do it, so he asked the leader if he would be against it. He was interested in what his face was like. He couldn't refuse. The leader thought for a moment, stood and looked at the night city through the huge window in this room. Then he took a step back and turned to address everyone gathered in the room. He told the Azure Dragon that if he understood what this base was, he should hand it over to him, and handed him the item that he should hand over. The Azure Dragon took this item and understood that it would be part of his operation. The leader turned again and began to look out the window, after which he added, if this is not the headquarters. He said unequivocally that in that case he should kill him. The Azure Dragon stood in the place where they had agreed. He clearly remembered his task and what he had to do. Opening his eyes, he looked at the watch he had on his hand, and he realized that the person who had made the agreement with him was late. The Azure Dragon thought that when he met him, he would either have to kill this guy he met or help him. It was quite a difficult choice, so he couldn't make a mistake. Under any circumstances, he had to do it. But no one came to this meeting. The Azure Dragon thought about how he had agreed to this meeting and nothing happened. He didn't have time to wait anymore, so he turned around and started to leave this place. He understood that no one would come. At this point, the informant and Soroka realized that they would now need to follow this guy who was supposed to bring them to their hole. The informant handed the young man a radio and told him to take it. Then he added that they should split up and go after this guy so that it would be as unnoticeable as possible. Soroka inserted a radio into his ear in order to stay in touch with the informant so that they could understand where they were without crossing paths. After which the informant told the young man to remember one thing: the goal of their surveillance was not to kill this guy but to follow him to the very end. Soroka was a little unhappy about being commanded. He said that he already understood everything and he didn't need to repeat it. The informant had no choice but to trust that the young man would not do anything extra. When they got up from their table, each of them went in different directions opposite each other. One headed towards the tram and the other towards the descent. When Magpie approached the queue, he saw that the Azure Dragon was standing and waiting to get on the tram. The guy thought that if he was going to eat the tram, he would also ride it. The Magpie decided that he needed to stand behind the Azure Dragon a few people away and ride with him in the same tram. He reported all this to the informant so that no one else could hear it. The informant in turn was in a completely different part. They needed to introduce me as noticeably as possible. So the informant told him over the radio to blend in with the crowd and follow the Azure Dragon like a current of water. He did this. He held the Azure Dragon in front of him and followed it. When the Azure Dragon got on the tram, he seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked at those standing behind him. He needed a few seconds to look at everyone who was standing behind him. He did it unnoticed. After which he entered the tram. It seemed that everything was going according to plan, and no one was discovered. Oh, that same tram came in after a few people, and Soroka, the most important thing was that he didn't lose the guy he was following. Entering the tram, he thought that he should sit somewhere near the Azure Dragon so as not to make it out of sight. So he came very close and decided that he needed to sit next to him. At that moment, he heard on the radio that an informant was calling him. The young man stopped. Then he turned his head back sharply and looked at the informant, who nodded his head at him. At that moment, the doors of the tram were closed and the tram suddenly moved off. The tram was driving along the necklace. The informant told the young man that while he was sitting in this tram, he should not look at this guy. The tram was moving very fast and past one district after another. There were high-rise buildings outside the windows. The Azure Dragon sat by the window in this tram and watched the view in front of him. He acted on the principle that if he sat down in a seat, he should observe the landscape. At the end of this tram, there was an informant. He watched everything that was happening from afar. The informant was very experienced, so he assessed all the people who were in this tram. He found two men wearing raincoats and hats suspicious. The trip time came to an end. The tram started moving very abruptly and also braked. Since this was the final stop, all passengers had to leave this tram. The two in the hats went to the exit. Soroka tried not to miss the Azure Dragon. He stood and waited for him to start coming out. After the Azure Dragon headed towards the exit through several people, and Soroka also headed after him. The informant was watching the two men who were wearing raincoats and hats. They seemed very suspicious to him and looked like spies who were watching someone. The collars of the cloaks of these two men were raised high so that their faces were not visible. And they also put on glasses so that it would be impossible to see them in any way. They were definitely people who were watching someone. The informant couldn't understand who they were and why they appeared on this tram. He thought that he needed to find out who they were. He had no choice but to follow these two in order to understand why they were here, and what other dung flies were mixed up in this matter. He couldn't just leave them like that. Therefore, the informant told the young man not to look back and to listen to him carefully. And the informant himself followed these two disguised men who were ahead of him. The informant told the young man that two more people had stuck to him from behind and were following him. Soroka wanted to clarify only one thing: were these two who followed him because of the Azure Dragon or because of them? The informant said that he doesn't know yet and they should continue to follow the Azure Dragon. After which the informant added that he would have to walk behind to observe everything that was happening. Soroka understood everything. He followed the Azure Dragon, realizing that two more were following him. At that moment, one of those walking in front of him suddenly hit him in the shoulder. Soroka was distracted and looked at this guy, after which he looked around and saw that the Azure Dragon he was following was gone. He didn't understand how this happened, but the guy he was walking behind in front of him wasn't there. It was unclear where he had gone. He cursed loudly and rushed forward in the hope that he would be able to find him in the crowd. Without to the station, he looked first in one direction, then in the other direction. What was his surprise when he saw no one? There were a lot of people at that station, but there was no one there who was the guy he was following. Whose voice was that from behind? Asked Soroka if it was really him. The guy didn't understand who it was. Soroka turned sharply in the other direction to look at his interlocutor. In front of him at this station stood an Azure Dragon. The only question he asked him was, did he kill the blue dragon? The Azure Dragon came closer to the young man. He was interested in only one question: did he kill the blue dragon? The Azure Dragon looked down at the guy. I don't understand if he is so strong that he could kill the blue dragon. He looked at him and said that his behavior gave him away because he was not from Hong Kong and he was very different from everyone else. Soroka thought that he had given himself away. Had he really behaved in such a way that he stood out? The Azure Dragon looked at him and wondered if he was a Korean Chinese or just a Korean. The young man answered him that it didn't matter. Then the Azure Dragon told him that you have very expensive land in the area, so there is not much of a cemetery. After which the Azure Dragon added that this was precisely the reason why he would not like to provide him with a special delivery service. That's why the Azure Dragon wanted to know, because he would need to send his body back to where he came from. These words really hurt Soroka. The muscles on his face started to move, but he tried with all his might to restrain himself. And he clearly remembered the words that the informant told him, that he must remember one thing: the goal of surveillance is not to kill this guy but to follow him to the very end. At that moment, the young man realized that this was all complete nonsense, and that the tracking was also complete nonsense. He couldn't hold back such an insult, and the first thing he did was take out the dagger that he had hidden behind his jacket. Soroka got ready. He was already ready to attack the enemy who stood in front of him. The Azure Dragon was very calm. At this, the Azure Dragon turned its head and looked back. He saw that behind his back 2 more of those same ones who were in raincoats and hats were approaching him. The Azure Dragon, seeing these people, asked the guy if he was not alone and looked at the 2 approaching. After which the Azure Dragon slightly adjusted his hair and said that he was very disappointed he had a better opinion of this guy. After which the Azure Dragon instantly took off and began to run away, so that the young man did not even have time to react. When Soroka turned his head to look after the fleeing Azure Dragon, he was already quite far away. Soroka continued to stand and watch what was happening. He did not know whether he should pursue him. He turned his head and saw those same 2 guys in hats who were running towards them. Soroka understands that this is not a very good situation, and he did not like it, and most importantly, he did not know what to do. Turning around, he followed the Azure Law. This was his goal, so he should not miss it. 2 people who looked like spies were running after them and trying not to miss them, while an informant was running behind them. The 2 in the hats, when they saw that the Azure Dragon was running away and a guy was chasing him, they stopped. Then they turned and looked at each other and punched each other. One of these guys in the hat said that they should split up, and they very quickly split up and started moving forward. A chase was formed. The Azure Dragon was running ahead of everyone. Soroka was pursuing him. 2 men in hats were following them, and the informant was watching all this. He ran last and did it very quietly so as not to give himself away. When they all sped up in front, the informant also started moving faster. He didn't need to miss them all. That's why he even started pushing people who were in his way and standing in his way. When he ran up to the distance to continue observing everyone, he stopped. Seeing movement ahead, he wanted to know what the hell was going on. He decided he needed to get closer too, and he pushed the girl away. This girl stopped and looked at the informant. She was here for a reason. She also watched everything that was happening from the side. It was the dissolute dragon who was carrying out her task. Everything that happened looked rather strange. The Azure Dragon was the first to run away. Soroka was chasing him. 2 men in hats were running after them, and the informant was finishing the chase. Having run out into the street, they continued to run in the same order along one of the streets. The informant didn't understand, since he was the last one running, what was going on and why there were so many of them. Soroka also didn't understand what was going on. He pursued the Azure Dragon with all his might. The Azure Dragon looked again at how many people were chasing him, and he found it very suspicious. When Soroka was running, he was only thinking about the fact that this guy, the Azure Dragon, asked him if he had killed the blue dragon. At that moment, the Azure Dragon turned over the box of bottles with his hand. Right in front of the young man, several boxes filled with glass bottles fell, and they rained down on him. The informant thought that this guy was just a scoundrel. He was doing everything to have fun. When the informant heard from Soroka that the Azure Dragon wanted to know about the blue dragon, he realized that it was most likely that same guy. Soroka portion said that with surveillance everything failed now. He wanted to know the plan further. The informant said that they have no choice, they need to catch him. Magpie without Jazz. Azure Dragon now, he had to catch it. That was their plan. The Azure Dragon ran up to the descent of the long staircase that led down. He thought that he would be able to break away from them. He looked back and saw a guy running after him and 2 more chasing them. So the Azure Dragon unexpectedly for everyone jumped up so that he could go down the railing. After which he very quickly began to slide down at such a speed that it was unbearable to catch up with him. Soroka stood at the top and watched as the Azure Dragon in an instant found himself at the very bottom. Therefore the young man had no choice but to repeat what the Azure Dragon had done. He accelerated and jumped up. After which he also found himself on the railing of this descent and began to descend at high speed. The very next moment he jumped because he was practically next to the Azure Dragon at the bottom of this descent. The Azure Dragon turned his head and looked at the young man. He was even a little surprised. He turned around and told him that he was pretty good if he could repeat that trick after him. Soroka did not enter into a discussion with him. He told him to shut up. after which the young man said that the game of tag was over and took out his dagger. Despite the fact that he was already ready to attack his opponent, their attention was distracted and they turned their heads to see who it was. These were the same two in hats who were ready to attack them. They also went down and were already below. The Azure Dragon did not understand who these two were, but he had noticed them long ago and thought that they were helping the young man. Soroka, on the contrary, thought that these two were supporting the Azure Dragon and they were following him to ensure him. When these two went down, they attacked the guys who were below, that is the Azure Dragon and Soroka. Having repelled their first attack, the two stood in front of them ready to attack again. The Azure Dragon asked the young man why they were not on the same side. Then Soroka answered him that he wanted to ask him the same question. These two stood opposite each other holding huge knives in their hands, and it was unclear what they were going to do next. The tension between them grew. It was unclear who was whose enemy, who was spying on whom, and who was going to eliminate whom. At that moment, the informant shouted he was the last one who participated in this chase. He ran up the stairs. The Azure Dragon took a deep breath and said that it was a complete mess and it was unclear who was who, after which he turned around abruptly and started running away again. He thought that it would be best for him to hide. The young man started running after him since he was given the task of catching the Azure Dragon, and the two in the hats ran after them. The informant, who came down and was already standing below, thought that this was some kind of curse. All this was a chase. Everything continued at the same pace as before. The Azure Dragon ran first, followed by a young man, and behind the two of them ran two in hats. The Azure Dragon ran to the next staircase that led down and saw that there weren't enough people on it. So he decided that he shouldn't stop. He jumped up, grabbed the railing, and started going down. He needed to push off with his foot to do a somersault and go down without hitting the other people on the stairs. Then he very quickly moved down to find himself at the very bottom. He needed a few seconds to push off, do a flip, and end up at the bottom to break away from the others. Soroka stood at the very top of this staircase and watched as the Azure Dragon was able to descend down. He had no choice but to repeat what the guy who was running away from him had just done. He also jumped up and grabbed the railing with one hand, after which he also ran along the wall, pushing off and doing a somersault, after which he, like his opponent, landed at the very bottom and followed in his footsteps. His opponent to go far, he pursued him practically shaksha and was very close. The two in the hats, when they approached the staircase, they thought about what to do now and what to do next. They looked down as the Azure Dragon ran away and was pursued by a young man, neither of them giving in to the other. The Azure Dragon thought that he had already managed to break away, turned his head. He was very surprised because the guy was practically behind him. The two in the hats couldn't repeat this trick after them, so they had no choice but to run down these stairs, pushing people aside. The Azure Dragon saw that not far in front of him there was a tram that was about to touch down very soon. He decided that he needed to head in that direction. So he jumped up and jumped over the railings. He needed it in order to get to this tram. When Soroka approached, he realized that he would have to do the same thing as that guy, otherwise he would lose him. So he ran closer and pushed off in order to also jump over this railing. He repeated the same thing as the Azure Dragon. It seemed that he was not inferior to him in anything. Well, in fact, he had to jump down from a fairly large height, just like his opponent. The Azure Dragon managed to stay on his feet, and after landing he continued to run away, but the young man couldn't hold on and fell to the side. Despite this, he began to get up, as there was no way he could fall behind the Azure Dragon. When he got up, he looked. He needed to understand what the Azure Dragon would do and where he was heading. In order not to fall behind him, he immediately began to catch up with him. He could not allow him to disappear from his field of vision. The Azure Dragon was almost at his destination. He only had to run to the tram that was standing in front of him. A young man was chasing him. The two men in hats realized that they couldn't catch up with the two guys. They remained standing at the top. The only thing they had left was to go down the stairs. That was their only chance. The two in the hats ran up to go down the stairs. There were a lot of people, but they had no other choice. They stood at the top and thought about how best to go down and whether they would have time to catch up with those two if they went down. The tram was standing at the stop. The Azure Dragon was practically next to this tram, a little more, and it would have been inside. So he sped up a bit because the tram was starting to leave and he might not have time to get inside. He pushed off and at the last moment jumped into this tram. This was his chance to escape. After which the Azure Dragon looked around. He thought that the pursuit of him was over. He broke away. Of course, those two in hats couldn't catch up with him anymore. They were very far away. He thought that the young man who was chasing him wouldn't be able to keep up with him either. But at that moment he heard someone calling him. He was a little surprised because he didn't expect it. The Azure Dragon saw the young man and said, "Has he really not gone home yet?" Soroka told him that he had enough of this nonsense. He had questions, so they needed to talk. The Azure Dragon said that he agreed and that he also needed to make sure of something. However, he really wants to avoid a boring conversation, so he took out his weapon and was ready to engage in combat with the young man. The Azure Dragon said that this kind of conversation was more to his taste and he was not going to give him anything. Soroka was prepared for such a turn of events. He laughed and replied that one and the other were the same. Why did none of them understand simple words? The Azure Dragon looked at the young man and expressed his surprise that he owned knives. Soroka didn't argue with him. He decided that if this guy wants it that way, it will be his way. So he took a step forward to attack his opponent and told him that he was very happy about this meeting. A few minutes ago, when all this chase was going on and when the Azure Dragon jumped out at the last moment into the departing tram. At this moment, Soroka also sped up a bit and managed to jump into this tram at the last moment. He was able to do this only because he made an effort and was able to jump onto the departing trams. When the two guys in hats ran up, the tram had already started moving and they didn't make it in time, and the informant was swearing because he was the last one. Informator, are you? It was hard to keep up with everyone. Beads of sweat were dripping down his face. The two men in hats, when they realized they couldn't make it, they stopped running. They stopped. One of these men told the other that they had missed out and now they had to decide what to do. The informant didn't think long. He needed to find out who these guys were and why they were following him. He shouted to them and the two turned and looked at the informant. They were surprised that they were being addressed. The informant looked at them. He was interested in only one question: who are they and why are they participating in this chase? One of those two in the hats said that they should be asking questions here and not answering them. When the informant saw their faces, he immediately realized that these were most likely guys from the secret forest organization. The double-decker tram was going along its route. There were practically no people inside it except for the Azure Dragon and Soroka. These two decided to sort things out, each of them prepared to attack by taking the first step towards their opponent. Already the next minute, each of these guys hit the enemy's weapon, and not both were quite strong opponents. The Azure Dragon said that his opponent screwed up with surveillance but skillfully wielded a knife. Soroka was a little surprised that he was given such a compliment about his skill with a knife. At that moment, he threw his opponent a little further so that he could attack. He then pushed off with his foot to strike his opponent. Trying to attack and strike the Azure Dragon, the young man swung, but his opponent dodged the blow. After which the Azure Dragon suddenly turned towards the young man and began its attack. Azure Law swung and tried to damage his opponent. It turned out that this blow could not be avoided. But what was his surprise when the guy who stood in front of him was able to dodge his blow. And immediately after they tried to hit Soroka, he immediately swung his elbow and hit his opponent. But his opponent was experienced enough and was able to block the young man's blow with his weapon. And the forces were equal and their abilities were also equal. They were two equal opponents. They tried to damage each other by taking turns attacking first one and then the other. The Azure Dragon noticed that the young man had quite a lot of experience in knife fights. Soroka did not say anything, did not confirm or deny this. He did not want to say anything at all. The Azure Dragon added that his fighting style seemed very rough to him, and he doubted that he was from this continent. At that moment, the young man thought that this Azure Dragon was much stronger than his previous opponent. So he decided that there was no need to listen to him, and there was no need to drag it out for so long. He just needed to push him. At that moment, the Azure Dragon said that he had one feeling, and at that moment he looked at the guy. The Azure Dragon looked straight into his eyes, expecting the young man to start attacking him. Now he asked if he was by any chance not Russian. These words were really very offensive for Soroka, so he took a step forward and tried to damage his opponent by swinging his dagger. As soon as he swung, his attack was blocked. It seemed like the Azure Dragon was calculating his every move. Soroka was not going to stop after his first punch was blocked. He struck with his second hand. It seemed that the Azure Dragon split into two and managed to block each of his blows, guessing from which side it would be made. Soroka did not stop. He continued to attack. He understood that this enemy was much stronger than the previous one. Unexpectedly for both of them, they heard the voice of a passenger sitting in this tram. This man wanted to know what was going on. At that moment, the driver of this tram said that there would be a sharp left turn now and all passengers should get ready. After which the tram driver put his hand in the hall and began to turn sharply to the left. The tram really turned very sharply. In order to stay on, you had to hold on to the handrails. But these two weren't going to stop. Even this sharp turn wasn't a hindrance to them. The passenger who had just asked what was going on felt that the tram was turning sharply and he needed to hold on as tightly as possible. The young man, in order to hold on and not fall during this turn, held his body to the handrail with a knife. His opponent did the same on the other side. He also held his body so as not to fall. The Azure Dragon at this point, since he could not strike with a weapon, he swung and tried to strike with his foot. Soroka did the same thing as his opponent. The Azure Dragon, despite the fact that he dodged his opponent's blow, was also able to dodge the broken seat that was flying around the tram's interior. The Azure Dragon knew that this could not continue for long, so he decided to strike his opponent again, throwing seats at him so that he would distract his attention to it. The young man set up a blog to avoid being hit by a foreign object, and he was distracted by this object. As soon as this object fell, the Azure Dragon tried to kick it with all its might. When Soroka realized that there would be another blow, he continued to stand in the block ready for this blow. Immediately after the Azure Dragon dealt this blow, it jumped back a distance away from the young man, after which the Azure Dragon told Magpie that he thought they had already introduced themselves to each other enough. And raising one hand up, he said that now they should get down to business. Soroka listened carefully to his opponent. He needed to understand what he wanted. The only passenger who was in this carriage was very scared when he saw the weapon. He grabbed his suitcase and sat down near the window. This passenger was very scared that he was riding in this tram. Immediately after these words, he saw that the Azure Dragon began to leave and the young man began to catch up with him. When Soroka started to climb up to the second floor of this tram following his opponent, he received a kick in the face. The Azure Dragon did not stop this fight. He continued it, trying to strike again. The Azure Dragon pressed the young man against the crossbar and was ready to strike him. But before he struck this blow, the Azure Dragon asked him why he killed the blue dragon here. He then swung his right hand trying to hit the young man in the chest, and the 40 blocked his blow. The Azure Dragon wanted to know why it was necessary to kill the blue dragon. He saw no point in it and continued to strike the young man. Move back a little. Soroka was in a better position. He needed to reboot. After which he told the Azure Dragon that he did not understand whether they had given each other a childish oath of friendship, because in reality they both live at the bottom in the shadow of this world. Then the young man added that most likely the blue dragon's time had come when it was time for him to die. At this moment the Azure Dragon struck with all its might and struck the young man, blood spurting out in all directions. But this did not stop the magpie in any way. He swung and struck back at his opponent. This blow of his also reached its target, and his opponent's face was all covered in blood. After which Soroka did not stop and delivered another kick to his opponent's face. At the last moment the Azure Dragon was able to block this blow by putting his right hand in front of his face. Each of them returned to their original position, and each of them waited for someone else to start attacking first. Soroka said that now it was his turn to ask questions. He asked what they were doing with his little sister. The Azure Dragon didn't understand what was going on and why he was talking about his sister. He was very surprised. Wasn't he looking for the white dragon? Soroka then added to him that it was she, and she was his younger sister, and he was just a scumbag. After which he became very angry and swung to strike with both hands at once. He shouted that they had taken her away from him. The Azure Dragon did not expect such a turn of events, and at the last moment blocked his body to prevent damage. They, as at the beginning of the fight, stood opposite each other, looking at each other and holding each other's dia. The Azure Dragon asked the young man what taken meant, and what his sister's name was. At that moment the magpie said to the Azure Dragon if his memory had really returned when he was almost dead. He very suddenly began to remember. The Azure Dragon said that he lives one life, but it is divided into two. One is at the bottom in the shadow, so he may not know something. Soroka decided that there was most likely some truth in his words, so maybe he really didn't know that it was his sister. After which he called her name. His sister's name was Seo Jin Ah. At that moment the Azure Dragon's face became very tense. At that moment the tram they were riding in suddenly began to break. These guys could barely keep themselves on their feet. The tram stopped at the stop and several people got off the tram. The Azure Dragon looked out the window, namely at the place where they had agreed. He needed to make sure that everything was going according to plan. Raising his head up, he noticed the roof of one of the houses. Then he turned his head and looked at the roof of another house, but he also saw nothing there. He needed to understand whether the lecherous dragon had already taken up position or whether it was not there yet. Then he turned his head and looked at the roof of the next house, and he saw the glittering light. Then he realized that she was there, and if he got off this tram his opponent would be in the crosshairs. She really had them under her gun and clearly saw everything that was happening inside this tram. When they arrived she pointed her gun straight at the young man. Now she only had to pull the trigger. The lecherous dragon took a position and aimed straight at the enemy in order to make an accurate shot. Once she had everything set out, all she had to do was pull the trigger and fire that shot. Soroka didn't know yet that he was under fire, so he decided to attack his opponent one more time. The Azure Dragon was a little surprised because he didn't even think that this guy's sister could be called Seo Jin Ah. And most importantly, he understood at that moment that he would be shot now since the dissolute dragon had already pulled the trigger and fired her shot. The bullet was flying at high speed and should have been in the guy's body in a few seconds. When the bullet flew up to the tram they were in, it first broke the glass and many small fragments fell. The bullet was almost next to his head when the young man noticed that it was very close and he needed to do something about it. When he started this attack a few minutes ago, the Azure Dragon understood that the death of his opponent was inevitable. He was under the gun and a shot would be fired now. So when the young man ran closer to him, the Azure Dragon swung one of his legs with all his might to strike his opponent, after which he jumped up and kicked him with all his might so that the magpie flew out of the tram. At that moment the bullet passed almost next to him. Only thanks to this blow he remained intact. Since the Azure Dragon hit him with all his might, the young man could not stay on his feet and was thrown back. Soroka only managed to group himself and felt himself being thrown back. The next moment he flew out of the tram onto the street. Through the window the glass fell and he fell to the ground. After doing a somersault in the air, he was able to land on one leg and one knee tucked in for an attack. Raising his head up, the young man looked around and then forward. He saw that, on the second floor of this tram, there was his rival who threw him out of there. The Azure Dragon did not understand what to do. On the one hand he had to help him, and on the other hand he had to kill him. At some point he realized that he had to give back the very thing that was given to him when he met him, and he threw it to the young man. Magpie doesn't understand what it is. He still caught this thing. It should have been an answer to some questions. At that moment the tram in which he and the Azure Dragon were located suddenly moved off. The Azure Dragon, who was standing on the second floor, waved his hand at him and shouted that this time they were saying goodbye, but he hoped that they would meet soon. Soroka was a little surprised by everything that was happening. He raised his head and looked around. The lecherous dragon continued to remain in her position. She kept them under her gun the whole time. When the tram started moving, she saw that there was no one there. She didn't understand where the young man had gone. Turning her weapon one way, she saw a guy running away. Then she turned the other way. She saw two more guys. Then she turned to look and saw another guy running away. When she got closer, she saw that in his hand was the very object that was supposed to be handed over. She couldn't shoot him because he disappeared around the corner of the house and she couldn't see him. She sat for a while longer waiting for him to come out of that very place and for her to be able to pull the trigger again. The young man stood around the corner of the building waiting for her to leave this position. He had no choice but to wait for her to leave in order to survive. He saw that she had collected all her weapons, turned around and began to leave the position. After waiting a little longer and observing the position, he made sure that there was no one there. Only after that did he take a deep breath and thought that now he could calmly leave his shelter. He held in his hand this object that the Azure Dragon gave him. He was very interested in what it was. He thought he should see what this item was and why he handed it over at the end of their battle. When he opened this box, he didn't understand what it was and why he needed it. At the same time, the informant's car was driving at high speed to its destination. The informant was sitting behind the wheel of this car, smoking a cigarette and thinking about what to do next. There were two people sitting in the back seat of his car, the same two people who had taken part in the chase. When the informant took them to an abandoned factory and dropped them off, he wanted to know if they were Lu Wen's people. The informant asked them because he did not understand why they would burn candles at someone else's party. One of the men in the hat, it was the left shadow, replied that Mr. Lu Wen does not want you to inherit even the slightest variable. Then he entered into conversation with the second one, it was the right one. He said that Mr. Lu Wen wanted to deal with the situation of the white dragon on his own. The informant then asked the two if this was a direct order from the dragon head Lu Wen. One of these guys replied that no, this is the wish of the person who is going to become the head of the dragon. Then the informant said that there is such a thing as circumstances, and wouldn't it be better for them to discuss everything in advance. The left shadow responded to the informant that he is not reliable, he created problems and suffered a collapse, and the right shadow added that he has already cited his own freedom many times, major and minor bloodshed in Hong Kong. The informant then said that he had sufficient authority. Sometimes small incidents happen during work, and most likely they crossed the line by secretly monitoring a secret agent who is directly subordinate to the dragon's head. The left shadow lifted his hat and said that in that case, why doesn't he provide a report before saying something like that? The informant looked at him and didn't understand what he was talking about or what he meant. Then the right day adjusted her glasses and said that something was missed about the guy in the sunglasses. He added that his body movement did not resemble an ordinary member of the organization, and they needed to understand who we really are. The informant smiled, raised his hand, and began to explain that there was no need to touch on such things. He simply hired this guy. He was from Russia and a very useful guy. The informant took a step forward and added that everything has become chaotic lately. This is an investment just in case. After which he turned and started to leave. He said if he was done with his business, then he could leave, waved his hand at them, and said that they would see each other again. Then he turned his head, raised his index finger, and said that if they ever crossed paths, they should not pretend to know him. After which he said that he had already explained everything to them and waved his hand at them. The left and right remained standing in place for a day. They had nothing more to say. As soon as the informant stepped forward, they suddenly told him to stop. The informant stopped and turned his head back. He did not understand what else they needed. The right shadow said that his phone rang and it was Lu One, and so that he would pick up the phone and answer him. He handed him the phone. The informant didn't think twice about this phone. He was ready to answer the dragon's head. When he saw who was calling, he thought that this guy had already taken over the duties of the dragon's head. He was very upset that he was not yet the head of the dragon, but had already forced his close associates to watch him. He didn't like this whole situation very much, but he couldn't do anything, so he decided to watch. The two who were following him couldn't even drive a car. They were completely useless. The informant thought that so many events were happening without his knowledge that he couldn't even imagine it. He was well aware that as the date of inheritance approached, he was becoming increasingly impatient. The informant thought that he was becoming very bold to the point of indignation, and that this should be reported to the current head of the dragon. While he was away, he was thinking about what else he should do, and Ryukai was now on their way to Hong Kong. He was also worried about the brothers, who when paired together could cause a lot of trouble. Something had to be done about it. After some time, a whole delegation consisting of security guards stood at Hong Kong International Airport. The future head of the dragons, behind whom stood the left-right day, and also several more people from the security stood and met at the airport. One of those people who were present at this was the informant. He watched everything and observed. The future head of the dragon was very indignant and said that it was very reckless. If someone wanted to come, they should have said so in advance. The informant tried to catch his every word and every action in order to report to the head of the dragons. The glass door suddenly opened and two people came out of this airport building. One of them was the great dragon Chao Ren, one of the 9 dragons, and he was really huge. The second one was opposite, the small dragon Chao Chun. He was also one of the 9 dragons. The security that met us looked at these 2 dragons and thought, what kind of build is this? One is just huge and the other is very small. The huge one took out an umbrella and pressed a button so that the umbrella would open automatically. Then he picked up this umbrella and held it in front of him. It seemed like he was holding this umbrella for someone. Indeed, he held this umbrella not for himself but for the third person who arrived with them and whom they all met here. As soon as this person made check, he said that they had tried well. It was Lu when he was, as always, completely confident and behaved defiantly. The little dragon also opened his umbrella and raised it up so that nothing would drip on their master. Lu Wen turned his head and said that he was ready to introduce his sister now. He extended his hand to her. At that moment you all heard a girl in heels approaching him. Lu Wen then she came closer to him. He told her to go out and greet those who met her. The girl took a step forward, then she put her hand on her chest. Dad lowered his head in this way, greeting everyone gathered. After she raised her head, and they couldn't see her, she had very sad eyes. She was simply beautiful, her long white hair that you couldn't take your eyes off of, and her white skin. The men who came to greet her looked only in her direction. The informant who was among them was also very surprised. He did not understand who she was, but he guessed. He knew it was most likely Ling Jixia, but in reality it was the white dragon Xiao Jin, and she was one of the 9 dragons. Ryukai extended his hand to the girl and told everyone present that his sister's name was Ding Jixia. After he took her hand into the hall, they walked further past the security guards who stood on either side. When the informant saw the girl, he thought that she was of a completely different age, but there was one feature that distinguished her. When he compared her with the photo he had seen before, he realized that she was the same albino with purple eyes. From her appearance, it was clear that she could be that guy's younger sister. I thought that most likely she is the same Xiao Jin that her older brother is looking for. The only thing that the informant doesn't understand is why Ryukai introduced her as his younger sister. He didn't understand what was going on here. When Ryuki reported this, he was perplexed not only by the informant but also by the future head of the dragons. That's why he looked at Ryuki and couldn't help but ask him what his sister meant. The future head of the dragon asked Ryuki what he was up to because it was not without reason that he introduced her as his sister. The girl stood silently under the umbrella, lowered her head down. She didn't say anything to anyone. Ryuki answered him that he wants to know what he is up to. Then he is ready to answer him that there is nothing that he could not say to him directly to his face, Luwan. After which he put his hand on the future head of the dragon's shoulder. Thus, he wanted to say that he had no secrets. And then he approached him and very quietly added that she was his younger sister on his mother's side and not on his father's side. The future head of the dragons at that moment thought that he did not know that he had a half-sister. Well, on the other hand, he didn't mind that I introduced him to his younger sister. The girl raised her head and looked at the future head of the dragons. After her look, he felt uneasy. He even felt like he was choking and started coughing. If you look at the two of them from the outside, and if you don't know who she is, you could say that they are not real brother and sister. The informant thought it was hard not to believe that they were real brother and sister because they looked so similar. The future head of the dragon at that moment grabbed his head and said that his father would not like this at all. After which he took one of his legs and put it to the side. He took the position of an attacking person. He needed to show that he was the most important among everyone, so he shouted for everyone to follow him to the headquarters. Everyone else agreed. Ryuki, watching everything that was happening, smiled and thought it was even a little funny. The guards who met him lowered their heads, showing their respect for such important guests. A completely different part where ordinary people lived and where the population density was much higher. The young man kept looking at something on his phone and thought that this would be an important meeting for him. He approached one of these houses, turned to go inside, looked at the address on his phone. After which she showed him on the phone that he needed to go up the stairs. He followed the instructions. When he got to a certain floor, he came to one of the doors. It was the very place he was heading to. At first he decided to knock, but he heard nothing in response. It seemed a little strange to him. He decided to try, maybe this door is open and he can come in, but it wasn't so. That's why he decided to knock on that door again, but this time to do it a little louder. Only on the second time did he hear a female voice from inside allowing him to enter the apartment. He extended his hand, opened the door, and went inside the apartment, but no one had met him yet. He heard someone behind him closing the door and the click of the door lock. The next moment the girl grabbed him by the jacket and screamed, what was he thinking about? And why is he making a fuss with his knife fights and pistol fights? After all, she told him not to interfere in the affairs of the triad. Didn't he see who was bringing order to this mess? Soroka stood silently. He had nothing to answer her because what she said was all true. The girl continued to explain to him that this was Hong Kong, and that he had no idea how hard it was for her to cover for him. Soroka couldn't help but take off his glasses, but he didn't answer her. He wasn't going to justify himself to her. Having folded his glasses, he put them in the side pocket of his jacket, after which he told her that he had already said everything. After all, he came here with only one purpose. In fact, he is looking for his sister. The girl looked at him and said that she thought he was the main character of this story, after which she let go of her hand and stopped holding his jacket. Then she turned around and went into the room and said that several days had passed, and she wanted to know what the situation was. She tried to warn him that many people disappear who, like him, create trouble. Soroka answered so that she would forgive. He wanted to clarify with her what was going on with these people who were causing trouble. The girl stopped, turned her head, looked at him, and didn't understand what he was going to do next. Soroka continued to say that he knew that this was completely shameless, but he had no other choice and no one to turn to. So he came to her to help him. He handed her the box he brought. After he opened the box, everyone saw that there were 2 capsules in it. The girl took one of these capsules in her hands and said that it was milk tea. She then turned the capsule over in her hands and added that she thought it was a rare prototype. Soroka asked her again what milk tea meant. She replied that it was a medicine that had recently begun to spread in Hong Kong and partly on the mainland. It appears in the smallest quantity online so far, so it cannot be obtained in the usual way. After which she added that those who sell these capsules are most likely the manufacturer. She also said that according to Zhuo Wuxing, this could be an act by the Guangzhou Triad, which makes sense under the circumstances. Magpie listened to her and replied that he thought she had no choice but to chase the line of distribution. After which he thanked the girl for giving him complete information. Marina thought for a bit and said that victory is just around the corner. You just just need to believe. And then she added that they took a rather bold step from drugs to weapons. This is a harbinger of the fact that Guangzhou will soon do something terrible to Hong Kong. Marina said if he continues to pursue this path, he may end up drawn into a war between the triads. She also said that she knows that his sister is very important to the young man, but he should at least for a while. Soroka interrupted her. He said that he didn't care what they did. His main goal was to find his sister. He added that after several years he found her trail and he will not hesitate any longer and wants to find her. He then added that if he had the opportunity to find his sister, he would not deviate from this path. Marina stood up, looked after him, and asked if he was really going to go right now and how Zhuo Wuxing had been. The guy replied that they had broken up. Zhuo Wuxing told him that he would contact him later when there was news. Marina, seeing him off, said that she now understood why he came to her at that moment. After all, she actually said that the magpies don't trust Zhuo Wuxing too much if he's here. Marina is trying to justify herself by saying that he was determined to complete the murder of the triad, and that it would not be easy to deal with her in Hong Kong. At that moment the phone in the young man's pocket vibrated, and he reached out his hand to get it. He took out his phone and turned it on to see who had written to him. He saw that he had received a new message where she told him to call. When he read the message, leaving the apartment, the young man thanked Marina for giving him advice. The girl looked after him and thought that this guy only has a big body, but inside he is still an ordinary child. The other part of the continent headquarters reported that milk tea had been transferred. The Azure Dragon also said that everything went smoothly. The man with the scar standing near the window asked him if he checked the base. The Azure Dragon replied that he had tried to report this, but at that moment he thought about what he should come up with. The girl standing aside, who was a slutty dragon, said that this base she was watching them. And the video there is the left shadow and the right shadow, who were Lu Wen's bodyguards. They are also called the two from the alleys. They recently went into the headquarters. The slutty dragon said that the one who looks older than the other two apparently called the blue dragon's phone number, and no matter how deep she dug, she couldn't find information favorable to the headquarters. The Azure Dragon was simply silent at that moment. He watched her out of the corner of his eye. The slutty dragon continued to say that she heard that the guy in question was a knife-wielding killer from Russia, and she also asked the Azure Dragon why he saved this guy in sunglasses. The dragon replied that it was just nonsense and that the guy just got lucky with the timing. The slutty dragon said that it was the wrong guy who killed the blue dragon. The Azure Dragon told her that he didn't know it wasn't the best setting for questioning. She kept saying that she thought she should kill him, but the knife fight brought its changes. At that moment, the man who kept looking out the window at the night city told them that that was enough. He said as if there was no milk tea at the base, and that is the most important thing. He also said that since Ryukai had returned to headquarters, they could move on to the next stage. After all, their plan can't go down the drain because of some trifles, after which he headed for the door. Opening the door, he said that this is why he called the person who will not allow even the slightest variable to arise. And this man whom he invited will appear at their headquarters very soon. Since he should have already arrived at the place, all he has to do is get to the headquarters. This man would have gone out and headed without luggage to the place. He chose me for his task. This person was Li Chun, a top-level assassin on the mainland. Several cars were driving along the highway one after another, and they were accompanying the guests. The first car was a white one, and another car was following it, not lagging behind, and then the future head of the dragon was sitting behind the wheel of the first car. He was watching what was happening in the side mirror. He saw how his passenger and his guest opened the window and looked at him from the back seat. Ryukai was acting very calm, and it was not at all like how he used to be. Ryukai told his older brother that he seemed to have matured during the time that he had not seen him. His older brother turned his head and asked him again what he meant. Then Ryukai answered him, if the older brother decided to give up his back seat to your younger brother, it means something. The elder brother turned his head and responded to his statements so that he would not be mistaken. The older brother said that he was sitting in the back only because a guest had suddenly appeared. At that moment he looked at the girl. She sat silently and looked forward. It seemed that she was thinking about something else. At that moment Ryukai looked at his so-called sister and also noticed that she seemed not to be serving their conversation. In the next car that followed the first one, there were also two in the board and two more. These two were the right and left shadows who kept their eyes on the two dragons that sat in front of them. Namely, the great dragon Chao Ren and the small dragon Chao Chun sat silently in the back seat and also watched. The left and right shadows kept their eyes on them as if this was their main task. The man who was sitting in front watching everything that was happening wondered why they were looking at each other like that. There was also a third car that was the last one in this convoy. It was in this car that the informant was observing everything that was happening from the side. Sitting in the car, he took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one cigarette and smoked it. He thought 100 he couldn't even imagine until that moment that the main dragon would personally call Ryukai to the headquarters. He had no other idea than that he was going to finish everything before the inheritance process. At that moment, the informant clenched his fist, which contained a pack of cigarettes. After which he opened the window and threw this pack out into the street. He was a little tense about what this could have been. He couldn't believe that the main dragon was passing inside someone who was no different from his enemy. This was not the method of the dragon's head. He didn't understand. Maybe there were some reasons to go so far. He went into the hall to smoke one more cigarette, after which he threw his lighter to the side onto the neighboring seats where no one was sitting. At that moment his phone vibrated, and he reached into his coat's inner pocket for his phone. When he looked, he saw that a notification had arrived from a Russian killer who told him that he would call soon. When he saw this message, he realized that this guy was talking about the message he sent him, and he had no choice but to watch everything that was happening from the sidelines. After some time, they arrived at the very place they were heading to. Several cars stopped near the gate of this place. Representatives got out of each car and headed towards the entrance. The informant parked his car a little further away and watched what would happen from the side. The cars that drove up did not turn off their headlights because they did not know whether they would be allowed inside. The informant saw how the guests they were meeting calmly got out of their cars and headed towards the entrance. Ryukai came out of one car, as well as his older brother, the future head of the dragon, and his so-called younger sister. From the second car came 2 of the 9 dragons, who were constantly accompanied by a left and right shadow. When they all came out from behind the cars and headed towards the entrance, the informant was standing to the side. He thought that he needed to watch everything that was happening from the sidelines, and he had other things to do. And one of those things was that he was waiting for a call from a Russian killer who wrote to him. A few minutes later, his phone rang. He looked and saw that it was an incoming call from a Russian killer. The informant was interested in several questions and immediately asked how everything went. Then he listened to what he was told and asked again what he meant and what milk tea means. The delegation that was heading to the entrance of the first shallows, 2 brothers older and younger, and behind them 3 dragons out of 9. When the informant heard all the information, he said that he understood and would call back a little later. At that moment, he did not take his eyes off Ryukai, but he was absolutely calm. At some point, Ryukai felt his gaze, so he turned his head and looked at him. The informant caught his every move, and how he behaved. This was very important to him. Ryukai's older brother said that almost 10 years had passed when they approached the entrance, to which the younger brother only grinned and continued to follow him. Then he said that it seemed like the time had come. He meant that he would return and meet his father again. The man who met them at the exit said that they had finally arrived and he was meeting Mr. Luwon. It was one of the 4 triad commanders, the captain of the base guard, whose name was Ho Chi-mu, and he was the first one to greet us at the entrance. Ryukai at this moment tensed up a little and even opened his eyes to look at him. It was the site of the main temple of the Yellow Dragon, the general headquarters of the Triad, and a strategic location located in the center of the Kowloon Peninsula, and also the place of residence of the Dragon's Head and the symbol of the supreme power of the Triad. This means that the owner of this place is the owner of the continent. However, in this place no challenges were allowed. This is the reason for the existence of guards in direct subordination to the head of the dragon of the 4 commanders. All of them are under the control of the captain of the Ho Chi-mu base guard, the master of the meteor hammer. The most important thing is that all those who come must be irritated. Only then can they enter the headquarters. So no matter who this guest was, they had to hand over their weapons before they could go any further, which is what Ryukai did. His older brother, when he saw that he was handing over his weapons in order to see his own father, was satisfied. After passing through the move, only after they have surrendered their weapons can they move on. They passed through the passage and entered the headquarters, but this was not the end of their checks. Ryukai knew very well what awaited him ahead. There was another commander in front of them who had to let them through. It was the captain of the guard, professional fighter Yun Gue, one of the 4 commanders of the Triad, a master of wrestling who has no equal and clashes with even the most impassible person. It could only end in disaster, so no one even glanced at him so as not to anger him. They walked very slowly past it, as if it were another barrier to get to the very center. They continued walking towards the next building with lanterns glowing on both sides. Ryukai raised his head and looked up. He hadn't been in this place for a long time. In fact, even if you go through the main gate and then past the garden, only then can you enter the main building. And when they started to enter the main building, they immediately encountered the legend of the Bloody and Triad era. It was one of the strongest fighters on the mainland who stood in this place. He was one of the 4 commanders of the Triad, the first fighter of the continent. His name was Khan. After passing by it, one could finally get into the abode of the Dragon's Head. Opening the doors to his quarters with the permission of the squad commander, one could see the head of a dragon. He was in this office as usual, and in this case he was expecting guests. Also in your office there was another person. It was the shadow of the Dragon's Head, always located next to him. It was also one of the 4 Triad commanders, the bodyguard of the Dragon Head. He was always there and always tried to be invisible so that no one saw him or knew him. The delegation was heading to the very room where the Dragon's Head's quarters were located. Ryukai looked around as he walked. He remembered because he hadn't been here for almost 10 years. He knew perfectly well that in addition to the 4 Triad commanders, the elite formation numbered more than 100 people. He turned his head and looked to the side. He knew perfectly well what and where was here. In front of him was a sanctuary where dragon heads were brought for burial. All this time the headquarters accepted absolutely everyone, even those who made the history of the detachment. Ryukai come closer, raised his head, saw the silhouette of a man standing on the balcony. He took off his glasses. There at the top stood the head of a dragon, which was visible from the outside. The place where it was located was truly not given up, my fortress. Ryukai stood below for a while and looked at the balcony where he saw the silhouette, after which he turned and followed his older brother inside the building. At some point he caught himself thinking that he would never have thought that he would go to such a place without shedding a drop of blood. They were met by a man who was no longer young. It was the head of the dragon. Ryukai, when he saw him, he thought, aren't blood bonds amazing? After all, at that moment, his father, whom he had not seen for 10 years, stood in front of him. The head of the dragon made his move on the board that stood in front of him on the table, after which he asked the informant if there was any progress. He wanted to know as much as possible. The informant said he had contacted a person, preferably one of the 9 dragons. The head of the dragons turned his head and looked to the side. He wanted to get as much explanation as possible. Then his informant reported that the surveillance had failed due to the appearance of an unplanned variable. The head of the dragon did not understand what he meant by the words unplanned variable. Was he really saying that we need to focus on something? The informant then explained that he believed that Mr. Lu Wen's behavior was somewhat reckless. He said that he acknowledged the fact of this surveillance. Mr. Lu Wen continues to behave like this. The head of the dragons noticed that this boy was always in a hurry and made mistakes without thinking. After which the head of the dragons raised his head, looked at the informant, and then called him to him with 2 fingers, to which the informant lowered his head and came closer to the dragon's head. The head of the dragons asked him because he had been working for him for about 10 years. The informant clarified that it had been 15 years. The dragon chief said that he should know that he always relies on him and considers him his son. Therefore he also had to treat Lu Wen as a brother cat who lacked ability, and hoped that he would help overcome the highest mountain on the turning point of the path to inheritance. At this point, the head of the dragons told the informant that he thought he understood what he was talking about and what he meant. The informant closed his eyes because in fact he had his own opinion. So he said that he confirmed the possibility that the milk tea maker is one of the 9 dragons. The head of the dragons asked him again if he was talking about the same drug that he was investigating. The informant said that it was about him, and if it was true. The emergence of the drug business, which had long been banned in Hong Kong, turned out to be quite sudden. The head of the dragon, having heard such a report from him, replied that it might be possible to sort out this problem. Bringing a headache, killing 2 hares with 1 stone, Tar put the photo on a chair, saying that he had tracked down the distribution channels of milk tea and had found this man. The dragon chief took this photo in his hands and looked at it carefully. On the other side of the photograph was written the name of the man who was trying to engage in illegal drug business. The head of the dragon looked closely at this photo because in this situation it was his problem. He wanted a full report from his informant about this man. It was Gabriel Chan, that's what it said on the back of this photo. The informant said that the theory of his belonging to the 9 dragons has not yet been confirmed, but given various circumstances he is at least connected to them. The head of the dragon stood up, went to the window, and said that he had worked hard and he would give instructions to Lu Wen. At this moment the informant stood up from his seat as he had already reported all the information and took the photograph from the table. The head of the dragons was looking down at the people approaching him through his window at that moment. It was the same delegation that walked through the square approaching his office. The informant stood silently for some time waiting for what the head of the dragons would tell him. Having heard nothing, he himself said that maybe he would show it rudely, but this approach is not typical for the head of the dragons. The head of the dragons asked again. He means that he called Ryukai to the headquarters and is ready to talk to him. The informant said that this is precisely what his youngest son could not accept the invitation to Minato's headquarters for any reason, and it also could not be ruled out that his companions were part of the 9 dragons. The informant had no doubts about the strength of the headquarters, but if surveillance was needed there were other suitable places in Hong Kong. The informant was saying in the dragon's head that this wasn't like him because he always eliminated variables first. The head of the dragon said that perhaps when it was time to retire he changed a little, and at the moment he wants to take on his father's responsibilities towards his children. The informant couldn't hold back and shouted, "I'm trying to stop the dragon's leader," to which he replied that he had enough of whining because he had already drawn his own conclusions and he knew how he would act. After which the head of the dragon said that the informant should finish his business while his youngest son is in this place. Then he added that it was time for him to prepare for the reception of guests. The informant heard everything he needed to do, after which he lowered his head showing his respect for the dragon's head and left. When he left this office where he had a meeting with the dragon's head, he only thought that in the end the dragon's head would prefer to accept his youngest son Ryukai and not to get rid of him. He walked down the long corridor and thought. He took a few more steps forward, raised his head, and saw the same delegation that was heading towards the dragon's head. The first in this delegation was the eldest son of the dragon head, and he was very surprised that the informant was already leaving the dragon head's office. The eldest son of the dragon head, when the informant passed by, made an indifferent look, as if it did not concern him at all. When the informant passed by the second youngest son of the dragon's head, he pretended not to notice him at all. But it was not like that at all, because all his thoughts were about him, about the youngest son of the dragon's head, about Ryukai, who was currently the head of the branch of the detachment in Guangzhou, and who was the only one among the many illegitimate children of the dragon's head, who was able to achieve power on his own, due to which he poses a danger with a direct heir. This was a man who achieved success in spite of everything. The informant thought that perhaps in the eyes of the dragon's head, he was just another of his sons, but he was an unusual person who depended on blood kinship and the like. The informant stopped and looked after them. He was also interested in the girl who was introduced as Ryukai's sister. As soon as he thought that this girl turned her head and looked at the informant, she felt his gaze. The informant stood for some time watching them walk towards the dragon's head apartment. Then he turned his head and went in another direction, but she did not let him think calmly. He didn't understand, was she a white dragon, or maybe she was Seo Jin-ah after all. The informant caught himself saying that he still doesn't understand who she is and why she appeared here. He needed to go outside as soon as possible to think about what had happened to him recently. So he found a small cafe, sat down at a table, and ordered some food. There were no other people in this cafe. He went to this particular cafe because he had a meeting there and he couldn't miss it. Despite the fact that it was raining outside, a young man approached his table and said that they would meet again at the same place. The informant answered him, "Isn't this the perfect place to have a drink in the rain?" The young man who came to meet him was a little tense due to recent events. The informant, when he came, you ordered the cafe for 2 at once, so he suggested that we should eat first. As the day passed and it was evening, the young man was not going to refuse food. The informant thought for a moment and said that he was very interested in the information about milk tea and the fact that it was given to him. At that moment, the young man pulled the plate towards himself and very quickly ate the soup that was offered to him. The informant thought that Lu Wen's own intervention was a move that harmed him. It was because he intervened that they gained advantages. Soroka asked the informant, by the way, who were these people who were pursuing him? He meant the 2 men in long coats who were following him. The informant said that they were Lu Wen's bodyguards, and he also said that he didn't know how, but he needed to make them understand that they were not enemies. And he also told the guy that if he was talking about them, then they are most likely the Hong Kong triads. The young man asked again, they are among those who are fighting with Guangzhou. The informant moved his portion towards himself and said that yes, and it just so happened that these people have a sufficient reputation. When Soroka heard about this, he replied that if the Hong Kong triad is targeting 9 9 dragons. Wouldn't it be better to act together? The informant thought about such a proposal. He put the chopsticks on the table and thought that this guy's words were not without meaning. And he also thought that it would be better if he himself revealed everything and took some actions without his participation. He still didn't know how to tell him that maybe his sister really was one of the 9 dragons, and in the worst case she could be on Ryukai's side. The informant thought that he didn't have enough information and that he still needed this guy. The informant extended his hand forward and took a bottle of beer, saying that this is what they think. It is not known what opinion their opponents hold. He also added that they need to complicate everything by interfering in the struggle for power. The young man extended his hand, in which he held a glass, so that they would pour him some beer as well. The informant said that their goal was to find his sister, and this time the informant didn't pour the young man any drinks to deal with the 9 dragons. Soroka didn't understand why they weren't pouring him a drink. The informant said that last time he had done too much. Soroka understood that if he didn't take on even more work, he would be ashamed in front of Marina. He finished his glass of beer and then put it on the table very loudly so that everyone could hear the sound. At the same time he said no matter what they made a move and they need to play it right. After which he took a photograph from the inside pocket of his coat and showed it to the young man. Soroka took this photograph, looked at it very carefully, then turned it over and read what was written there. The informant poured another glass of beer and said that they needed to hit this donk first. It was raining heavily outside and the green light came on for pedestrians at one of the intersections. Despite the fact that there were solid puddles around and it was raining, I waited for the green light to cross to the other side. When he crossed to the other side, there were already hired killers waiting for him, ready to kill him. Crossing to the other side, he found himself in a circle of people who were not supposed to let him go but were supposed to carry out the order to kill him. It was Gabriel-chan alone against many armed killers, each of whom was ready to strike him dead. At that moment he took out his sword, which he never parts with when he goes outside. When he was attacked from all sides, he tried to be in the center and concentrated on each of them. When Soroka looked at this photo and the inscription, he remembered that he had another name, Changyi, and now it was clear that he was a key figure in the milk tea trade. The standard method of scanning everything from the very bottom of the line is exactly what made him different from the rest. The informant also believed that if you don't know the opponent's next move, you should take enhanced measures. Chan-en, despite the fact that there were many times more opponents, was able to quickly deal with each of them with a few blows. At that moment, the red light came on at the same traffic light, which meant that pedestrians had to stand still. But Changyi, despite this, told everyone else that he had come and no one could stop him. He continued walking along the road despite the fact that the rain did not stop for a second. He walked through puddles of blood. It was the Black Dragon Changyi, one of the 9 dragons, who also sought to get into the headquarters. The dragon's head stood near the window and looked out onto the street. He was all in anticipation. It was clear from his face that he was very worried about this meeting, since he had not seen his youngest son for 10 years. The servant reported that his eldest son Lu Wen had arrived with him and the rest of the dragon head turned his head and looked at the door through which they were supposed to enter. He heard from his eldest son that he had brought guests with him. Only after these words the dragon's head said that they could enter. He was ready to talk to them. The door of the room where the dragon's head was located opened, and slowly, one by one, all the guests entered the room. The first to enter was his son Lu Wen, who believed that he had more authority. The next one to cross the threshold of this room was his youngest son, and he was the one he was expecting. When Ryukai came in, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and greeted the dragon. Ryukai caught himself thinking that before his eyes there was still the image of the dragon's head that had never united the branches of the triad with its overwhelming power. But now there is no longer any of that former strength left, and in his eyes there is only greed and cunning. He has become like a decrepit old boa constrictor. But despite his opinion, he said that the dragon's head still looks good. The dragon's head raised its head and saw that there was another guest with them. This girl who was standing next to his youngest son. He didn't know who she was, so he asked. The dragon head asked who this woman was. His youngest son replied that she was his sister. The dragon head was surprised that his youngest son had a sister because he didn't know about it at all. So when he got into his chair, he said that he was hearing about it for the first time and no one had reported it to him. And also his eldest son looked at his younger brother with surprise because really no one knew who she was. The dragon head took the teapot and began to pour tea into the cup. He asked if they were half-blood relatives. Ryukai answered him that yes, in fact, they were very similar to each other. They had the same hair and eye color. After which, as the dragon's head poured himself some tea, he put the teapot on the table without offering it to anyone else. Just as he gave the order to Lu Wan to take the girl to another room, his eldest son asked him again what he meant. Then the dragon's head turned its head and looked at him ambiguously. He was unhappy with this question. After such a look, Lu Wan understood everything and answered the dragon leader that he would immediately do everything. He approached the girl and pointed to the exit with his hand. He was supposed to take her to another room. After they left, the dragon head turned to the branch manager Ryukai, his youngest son. He took a few sips of tea and then said that he wanted to go for a walk with him. Ryukai lowered his head, showing respect to him, and said that he of course agreed. A few minutes later they left this office and were in the garden walking along one of the bridges. The dragon head told his son that his sister was strikingly similar to their mother. When Ryukai heard this, he also remembered his mother and wanted to say something. But the dragon head continued to say that after the expulsion they had to go through many trials. And he, despite his miserable and weak origin that was given to him, managed to build the most powerful department in the triad. That's really impressive. The dragon head told him that he was not like those insignificant parasites who call themselves Lucian's children. And then he turned his head and looked at his youngest son and said that these parasites are trying to snatch at least a mug from his table. Ryukai lowered his head and said that his father flattered him. This was only possible thanks to his support of the dragon's head. Ryukai didn't think long. He asked why the dragon's head had called him to Hong Kong. At that moment they were standing on the bridge and their reflection in the water was clearly visible, which was blurring. The chief said that the carp living in the lakes of Qinghai province in western China say they swim against the current to lay eggs and survive, so he wanted to raise his youngest son. He said that when he looks at him going against his destiny, he reminds him of these Karpovs. The dragon chief noticed that his eldest son Lu Wan was not like that. At that moment he fed the fish in the pond. He said that his eldest son looks more like a decorative koi carp that does not resist at all but only swims up when he is fed. This carp is very beautiful to look at but very fragile, just like its older son, which like the carp that grew up in the pond under the protection of his home, after which they continued to walk along the bridge. The dragon head said that the upcoming ceremony of transfer of power is an important event that will once again confirm the primacy of the Lu family in the triad. In addition, representatives of all major branches of the mainland as well as organizations such as Dongshinfang will attend. The dragon head said that it was quite a difficult time for one Lu Wan. At that moment they entered the temple. When they didn't go inside the temple, they stopped near the statue of Buddha and stood silently looking at it for a while, after which the head of the dragons came up and lit one of the candles on her table in front of the saint. After he did this, he had to pray because it was a certain ritual. He lowered his head and put his hands in front of him. At that moment he was praying. Ryukai stood silently behind, watching his father enter the temple and pray to the previous heads of the dragon. After the dragon chief raised his head and took a step back, it meant that his youngest son had to do the same. Ryukai came closer, lit a candle, and began to put it next to him. At that moment his father told him that he wants Ryukai to help him prepare for the passing on of the legacy. The dragon's head spoke of the fact that he did not have long to live soon. He would have to take his place on the altar of their ancestors. Right after he said this, he turned around and started walking out from behind this temple. The dragon chief also said that he understands that old grievances are not easy to forget, but as a last request, he asked him to forget everything that happened and that it was his lack of attention that was to blame. The dragon's head said that he should think about himself and his sister, let there be support between them as between brothers. Taking another step forward, the dragon's head addressed him as his son. Ryukai was still standing in that place and praying before the saints. He didn't expect to hear this from his father. At that moment he was setting up a candle, and after these words he seemed to freeze. Despite the fact that it was a holy place and one couldn't even think about bad things there, these were the thoughts that were in his head. So he crushed the candle in his hands but said yes to his father. At the same time, in another part, namely in the subway, two young people, Soroka and the informant of the head of the dragon, were riding. Magpie, ask your friend, they are definitely going where they need to go. He doubted because he didn't know the route. To which the informant replied, does he really think he can get lost? Of course, it's not surprising if that's what he wants. After which he added that no one would have guessed that behind the world-famous landmark, there is a warehouse of raw materials for tea plantations in the shade of blooming young shoots. Everything looks gloomy. When they arrived at the place, they actually saw huge poles on which these sprouts were grown. On the other side of the pier, there was an ordinary boat in which fishermen had brought their catch and were unloading it. The two young people walked across the pier, and it seemed that there was nothing suspicious about it. The informant said that this looks like an ordinary fishing village and no one can tell that something is happening here. Well, in fact, Lantau Island is a place with extremely difficult terrain. Once upon a time, the deposed emperor fled to this place to escape from enemies. That is why there are many places here where even the triad cannot reach, and the island is located at a decent distance from Hong Kong, which makes it a convenient place to hide. When they looked, everything was exactly as it was, and did not arouse any suspicion in anyone. Soroka turned his head and looked at the boat that was standing at the pier, as it seemed to him that there were ordinary fishermen on it. But it was only at first glance that two guys came out of it who were not at all like Rybakov. The informant looked down and told the young man to come up and look in that direction. They saw two people walking along the pier, and these people were not fishermen at all. It was all a bit strange because after the two guys left, another one showed up, but he was already dressed in a suit. He looked more like a gentleman who was talking on the phone telling someone that he had arrived. This man, when he looked around, he said that this was some kind of stinking hole. It was Namgung Hyuk, the executive director of Sejong. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and showed where the car that was meeting them should drive up. Then he turned around and told the gentleman to follow this car. He had everything ready. At that moment, another gentleman in a suit walked along the pier. He walked quickly and lowered his eyes down. Apparently, it was the man that CEO Namgung Hyuk worked for. Two guys were standing on one of the balconies and watching everything that was happening below. The informant said that Gabriel Chan is exactly what this person is called. Or what else can you call him? Chan Yi. He was being followed at the request of another client. In fact, he is not a manufacturer, but he stores raw materials in this place and receives an order and delivers it to the manufacturer. They could watch this through binoculars. The informant said that this particular person knows the manufacturer. Magpie carefully watched what was happening and what they were carrying from one place to another. And he also watched the people who were down there. It was not clear to him. So he asked again what they were all doing down there and why there were so many of them. The informant answered him that during the day they simply move goods from one place to another. Soroka continued to watch what was happening down below in this warehouse. The informant answered him that the main work begins only when night falls. He said that they still have plenty of time, so they think he should rest a little. Soroka wasn't going to rest, so he wanted to study everything that was going on in this warehouse. Night fell on the pier. There was not a single ship and not a single boat around. There was complete darkness. Gorilla, only two lanterns. The car that drove up to this warehouse had two people sitting in the back seat. When the car arrived, the guard opened the gate so that the car could drive inside as quickly as possible. Soroka watched all this from above through his binoculars, with which he could see even at night. They continued to stand together on this balcony and watch everything that would happen in this warehouse. When the car drove into this warehouse, it stopped and the back door opened. The same person who was in the photo came out of it, so they arrived on time. Soroka told his partner that the same guy arrived in this car. His partner told him to track which building he would go to and enter. This was very important. But this man went around the corner, and it was already unbearable to follow him since another building blocked the entire view. Soroka said that this guy is in the dead zone and he can't see anything. Of course it was bad. The informant then said that in that case they would have to split up and follow him in person. When they got down, the informant reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out something. It was one of the headphones. He told the young man to take it. They both put on headphones, and the informant told the guy that as soon as they found Chang Yi, they needed to regroup. Each of them knew which way they would go, so they split up and went in different directions. Soroka took a few steps forward and was stopped by his current partner, who put his hand on his shoulder. She wanted to tell him not to be reckless here and asked him to reduce all actions to a minimum. And he also added that he didn't forget that they were in this place only because the bald guy was dead here. Soroka closed his eyes and inhaled again because he felt guilty and said that he understood everything. When the young man approached the main gate, which was guarded by only one guard, he decided that he had to get inside. Come closer, he noticed that this guard was yawning because it was night outside and he wanted to sleep. When he came even closer, the guard did not stop yawning. He could not even imagine that someone would be nearby. When he saw the guy, he thought what kind of young man he was, but it was too late. Soroka very quickly snapped his neck with one grab. The guard only managed to make some very quiet sounds because he had no chance. The guard's hands that were trying to resist and grab the guy's hand began to slowly fall. In just a second, his hand dropped down, which meant so much that this guy was no longer a vest. He brought the golden guard Magpie to the wall and placed it near the entrance so that no one could see him. Then the young man looked to the side and reported to his partner that the way was clear. His partner was on the other side of the gate at that moment, and the fact that they could move on was good news. They stood near the entrance and needed a solution on how they would get inside without attracting attention. They needed to figure out how many more people were guarding this place and how to get around these people. The informant looked at what was happening inside, and it seemed suspiciously quiet to him, after which he decided that they needed to split up so that they wouldn't be able to get inside without being noticed. He turned to his partner Soroka, looked at him. He had to understand what to do next. The informant raised his hand, pointed with his thumb at one of the buildings, and said that he would go there. And then he pointed to the second building and said that the young man should go to the other building. After which he once again reminded the young man that as soon as they found their target, they should regroup. Very quietly, they opened the metal gates that led into this warehouse. Go inside and don't go in different directions, saying that then they will see each other later. From the outside, it seemed that nothing was happening in this warehouse. It was dark everywhere, and there was no movement of people at all. Changyi walked in complete darkness down a long corridor with his sword in his hands. This guy always walked with his sword because he understood that at any moment someone could attack him. Approaching one of the doors, he raised his hand and knocked before entering. After that, he came in and said that most likely everything was in vain again. He said this to the person standing with his back to him. The girl turned her head. It was a dissolute demon. She said that she was so brazenly inserting herself it seemed like someone's rich son again. The man standing near the window said that this method was clearly not Bylan's style. But if it is Bylan, they will definitely go to Liento Island, as if he foresaw their actions. Changyi replied that if that was really the case, they would have to stay there for a while. Also, the man who was looking out the window said that they say the killer was wearing sunglasses. The girl replied that everyone here wears glasses. Of course, not counting those two who walk in pairs, the left and right shadow, they also have sunglasses. Well, the guy she saw was too reckless for Bylan, and she thought it was the perfect moment to lure them out. The man standing near the window said that Inglong would take care of Bylan as planned. And then he said that if this guy with glasses appears again, the girl turned her head and looked at him. He continued and said that they must definitely eliminate him. He should not interfere in his affairs. Changyi at that moment answered them that this guy in sunglasses is here. When he walked down the long corridor, he felt like someone was watching him. Most likely it was that same guy. So Changyi decided that he needed to go out again and walk down that same long corridor. He looked around carefully, expecting that at any moment he would most likely be attacked. He took one step forward very slowly so that he could be seen from around the corner. But around the corner was that same young man who was wearing glasses and whom he was looking for. Changyi took out his sword without thinking twice to strike his opponent. He didn't intend to deal with him for long. The informant turned his head to the video of the guy they were looking for and realized that he had been discovered, after which he only managed to avoid the enemy's blow to his head to the side. Well, after the first blow, Changyi immediately gave him a second blow, and with even greater force the guy stepped back, knocking his step off. Changyi is not a stana. He swung to deliver another and third blow. The informant sawed only to lower his head, as it should be his head, whistled the sword. He crouched down and looked up at his opponent, thinking that he would take it further. The informant will come out at that moment, take off his glasses, and throw them to the side of your opponent to distract his attention. The sword divided these glasses into two parts. With one blow, the informant was not mistaken. Changyi's attention, and the informant was able to escape from this place at that moment. Changyi thought about where he could go, but he didn't have a clear choice. He could only hide behind one of the corners. And so it was the informant decided to tell his partner everything because he had a difficult situation. He reported to him that the situation was of course so, but there was something that should have made him happy. This is what he found Changyi, and this guy is heading down the hallway looking for him. When Soroka entered the very room where the informant directed him, he didn't find a single soul. There were only shelves on which lay huge bags. The young man wanted to see what was in them. Coming closer, he saw that one of the bags was damaged. He wanted to know what was inside. He walked and thought only about the fact that there was not a soul here, and it seemed he was unlucky. Well, unexpectedly for himself, he heard some sounds that were coming from very close by. He was surprised. Then he decided to hide behind one of the racks with bags and watch what would happen next. Unexpectedly for him, in the huge hangar the light turned on and the color was very bright. Even at one point the young man closed his eyes very tightly because this light blinded him. He didn't understand what kind of leak it was, why it suddenly turned on, and he also saw shadows of people. Opening his eyes, he saw better that these were not shadows but a large number of people, many of whom were armed with clubs. His partner asked him in the headphones if he heard what he told him. Soroka answered that he heard everything, but he has a real jackpot here. There was a large number of fighters standing before the day, and from their faces, which were all covered in scars, it was clear what would happen next. One of them stepped forward and started saying "oh" when he saw this guy, realizing who he was with, but he didn't see. It was a man from the Black Society Chas who had the third place in the hierarchy, Lee Song-gung. He asked who was there. His whole face was disfigured. The informant stood near the wall with one hand he held early. He did not expect that they would be attacked from this side. He thought that they couldn't have known that their target was Chang Yi, so it was unclear why he attacked him. He held his wound as tightly as he could. Fortunately, the wound was not that deep and he could move. He walked to the edge of the wall to see if Chang Yi had left and if he could move further. But he saw his opponent approaching him and he had a sword in his hands. The informant was a little confused because he didn't understand what to do next, and besides he was still wounded. The only thing he understood was that the road ahead was blocked. Now he had to decide what to do next. The only thing he decided to ask his partner was what they would do in such a situation. He also wanted to know what the jackpot was that his partner was talking about and whether he could handle it himself. Soroka realistically assessed his strengths. He said that he couldn't handle them alone, so he needed his help. "The head is Wanda?" asked the young man who he is talking to. "I don't understand what he is doing at all." When the informant heard everything that was happening at Soroka's, he was surprised by this tone. That's why he asked him to describe these guys in more detail, their appearance, signs, and something like that. Soroka answered, "Well, what are the signs?" because in front of him stood only ragamuffins. And one of them, coming closer, pulled out her weapon from her pocket and asked why he wasn't answering him. After he took the axe out of his pocket, he asked the young man again if his words made no sense. Soroka looked at this scum who had knocked down another Shah and was ready to pounce on him with this axe. The informant heard everything perfectly well in the earphone that was in his ear, and that from the other side his partner would come to fight the scum. The informant continued to stand by the wall. He wanted to hear where exactly his opponent was. Looking out from around the corner, he saw that his enemy was already very close. A little more and he would be near him. Then he thought his enemy was very close and he needed to do something or distract him with something. He turned his head and saw that at the end of the corridor where he was, the door was open. This was his salvation. He moved with all the speed he could to arena to this door, realizing that he is in the ass. His opponent, when he approached him, saw how the guy quickly runs away. Who is the most door? Chang Yi, having found his opponent, swung and tried to hit him, but the informant bent down and dodged the blow. After which his opponent tried to strike low a few more times, but he swung so hard that he hit the wall. The informant told his partner that firstly he should not attack thoughtlessly, he needs to tighten up the time. And then he tried to say something, but his opponent was very close and swung to strike from above. The informant raised his head and saw that his opponent was very close and was trying to attack him from above with a sword. So at the last moment he took a step forward, turned around and stepped aside, thus avoiding this blow. His opponent did not stop after he delivered one blow. He immediately tried to swing and began to attack again. So he swung with all his might and struck, and this blow knocked the informant off his feet. The impact was so strong that even the earphone flew out of his ear and fell to the ground. The informant also fell to the ground and tried to open his eyes to understand what was happening. But after one blow he received another blow and fell to the ground with all his might. At that moment you could hear on the phone that it was not the right time, and then you could hear him liking. His opponent, without thinking twice, approached his earpiece and stepped on it with all his might, crushing it. The informant was a little disappointed that he got into such a situation, and he tried to raise his head. Well, when he looked up he saw Chang Yi standing above him, the very one they were looking for. Soroka didn't understand why his partner stopped saying anything, which meant something went wrong. And the most important thing is that these guys who were ready to tear him to pieces continued to stand in front of him. Soroka couldn't hold back. I asked my partner what he wanted him to do with him. Despite the fact that the informant's position was not the best, he was lying on the ground. He tried to move as far away as possible. His opponent was serious, so he said, did he really think that they would be hungry for anything? When his opponent saw him trying to get out of this situation, the informant asked if he had really sent the sixes. Apparently, in fact, for him, it was just a rehearsal. He was thinking only about one thing: how to get out of this situation. Chang Yi continued to talk about how disappointed he was, so he took his sword with both hands to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment he reached into the pocket of his jacket with one hand. His opponent swung with all his might and decided that he should deliver the final blow, but the informant pulled out a pistol and shot him. At the same time he said that he himself was most disappointed when he saw the eyes of his opponent, and how his opponent couldn't land the finishing blow on him. After the informant fired the first time, he repeated it again. In another room where Soroka was, the guys who heard the sounds of gunshots looked at their friend and didn't understand what was going on. Magpie that only his partner can shoot, so he understood that this is the very moment when he can attack. He decided to do it first, so he pushed off and ran forward to attack the first of them. He ran closer in order to become taller and stepped on one of the bags that were lying on the pallet, after which he swung his leg and hit one of the guys who was standing in front of him in the shoulder. And then he jumped higher so he could jump over these guys and get away from them. When he jumped over these guys, he landed and immediately tried to leave this place. One of these bandits shouted to the others, did they really come for a walk, should they praise him? After which the crowd rushed after him to catch up with him as quickly as possible. In another part where the informant shot his opponent, he hit him right in the shoulder and he couldn't hold the sword. And after that he hit him on the leg to push off and run away from that place as quickly as possible. The informant wanted to hide behind the very door he had discovered and escape from the pursuit of his opponent. Changyi didn't give up, so he once again swung the hand that could hold the sword and tried to strike. Well, the informant was already at the target, and he ran in. All he had to do was close the door. Changyi tried to hit him again, but it was too late. The door was almost closed. The informant closed the door at the last moment, and his opponent could do nothing about it. Chan-en couldn't accept this, so he tried to strike one blow after another, but the door was metal and only sparks fell from the blow. And the door itself remained undamaged. Small scratches were visible. The informant understood that he was able to save his body only for a while. He needed to come up with something. After all, in reality he was trapped. He couldn't leave this room because the cloud would be killed. Changyi can't calm down, so he tried to open the door somehow, but he couldn't do it. After which he calmed down and stood silently for some time near this door. At the same time Soroka was running away from pursuit. A large number of bandits were chasing him. Since he understood that he would not be able to cope with such a number of fighters, he decided that it would be better for one to run away. The bandits who were chasing him thought that he was some kind of weakling and that they would be able to destroy him. The slutty dragon went out into the corridor and saw a crowd that was chasing the guy and that was shouting that they needed their own. She called Changyi and asked him what he was doing. The girl wanted an explanation, to which he replied to her in a telephone conversation that she meant. He said that the sunglasses were causing chaos. He wanted to know what kind of gunshot sounds she was making. The girl didn't understand if there were sunglasses there, so she asked again who the person she saw was. If she sees sunglasses, then Changyi said he has a keeper of secrets. He said he will go to another part. The informant saw through the upper part of the door, which was illuminated, how his opponent was standing. And after some time after this conversation, his opponent turned around and began to leave. During the time he was in this room, he smoked several cigarettes. He thought he had a little rest. At the same time, Soroka, whom they were trying to catch up with, stopped one of these guys by hitting him, after which another of the attackers tried to hit him from the other side. Well, the young man ducked at the last moment and the blow didn't hurt him, but it did hit this guy. Soroka thought that there were too many of them to neutralize. Without killing them, he understood that he would not be able to hold out much longer. The leader of these guys shouted that they were almost there and they needed to chase him. They started attacking him from all sides to drive him in and not let him escape. When they tried to get closer, the guy grabbed the iron rack and pulled it with all his might. This metal rack fell right on the foot of one of the people who published it and blocked their way, after which he grabbed the guy by his jacket and abruptly pulled the guy towards himself so that he was right in front of him. The very next moment he was standing and holding this guy by the throat with a knife pointed at him. Soroka shouted to everyone else, if they even move then this bastard will die. Everyone else remained. To which the main one laughed and said that he doesn't even understand who he's standing in front of because Lee Sung-gun himself is standing in front of him. This guy then stated if he is so strong then he can try to kill him. Will he succeed? Soroka continued to hold the knife near the throat of one of these guys and he raised his hands up. At that moment his phone rang. He picked up the receiver and asked what was going on here. His partner said that he probably wasn't doing so well, but judging by the conversation he could probably handle it. Soroka started telling him that Lee Sung-gun was there, or he didn't understand it in some other way, but he definitely couldn't stand it. The informant thought that this was probably a unique manner of speech, after all only characteristic of Chosu. Soroka couldn't take it anymore and started screaming, "Won't they leave him alone? These guys were trying to attack him." The informant thought that the Cabrine Black organization was also dragged in here. He was a little upset. but if it really was a chas, everything can be finished right here without consequences. The informant stuck holding his shoulder with one hand. He said that he would come immediately. Approaching the door, he looked out the window to see if his opponent was still there. He saw that the corridor was completely empty, and it was unclear where his opponent had disappeared to. The informant said that he doesn't fully understand the situation, but it looks like these guys, and this is chas. Soroka didn't fully understand what he was saying. He asked again what kind of chas. Then the informant said that these are the guys who are ready to sell even ordinary passersby for organs for money, and then added that there is no need to feel sorry for them. After which he told him to catch one, but not more. The young man answered he should have told him right away. And he cut the throat of the guy he had defeated. Everyone else stood silently. They were shocked just because they saw one of their own throats being slit right before their eyes. Soroka said that some decided that they had to survive at any cost, but if someone wanted to save at least their own life, it's better not to cross the line, and most importantly not to cross his path. This guy with his throat cut fell down and lay right in front of a pool of blood. Magpie stood with his gaze down. In his hand were knives which he masterfully wielded. At that moment he thought how I expected a collision to be unavoidable. He decided that he had to do what his partner told him and choose another one of these people. Their leader shouted to everyone else that they were worth nothing and should just kill him. The rest of the guys made a check forward trying to attack him. At this point he had already made his choice. The young man told them all that he had warned them before, and that he had in fact already made a choice. After which he turned sharply, locked himself in, and began to bed. He asked Marina for forgiveness. At that moment he threw one knife at the enemy. He was not going to leave anyone alive. This knife hit one of the attackers straight and pierced his shoulder. Immediately after this the young man struck the guy and pulled his knife out of his shoulder, and the coffin sprayed in all directions. In fact his goal was completely different. He wanted to calm down the one who considered himself the coolest. The leader approached him and tried to hit the guy from behind. Soroka put his elbow out and then hit him with several blows from the other side. He didn't even have time to understand. The magpie continued to attack him, landing several more blows and pinning him down with a rack. He pinned him so hard against that rack that the rack started falling back onto another one of those guys. And this guy who was standing behind couldn't hold this metal rack with a lot of bags. Soroka understood that his opponent could no longer do anything to him, so he betrayed him and knocked over the rack of bags. When he did this he cut another bag in several places so that everything fell out from the bottom. With one blow he immediately destroyed two of them, one who was in front and the other who was behind the rack. The guys who tried to attack him were in shock. They stood there not understanding what was happening. And they also felt an unpleasant smell. They began to close their mouths and noses. I don't understand what kind of crap he was scattering. Those who attacked him did not understand where he was because he moved very quickly and struck one after another, killing them. One of the attackers didn't even have time to turn his head and see that the guy was very close. His face was covered with a bandana and he did not breathe this air so he could move freely. The informant tried to open the door slightly. He looked through the crack and thought that there was no attacker. He thought that it was an ambush that he got into, and also this chas was completely his mistake. He walked and thought that everything went wrong only because of a lack of information. And most importantly, they didn't know that their enemy was already aware of their arrival. At that moment he left the room and slowly began to move along the corridor. He walked holding his shoulder and thought no matter what, even if this request from the dragon's head, he needed to check Ryuan. He understood that in the end he had to shoot, although this was not part of his plans. Because the police could arrive very quickly after the shot, but it's just a matter of time. As he approached the next turn he looked out the window and saw the silhouette of his opponent. At that moment he rushed forward. As expected, his opponent was coming exactly one. He ran and thought that he needed to get at least the slightest clue before it all ended. Changyi approached the door and all he had to do was open it and go inside. At that moment his walk was restored because he heard sounds that were emitted behind him. Changyi walked up as it happened and saw the guy quickly deal with the attackers. He watched him and realized that he was in this very place, and he found him. The guys who attacked walked in this fog, not understanding where their enemy was and why he did not show himself. Some of them stood back to back and did not see each other at all, after which one of them turned sharply and hit his second partner with all his might. This guy didn't understand what happened and why another one of their people was killed in front of his eyes. He turned around so that if they attacked him he would fight back from that side. He even swung and tried to deliver one blow with all his might. When he struck this blow he didn't understand where the guy had gone because he had definitely seen him. Soroka was already standing behind him, and the guy had only a few seconds left to live, because the young man had already prepared his weapon, and the next moment he cut his throat. And another one was destroyed. Now he had to deal with a very small number of guys. One of these guys shouted that he was there, and everyone ran in that direction trying to attack Soroka. While the young man moved very quickly, he pushed off, and the next moment he was in a completely different place. He swung and cut the throat of one of the guys and then stabbed him, after which he dodged a blow from another guy who tried to attack him from behind. He also dealt him several blows that were fatal, and after which he could not survive. She said that these guys are not getting any smaller. They continued to attack Soroka. He had no choice but to destroy them all, or else they would destroy him. Therefore he decided that he needed to push forward, striking one blow after another one after another at several people who were already mortally wounded. And having destroyed several attackers, he found himself in the center, and they began to attack him from all sides. He was not going to stop, so he dealt fatal blows to his opponent. Everything was covered in blood. Their main peer to their guys, so that they don't stand like rams, they must fight back. Well, he himself did not understand how this could be done, and only commanded the young man's knife was on the ground near him. And when another guy had a knife right next to the fence, he didn't even have time to say anything. How the young man cut his throat and blood spurted all over the place. After which Soroka of the land was near, then tried to inflict Darth steam on him that he would succeed. But his strike was stopped and blocked. Nothing came of it. She said that the light in this room became even brighter, but despite this the fog was still thick. After some time the fog that arose because the bags were torn descended, and everything was clearly visible. Soroka stopped the attack of his opponent, who was trying to hit him with an axe. The attacker looked at the girl who was standing and said that he was supposed to extort even more money from her than she had promised. She stood aside watching everything that was happening and in no way interfered with the events. The attackers told the young man that his head was worth a lot. Soroka replied that it was not harmful to dream, but he first had to keep his head in place. Pushing his opponent back, he tried to figure out who to attack next. After all, there were several more opponents behind him who could strike him. So he decided not to stand still, and as usual he turned towards his brother. After which he dealt 2 fatal blows at once, so that they didn't even have time to react. The attacker with the axe was in shock and tried to strike his opponent again. At that moment Soroka ducked down so that the blow missed and no damage was done to him. After which Soroka tried to strike his own blow to Nico, but then he also stopped this blow. Several more times they tried to hit each other, but each of them avoided them. After which Soroka turned around because 2 more were trying to attack him, and he needed to stop them. He stepped forward and with one blow destroyed the 2, inflicting fatal stab wounds. The attackers with the axe caught up with him, and then he was very close. He swung to strike the young man. At the last moment Soroka turned around so that this blow would not reach its target. He pushed off with one of his legs in order to run away as quickly as possible. He was also attacked from behind by 2 others, one of whom also had an axe. The one with the axe didn't have time to understand anything as the young man's knife was already near his throat. The second one who attacked him from the other side also didn't understand anything as he was already destroyed. These 2 were also destroyed with one blow. Soroka kill in one jump. After Soroka stopped and killed 2 more with a knife, the attacker with an axe stopped. He was a little perplexed as to how he could kill only people in one fell swoop. And this guy didn't have a single doubt when he killed. He didn't even understand who he was. This guy was standing with 2 knives in his hands, and there was a pile of corpses around him. It was unclear whether he was even a human or not. The slutty demon was also in shock. She didn't understand because Chas was cut out to the last. It was some kind of nonsense. She still had hope that the black dragon would figure it out. Well, she decided that just in case she better get out of this place. She didn't know yet that they were rushing to help this guy. The informant ran along the long corridor, running with all his might to get to the rescue in time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw below the same woman he had already seen before. The informant looked at her opponent, who was standing near the door and was about to open this door and enter inside. An idea came to him, and he realized that this was the key to everything. At that moment he turned around and started heading towards that very place as quickly as possible. At that moment Soroka pinned his last opponent to the ground. He wasn't going to leave him alive either. His last opponent asked if he was also one of the Koreans in China, to which the guy replied that he would later tell the Koreans. His opponent understood that the end was coming for him, so he said no matter what they are both on the edge, why bring it to the end, and if he can he will help. And at that moment the young man thought that at least one had to be left anyway. But he heard sounds coming from above. He raised his head and looked. At the top stood Chang Yi, watching everything that was happening and waiting for this very moment. This man's sword was aimed straight at Soroka. He wanted to deal with him. Soroka burped to the side at the last moment so he could avoid this blow. Well, the attacker who was lying on the ground couldn't avoid this blow, and this sword hit him right. This man walked down the bloody floor. It seemed like everything around was just blood. He said he was waiting for sunglasses. Chang Yi, coming closer, pulled out his sword into the chest of one of the young men who fell, after which he repeated once again that all this time he was waiting for the sun protective glasses. He pronounced it like a mantra. Soroka didn't understand what he was talking about, but he understood that this was his main enemy with whom he would have to engage in battle. Chang Yi stood silently watching the guy. He was interested in the reaction to what he said. But at the same time, in front of his eyes, there were a bunch of dead guys who couldn't even try to harm this guy. Chang Yi turned his head and looked at him. The young man thought that this plan was essentially right. But the only thing we had so far was always that he managed to check the area at least a little bit. He was lucky. Chang Yi thought at that moment that just as the depraved dragon had said, he really was the cause of all these changes. The first thing he did was swing and try to pack Soroka, telling him that he was here and would bury him. Chang Yi stepped forward and tried to get closer to the young man and also tried to hit him. You even ran very quickly during the informant's time to fix this whole situation. He ran to the exit where the car was and saw that there were two people near the car. And one of those who was near this car was the same girl he had once seen. He decided that he shouldn't let her go and that she is the cause of many troubles. The girl got into the car very quickly and slammed the door behind her. She wasn't going to stay in this place any longer, after which the car immediately started moving at a high speed so that absolutely everyone could hear it. The informant did not understand what to do, so the only thing that came to his mind was to stand in front of the car and stop it. Well, the car was going at such a high speed that he only managed to burp at the last moment. It wasn't going to stop. Then he decided to act. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out another pistol, after which he took aim and fired several times towards the car. Several shots hit their target and the rear window was broken and shattered into pieces. Despite the fact that she was being shot at, the girl continued to drive the car and had no intention of stopping. Her goal was to get out of this place as quickly as possible and remain unharmed, so she kept moving. The informant looked at that moment at how else he could stop her and decided that he should shoot at the wheels. He took aim so as not to make too many shots, then pulled the trigger and fired at the wheel. This shot did not reach its target. It hit the disc itself, which ricocheted to the side. The girl continued her movement. She did not wait for the gate to be opened for her and drove on. The informant jumped out onto the road, trying to fire at least one more shot to stop her. But the car was so far away that he knew he wouldn't be able to shoot and hit it accurately. He thought it was very bad, but he had no choice but to admit his defeat. After which he turned his head and saw a man running towards the gate to open it. The informant, without thinking twice, fired in his direction. The man stopped and crouched down, after which he fell to his knees. I lowered my head. He was very scared. This man held his hands on his head. Soroka managed to dodge the blow of his opponent, who was trying to destroy him with a sword at the last moment. Chang Yi didn't think long. He began to attack and dealt one blow after another. Soroka only had time to retreat. The young man saw how his opponent's sword, which he held in one hand, was swinging in order to strike. And immediately after the final blow, he swung for the second time to try to strike again. Soroka at this moment understood that his opponent was really strong and it would be difficult for him to cope with him. Well, he had no choice but to dodge the enemy's blow and then try to attack him. At some point, Soroka stopped to figure out how to proceed. He was moving very quickly. He had no choice but to dodge the blows, so he had to move at high speed. Soroka tried to assess the situation he found himself in. He carefully examined his opponent. The first thing he noticed was that he had a wounded arm, which meant that it was definitely weakened, and if he aimed at that side he could find a loophole, but the main thing was not to kill him. Oh, at that very moment his opponent also assessed his condition and how much he could resist him. He believed that the young man was also very exhausted because there were a large number of guys against him. Chang Yi thought that the distance was certainly on his side since he had a completely different weapon for the fight. When Soroka dodged his opponent's blow so that it wouldn't damage him, he waited for that very moment. It was at that moment, when he lowered his head, that he realized that this moment had come. His opponent had shown him a weak spot. Soroka did not wait. He needed to strike his opponent, but most importantly not to kill him. Soroka didn't have time to strike before his opponent attacked him and struck him back. After the young man's opponent struck him, Soroka stepped back. Chang Yi at this moment thought that against a two-handed weapon at high speed it would be quite difficult for him. The main thing is who will win in the fight for control. He also thought that he needed to pull the upper hand and impose the rules of this fight. Chang Yi also noticed at that moment how the slutty dragon got into the car and drove away very quickly. Soroka saw that his opponent was distracted, so he began to attack him, trying to stab him with a knife. Chang Yi reacted in time to block, and Soroka's attack was unsuccessful. Immediately after such actions, Chang Yi could no longer remain inactive. He decided that he should attack the enemy despite the fact that several shots were fired. Chang Yi pretended not to hear the shots and did not react to them in any way. At that moment, Soroka decided that he should try to attack his opponent again. He took a step forward and swung to strike. One of his knife strikes hit the target and he injured his opponent's shoulder. Chang Yi was wounded on both sides. The young man did not understand what kind of enemy he had, and it is very strange that he did not even react to the shots. Watching Chang Yi and the way he was acting after he was shot in the shoulder, it didn't look like his opponent was worried at all. Magpie, moving at high speed, tried to strike him again. He understood that from the enemy's side it was a complete absorption of his opponent. And the strangest thing is he really not going to worry no matter what happens. His opponent was absolutely calm. And if you look at his face, he was constantly smiling. It turned out that he did not experience any feelings or pain at all. Chang Yi, despite his injury, swung his arm and tried to hit the young man. He swung several times, but Soroka controlled his every move and at that moment was able to dodge his blows. Chang Yi stopped, Soroka stopped too. Each of them wanted to know what his opponents would do next. Chang Yi lowered his sword down. He could no longer hold it in his hands, after which he felt that he could not stand on his feet and fell to his knees. Trying to do something else, Chang Yi thought that it seemed like he was thinking too much about the battle there. At that moment, Soroka was watching his opponent. He moved the flap of his jacket to make it easier for him to breathe. At that moment, Soroka asked him if he was one of the 9 dragons, and if he hits him with it, he will kill one of the dragons. At the same time, in the headquarters of the dragon heads, everything was quiet. The dragon head and his eldest son were standing on the bridge. The dragon head told his eldest son that he knew he was watching Gurun, after which the head of the dragons said that the keeper of the secret would finish everything and he needed to retreat. His eldest son was very strong and started screaming at his father that he could finish it himself. The head of the dragon Otto then told him that if he leaves the game, what will happen to the succession. His eldest son stopped and asked him what he meant. Then his father said that he had enough of these complexes. Lu Wen knew perfectly well that his father had another son worthy of becoming his successor. That's why these words really irritated Lu. When he was so angry, it was a pity, but he didn't show any emotion. His father, without turning his head, said that dragon heads don't need such things, and as a future dragon head, he should learn to accept his younger brother. Lu Wen then answered his father whether it was too hard and why he should put up with it. His father stopped, turned his head, looked at his eldest son, and said nothing. Then he changed the conversation. He wanted to know how his youngest son's sister was. How was Ling Jixia? Lu Wen even smiled at that moment and said that she was a very modest woman. Then his father said if he couldn't completely tame the wild dog, then he just needed to make his cub follow him. Lu Wen was very surprised and asked his father what he meant, because they were a family and was it really possible. His father laughed and said that he did not expect his eldest son to say that. After which the father looked at his eldest son and said to Ryukai, since when did he even become their family? When Lu Wen heard his father's words, he knew that he would truly become the successor. His father kept saying that a wild dog had to be tamed and taken care of, and that the girl would remain under his responsibility. He also told his eldest son not to relax here and to take care of her properly. Lu Wen lowered his head and said that he remembered everything. For a while he stood with his head down, showing the respect he showed his father. After the conversation was over, Lu Wen did not think long. He decided that he needed to fulfill his father's will. The first thing he decided to do was go to this girl and talk to her first. Go to her room, he asked the guards. Lin Jixia is still in the room. He was told that she is there. He remembered his father's words telling him not to relax and to take care of her properly. He approached the door of the room and asked her if he could come in, but heard nothing in response. He stood for some time near the closing door waiting for an answer that he would be allowed to enter. Lu Wen, not hearing any answer, wondered if she was in the room and if the guards hadn't seen her leave. He plucked up his courage and opened the door to check if there really was no one in the room. When he put it inside, he saw that it was completely empty. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense it was and where it went. When Zaya entered the club room, he decided to also check the room where there was a huge bathroom. That's where he found it. The girl was standing in the water, and on her back there was a very large drawing of a dragon all over her back. At that moment she turned her head because she heard some noise and she was a little surprised. Lu Wen, since he couldn't find her anywhere, the only place he thought she could be was the bathroom. He walked up to the curtain and pulled it aside to see if there was anyone there. He was very surprised when he saw her in the bathroom. She was as calm as before. Lu Wen at that moment screamed, "Was she really in the bathroom?" He was very scared that he couldn't find her anywhere. After which he began to apologize for disturbing her peace and went into the bathroom and saw her. The girl continued to stand silently. She did not answer him. She did not understand why he broke away. Lu Wen immediately left her room. After that he also remembered his father's words about how a wild dog needs to be tamed and taken care of. He really liked his father's plan, so he decided that he would start taking care of her. Even in another part of the warehouse, Chang Yi continued to fight with Soroka. The young man asked him again if he was one of the 9 dragons, and he wanted to know if it was true. His opponent did not answer him. He was able to rise from his knee and raise his sword, after which he swung again to deliver another blow to the guy in glasses with whom he dreamed of fighting. Soroka was able to easily parry this blow by sticking out his knife and blocking this blow. But Soroka himself was not going to retreat, so he decided to also attack his opponent and finish him off. His opponent seemed to have anticipated this attack, so he was able to dodge another blow. And then he struck another blow at Soroka. The young man managed to hold onto his sword at the last moment. For a moment Soroka even closed his eyes, realizing that this blow was quite strong. But he immediately swung his knife to try to attack his opponent again. He moved so fast and tried to stab so fast that it was almost impossible to track. His opponent, when he noticed that he was about to be hit, swung and parried Soroka's attack. He kicked him and threw him aside. Magpie, after being thrown back, landed on his 2 feet and was immediately ready to strike. The young man said to his opponent, "Doesn't he understand what a conversation is?" Chang Yi stood in front of him. His whole body was covered in scars and cuts that Soroka had inflicted on him, but he seemed not to feel any pain. "You even have time?" Not far away, the informant looked at how many bullets he had left in the pistol. When he saw it, he thought that he didn't even imagine that he would have to spend all 6 bullets, but given the emergency situation, he had no choice. At that moment, he approached one of the doors. He wanted to go out to see what was happening. He walked to the corner and looked and thought he would have to pray that this guy would deal with the enemy. He stood on the sidelines watching Soroka and Chang Yi fight, each of them not intending to give in to the other. The informant lowered his head and did not understand how Soroka one dealt with such a quantity of chaos. After all, he understood what these guys were capable of. It seemed simply impossible. And the most interesting thing is that he understood that these guys probably knew that they had to come to this place. And most importantly, they had to lure them in so that they could process them later. This was a complete failure on their part. He watched his partner and realized that he had a high level of technique and physical fitness. When fighting with Chang Yi, he is in no way inferior to him, and to some extent even surpasses him, despite the fact that at that moment the enemy attacked. Chang Yi swung his sword and tried to strike the young man. Magpie, from the stupid so that his opponent could not inflict damage on him, felt that with 1 foot he was already resting against the wall. He had to make some decision because he could be driven into a corner, and in that case it would not be entirely convenient for him to continue the fight. When his opponent tried to strike, the young man moved to the side and the blow did not reach its target. But the most important thing that surprised the informant was his genius and the unique ingenuity that emanated from him. Magpie, come out of the previous one, give it back undamaged, began to attack his opponent with both hands in which there were knives. His opponent barely had time to get away from the young man, and it seemed that he would soon be finished. The informant thought that this young man, son of a bitch, is definitely a master of his craft and he knows what he is doing. Soroka did not stop and continued to harass his opponent, trying to drive him into a corner. When his opponent tried to strike back with a sword swing, the guy easily dodged these blows. After which Soroka, without stopping, began a new attack, trying to inflict some more damage on his opponent. It seemed from the outside that even when he was not in an ideal state, he still knew what he was doing. And most importantly, he always understood that his opponent had to be driven into a corner by any means necessary. Chang Yi at that moment thought about this guy that he was so confident in his abilities. He also thought that this was probably why this young man was acting so recklessly. Magpie asked your partner who was peeking around the corner if it was really him. The informant asked him again what he meant, but he didn't give him any clear answers. Chang Yi, when he heard this conversation, turned his head and was a little surprised. After all, in the door, he saw the Keeper of Secrets with whom he had already dealt and who had run away from him. Soroka turned to the Keeper of Secrets and told him that he told him to leave alone. The informant at that moment thought that he really was telling him to leave alone, after which he closed his eyes and shook his head from side to side, thus giving him the answer. Soroka looked at the informant and at the fact that he had given him a signal not to leave anyone behind, after which he said that he hoped that the informant had some other plan if he had made such a decision, after which he took a step forward and began a new attack, but his attack was much more terrible and powerful. He pushed off to get as high and fast as possible to his opponent and deliver another blow. His opponent tried to respond in kind and swung to strike, but the young man dodged the blow. Chang Yi thought that his opponent's movements had changed a lot and they weren't as soft. Soroka began to act even more harshly and attack with even more force and speed. The informant thought that these people's plan had worked completely, and if it weren't for the young man, they would have been driven into a corner. Chang Yi didn't have time to turn his head and watch the speed at which the young man was attacking him. It seemed as if he had just landed on the ground and was already turning in the other direction and starting the attack again. His attacks were not only from the front, but he came from behind and also struck from all sides. While attacking, the young man threw his knife at his opponent. His opponent apparently did not underestimate his abilities. At this moment, Chang Yi tried to put up a defense to avoid receiving more damage. The young man's opponent probably thought that he wouldn't be able to handle him because in fact he didn't consider himself one of the first graders. Soroka continued to attack her opponent, stabbing him all over his body. It seemed at that moment that the young man no longer belonged to himself. He saw only his enemy in front of him, and that was his goal. The attacks that the enemy tries to inflict on him, he avoids them, but then they start attacking him. For him, this is only possible due to his obsession and complete absorption in his opponent. Soroka understood that he would not have a second chance. So after he got away from another blow, he jumped back, and when he stood confidently on the ground, he made a move that no one expected from him. He threw one of his knives at his opponent. Chang Yi certainly didn't expect this from this guy, but this burden hit the target and pierced his body. At that moment, one could say about the young man that it was pure cruelty struck by the lack of social connection. It was a very bold move on his part. The young man understood what he was doing, and his opponent was simply surprised. And he was even more surprised that Soroka threw a second knife at him, so he lost both prisoners. The courage with which he risked the decisive moment deserved respect, but no one knew the truth of this event. Chang Yi thought for a moment that without a weapon, luck would no longer be on his opponent's side. Despite having two blades in his possession, Chang Yi swung at this moment to strike his opponent. Magpie acted in such a way that his determination, as if life had no meaning. Chang Yi was surprised that he attacked without a weapon. Soroka approached his opponent, swung his leg, and hit him with all his might so that blood splashed in all directions. The informant thought that only someone who is on the verge of life and death could do this. He didn't know what kind of life this guy had sewn together. The magpie sat with his head down, all his clothes and hands were covered in blood, after which he told the informant that it was from the bet that he was a real bastard and did not say a word in front of him. His opponent was lying in a pool of blood. The informant answered him that it is impossible to bend a tree, it breaks, just like in this case nothing can be done about it. Soroka looked at the informant and asked what he was thinking when he ordered his death. The informant turned his head, looked at the guy, and replied that he wouldn't have said a word to him even if he were alive. Soroka continued to sit leaning back, all his clothes and hands were covered in blood. The informant handed him a pack of cigarettes and said that by the way he had seen the woman they had met at Victoria Peak. The young man turned his head, looked at him, and asked again about the woman. At that moment the informant was silent, after which he said that it looks like she is from the same gang as all the other magpies. Asked him, he means the woman who was in this place and he caught her. The informant, without thinking twice, answered him that no, because he really had let her go and had not been able to catch her. Soroka sat smoking, and the informant said that it seemed that this woman trusted that donk too. He then added that she most likely didn't know that Soroka could kill him. Soroka wiped the blood off his face, He didn't understand what kind of cigarette taste it was. He answered that it didn't really matter, after which he lowered his hand and threw the cigarette he had finished smoking onto the floor. The informant told him to calm down, after which he turned around, walked towards the exit, and told the young man to wait for him. The informant very quickly disappeared from the field of vision, and the young man remained sitting. He did not understand what had happened, after which the young man heard shouts of "Wait, that he really doesn't know anything that came from where you are not far away," after which the young man saw the body of a man who had fallen through the door, and who was screaming not to be beaten. At some point this man's face became like stone and he stopped making any sounds. Soroka continued to sit. He turned his head, looked at this man, and understood that something was wrong with him. Well, until the end he didn't know what happened to this man. He heard only one sound from him, after which the man's head fell to the ground, and it seemed that from above him the spirit informant shouted at him not to die and demanded that he get up. At the same time in the city a car was driving very fast along one of the streets to the meeting place. When the car stopped, two men got out of it wearing well-polished expensive shoes. These two men, one after another from the car, very quickly followed in order to enter this building. One of the men was talking on the phone. He was asking again what happened, and he did not understand how besides the keeper of the secret there was someone who was pursuing milk tea. This information that he had just received in a telephone conversation did not make him very happy. He saw that two guests had arrived to see him. He said that he would listen to this a little later and hung up, after which he turned around and bowed to the guests who had arrived to meet him. This man once again asked them for forgiveness for bringing them to such a wretched place. One of these people was very surprised that he said that this place is wretched because this place is one of the best in Hong Kong. One of these people was the head of the Hong Kong Public Security Department, Zhang San, and the second was the chairman of the Hong Kong Political Department, Li Xiu. Immediately after the greeting, all three went inside and sat down at the same table. One of them drank a glass of beer. The head of the security department asked again if there really was an operation going on there. The guy who met them answered that yes, that's exactly it. Then the head of the security department took out a pack of cigarettes, took a cigarette out of it and put it in his mouth. This guy jumped up to light a cigarette for his boss. He wanted to curry favor with him. Then the head of security said that anything could happen at that moment. He lit a cigarette. He thought it was even for the best. He also wanted to know what the police chief thought. The police chief responded that due to limited resources he began to speak from afar. In fact, he thought that it would probably be even better to dress like this for lunch. They should have solved this problem. The police chief at some point thought, although it was quite bold, that this was not how they were doing things. He took another drag on his cigarette and said, "Okay, let it be like that," and he agrees what's going on. The man who invited them to this establishment sat opposite them. There was a huge scar on his face and a tattoo on his arm. This man threw his cigarette in the ashtray and then thanked the guests for their attention. The police chief looked at him through the cigarette smoke. It was important for him to know what exactly he was planning. After which he took a napkin and closed the ashtray with a smoking cigarette and said that it was not worth thanking. And as people who are responsible for the performance of official duties began to speak at that moment, he poured the remaining beer into the same ashtray. And the name, but in this ashtray he put out his cigarette and then continued to say that they just hope that this issue will be resolved quickly. The man sitting opposite was a little worried, but he had no choice but to say that he would pass on his words. After which the police chief and his entourage stood up from the table and said that they had an important meeting tomorrow, so they had to go already. They left the table very quickly and headed to their car just as quickly. The man with the scar stood and saw them off. The police chief wished the man good luck as he left the establishment. The man with the scar lowered his head down in a show of respect for his guests and watched them go. The car was driving at a very high speed along one of the city's highways. Lu Wan was sitting in the back seat of this car, trying to see something through the side window. At that moment his father asked him if he was nervous, to which the young man replied that he was not at all. His father started talking about how the police and the triad are interconnected. He should remember this once and for all. And I must understand that they simply use each other depending on when they are needed. When they arrived at this building, the dragon's head said that therefore he should not think about who will be higher or lower. He also told his eldest son that once he goes inside he should under no circumstances curl up like he is doing now. And his eldest son at that moment said that he understood everything and would do exactly as the dragon's head wanted. After some time they were near a huge building where the police were located. When they went inside they were met by a man who said that he had not seen the dragon's head for a long time, to which he replied that indeed, he had not been there for a long time when they moved to this place. The police chief offered the dragon's head a chair to sit down. He said that with age you start looking for more spacious places. This office had huge panoramic windows through which you could see the entire city. He also said that he believes that an open and peaceful place cannot be found anywhere. The police chief asked the young man who the dragon's head was, and he replied that it was Lu Won. Another police representative explained to the chief that this man would be the next dragon head, and the dragon head himself confirmed this by saying that this was his son. The police chief, when he heard that it would be his successor, looked at the dragon's head, expecting confirmation from him. After which he asked how things were going with the preparation of the transfer of the shipment. The dragon's head said that he thanked them for their concern. The police officer also said that recently there have been reports of unrest in the Kowloon area. He also noted that he does not want to doubt the authority of the dragon's head in the shadow world, but they are also responsible for public order. Taking the cup in his hands and making one hammer, he added that this is why he is a little worried. The dragon's head answered him that the recent and previous cases of drug and trade work are those who crossed this line. And indeed you cannot be stopped, so he, like the head of the dragon, asks for forgiveness for this. All the others present at this table, Lu Won and the police chief with his assistant, were a little surprised and began to say that he shouldn't worry so much. The dragon head was convincing enough and said that this is why he wanted to ask them for one day. The police chief did not understand what was being discussed and why they were asking him for this one day. After which he smiled and asked the dragon's head if he had really found the snake's lair. You even time in another part in the same restaurant where just recently the man with the scar met the chief of police at the table foregathered. The door of this restaurant opened again. They sat in it and waited for more guests. Ryukai entered the restaurant with his companions and asked those sitting at the table how they were living. Come closer, he added that he doesn't remember the last time they all got together. The Azure Dragon couldn't help but ask how he chewed and why they were gathered here. Ryukai didn't answer him, turned his head and looked at the Azure Dragon. He also looked at the two chairs that were empty. These were the places where the blue and black dragons were supposed to sit. He said that he felt very sorry for them. Everything was as before. They had to sit at this round table in their places, and there was food in front of them. The Azure Dragon then couldn't hold back and said, "Is it really just a pity and nothing more?" He asked him several times if he really didn't want to say anything. He said that he was just sorry. Ryukai didn't understand why he was saying all this, so he asked if he really had any problems. Then the Azure Dragon told him that he didn't think that the plan they were following was wrong. At that moment, the Azure Dragon was looking no longer at Ryukai but at his sister, who was a white dragon. At that moment, Ryukai sat down at the table and answered him, weren't they ready to give their lives for this matter? Blue Dragon, Black Dragon, Lecherous Dragon, Demonic Dragon Task Force. And he is a white dragon, a great dragon, and a small dragon, a group of main bases, because that is exactly how they decided. Among them there was also a red dragon and an azure dragon. This was a combat group. He also said that the task force and the base group are doing their job, and if they have a problem it is only because some loser couldn't kill the killer. Ryukai turned and asked why his brothers died, a question he addressed to the Azure Dragon. He couldn't help but get up from the table and indignantly asked Ryukai what he meant. Then Ryukai told him if he didn't want his brothers' deaths to be in vain, he should do his job. The Azure Dragon understood that in some sense he was right, so he calmed down, didn't answer, and sat down. The Lecherous Dragon also remained silent because she understood that it was because of her that the killer was not killed. Ryukai put his hand on the table and suggested to everyone that maybe they could eat a little. He was very hungry. Then he smiled and added that they hadn't eaten together for a long time. In fact, they were all brothers. And he also wanted to eat because there was a lot of delicious food on the table that was brought to him and everyone else. The man with the scar said that the dragon's head was at a meeting with the police. Ryukai confirmed his words, saying that it looked like the matter was urgent, so he went to this meeting himself. The white dragon, as always, said nothing. She only listened, and at that moment she decided that she also wanted to eat. Those present at the table who were not in the know wanted to know what this case was about which the police chief was meeting with the dragon's head. The man with the scar on his face lowered his eyes. He said nothing, he only thought, after which he put the chopsticks next to his plate and sat like that for some time. Then he reached out his hand and took the cup. He remembered that very meeting with the police chief, when the police chief told him that they simply didn't have any more time before the day of succession. The man with the scar looked up and said that the use of weapons would be strictly prohibited. The head of the dragons that at that moment met with the initial composition said that the police will control the access of ordinary people to the agreed place. The man with the scar said exactly the same words to everyone else sitting at the round table with him. The police chief who met with the dragon head wanted to clarify the place where all this would happen. Ryukai, who was sitting at this table, also wanted to know the same place. The dragon head said that it would be the Kowloon fortress, and his youngest son at that moment said that it would be the main base. After some time, the head of the dragons left the police building. He agreed on everything. The assistant police chief said he wasn't sure that was right. The police chief asked him again if something was wrong. Then he said that such an agreement was unprecedented. Then the police chief said that the fight had affected the shadow world because a similar situation had developed on that side. In such a situation they should pay them a little attention, but they should stay away. At that moment his assistant asked the police chief who he thought would win, to which the police chief replied that he didn't care at all who it would be. His assistant didn't understand why he was saying that, so he asked again what his boss meant. Then the police chief said that in this game they were not players at all. He went into the hall and took a coin out of his pocket, after which he threw the coin up so that it turned over several times in the air, and then he instantly caught it and squeezed the fist in his hand very tightly along with this coin. At the same time he said that it doesn't matter which side wins, what's important is that the coin will be in their hands. He then added that this is precisely why there is no point in playing dirty with predators who are fighting to take away the coin. He said that when all this is over they will just go up to the winner and shake his hand. And most importantly at that moment they will congratulate him on his victory, in which case the coin will continue to be in their hands. The informant stood at the entrance to the headquarters near his car and waited for the dragon's head. When the dragon head's car arrived and the head himself got out of the car, he was accompanied by several people, his eldest son. The informant came closer to him and said to the dragon's head, "Welcome back," while he lowered his head and greeted him. The dragon's head was a little surprised when he saw him and said that they didn't even let him rest. Lu Wen at this moment understood what this man was doing here, but the informant demanded that he be heard. Then the dragon's head said that he agreed and he understood everything. He asked the informant to investigate him. The informant followed the dragon's leader. He needed to discuss some details with him. Within seconds they were inside and walking through the garden and then past the temple. When they didn't go inside, the dragon's head took out his sword and began to polish it. The informant then asked the dragon's head if he had already finished negotiations with state security, to which he heard the answer yes. The informant said that it is necessary to move so hastily. I only have information that he reported. At this point, the dragon head asked again if there were any problems. The informant lowered his head. He did not know where to start the story. He began from afar. At that moment he remembered the very man he had detained in the warehouse and who claimed that he had been tasked with transferring the milk tea from the production site to this. Namely, this person also claimed that all milk tea production is located in Kowloon. The informant then asked the man several times if he was sure of this, to which he continued to assert. This man said that he shouldn't lie at all because there was no need for it. Even after Soroka threw his dagger right next to his head and he was scared that he couldn't speak for a while, he still confirmed that it was true. Because of these bastards, the whole of Kowloon is in an uproar. When the informant heard about this, she asked him to tell her about it in as much detail as possible. This man was so scared that he had no reason to lie or make up stories. The informant told the head of the dragons that, as he had already said, the information he shared is not yet 100% confirmed. He also added that the Triad had for years maintained a policy of non-intervention in Kowloon. The dragon's head was so on the blade that the reflection of the informant was visible in it, who said that there was no point in taking such a big risk and rushing. At that moment, the dragon head looked through the blade at the informant and told him that it didn't seem like there was any reason for this. In fact, there was very little time left until the day of the transfer of power, and the informant had nothing to say. The dragon's head added that these people have already pulled out mercenaries to stir everything up further. You can't just watch this. And after the case on Lantau Island, they already checked other places in Hong Kong, didn't they? He also said that he understood perfectly well what exactly was bothering him. The dragon head also said that in the end there were only 9 dragons left. If everything fits together so perfectly, then we can consider it true. The informant asked the head of the dragon again if he was really ready to go to all this just to accept his youngest son Ryukai. At that moment the dragon's head put back his sword which he had polished to a shine. Then he turned around and said that this conversation had dragged on for too long. Look at the young man. He also said that they hadn't drunk together for a long time and offered him a drink. The informant thought it was very strange, but he had no choice but to agree with the dragon's head. She extended her hand to feed the horse which was very dear. She loved her very much, so she always came up to and fed this horse. When she heard some noise she turned her head and looked in the distance. She saw people. After which she told her brother to look here too. He didn't understand what she meant. A large number of SUVs drove up to the place where they lived and surrounded the village from all sides. The guy then shouted eat so she could wait a bit, and he rushed forward to sort it out. The guy ran up to his uncle and asked what was going on there. His uncle said that he didn't know and didn't understand where they were from in that place. The next thing he remembered was that his uncle didn't even have time to finish speaking before he fell down from a bullet hitting him right in the head. The guy turned his head to look at his uncle, but only blood splashed on him. He stood looking at his uncle for some time, not understanding what was happening and why he was killed. Many people who came out of these cars had weapons and they tried to kill everyone who lived in this village. Then he fell to his knees. At that moment the most important thing for him was to find his sister. He began to call her. These people, without sparing any of the local residents, shot them. The guy was looking for his sister. The girl responded. Then he rushed to the books to save her, as it seemed to him at that moment. Running up he saw that she was sitting and hiding, covering her face so as not to make unnecessary sounds. When he was very close he hugged her, covering her with his body because she was so defenseless. An old man ran up to them and shouted to them what they were still doing here. They should run away as quickly as possible. The boy asked the old man where his mom and dad were because they couldn't leave their parents. Before they killed this old man he managed to say that everyone was dead and they should run away as quickly as possible. The girl sat with her face covered by her palms. She was so scared that she couldn't even look. The very next moment they heard heavy footsteps approaching them, and a few seconds later they saw a man in a cap with a mask on his face. He was standing right in front of them. The guy was in shock. He understood that anything could happen to them, but he had to protect his sister. This huge man grabbed his sister and started to pull her along with him. The girl screamed and called her brother for help. He pulled his hand towards her, trying to grab her and stop her so that she would stay with him. He shouted her name very loudly, but it was all useless. He only saw her disappear. His hand, but not in a dream, felt his two knives, one of which he took in his hands. After which he swung and lifted his body while sitting on the bed he had just been sleeping on. It was just a dream, but he had a clear reaction, and he was ready to kill the very man who stole his sister in a dream. When he opened his eyes, he realized that it was just a dream, and tears started running down his eyes because he couldn't do anything. He sits on his bed and understands that he is not able to change anything at the moment. Then he threw the knife which he took his hands into the wall which was opposite him. The man lying tied up on the floor shouted to him that he almost gave him a heart attack. Soroka continued to sit on his bed. He didn't want to hear anyone because this was the same dream that he had almost every day. From behind the door in this room sounds began to be heard. Someone was approaching the door. After which the door to this room swung open and very slowly he began to enter. The first time he came in he hit with all his strength the same man lying on the floor. It was the informant. He came back. The man lying on the floor shouted to be treated more easily. At that moment the informant and Soroka were thinking about what to do with him because they couldn't trust him completely. The informant said that it is difficult to trust him completely, but it looks like they will still have to go where he indicated. He also said that before they went to Kowloon he had some business to take care of. Soroka wanted to know what to do with this guy. Then he told him to look after him for another day or two while he did his job. When Soroka heard about this he was very indignant and asked again what he meant so that he could look after it. The man who was lying tied up on the floor, when he heard that Soroka would have to watch him, was also very upset. But he couldn't do anything about it, so he had to accept it and wait. After which the young man turned around and headed for the exit. The man lying on the floor did not understand what would happen next. Soroka went into the bathroom to tidy himself up. He wet his hands several times and wet his face. Then he put his hands on the sink and stood there just looking at his reflection in the mirror. He understood that it was impossible to sit and just wait for them to find them themselves. The man lying on the floor raised his head and turned to the guy, first asking him for forgiveness and then asking when they would finally eat. Soroka seemed to pretend that he didn't hear him at all. He left the bathroom, then turned around and headed for the exit. At the same time he put on some things on the go. The man lying on the floor asked him again where he was going. The magpie answered him that he was getting food, and if he threw anything away he would catch him all over Hong Kong and kill him. The man lying on the floor answered him that he understood everything and that he shouldn't worry. He was thinking that he was tied up so tightly that he couldn't even move, let alone run away. Magpie survived to the street from the place where he spent the night, but all this time he walked and thought about something completely different. He thought that if he could find at least some clue it could radically change the events. He turned his head and looked towards where the cafe was. He saw a familiar face. After all, it was the owner of the establishment and the same girl who worked for her. He remembered the girl's eyes when she was scared and when she cried, after which he closed his eyes very tightly and said that no, he didn't want to think about anything about it. He decided that now was not the time to think about other people's problems, so he turned his head without even straining himself and walked straight ahead. At that moment he was approaching one of the intersections. He needed to turn and go further. At the same time there was a white car at the intersection. This car was Ryukai. He was sitting in the back seat with his so-called sister. Ryukai was talking on the phone that the place that the blue and black dragons left was good, at least that way. Even time the girl sat and looked out the window. She almost did not hear the conversation that Ryukai introduced. One guy caught her attention. She couldn't take her eyes off him, but she didn't know how to make him look at her. Magpie took step by step and approached closer and closer to the very car where the white dragon was sitting. When the young man caught up with the car almost full, he couldn't even imagine that his sister was so close. She sat in this car and couldn't take her eyes off him despite the fact that she hadn't seen him for a long time. She knew for sure that it was him. And when Soroka was very close, she looked at him without taking her eyes off him. And at that moment she saw her little brother as she had seen him the last time before they were separated. Soroka walked past this car without noticing it. The girl continued to look at him without taking her gaze away. She watched him go, but she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't get out of that car. At that moment she seemed to sense that it was her brother, but she still had doubts. Soroka continued walking down the street, not noticing anything. He decided that he should not interfere in other people's affairs. He walked further and further away from the car passing by. He did not feel that his sister was in this car. The girl was a little disappointed at times. She knew for sure that her brother had just passed by her. Her eyes were full of tears. She couldn't do anything about it as these tears flowed from her eyes, because at that moment she clearly heard Ryukai's voice, who continued talking on the phone. He asked how Hong Kong was. It's a pretty cool city, isn't it? She was wiping away her tears at that moment. Ryukai was talking on the phone. He clarified the conditions and schedule. He listened inattentively to his interlocutor on the phone. Then he said that the main place was the Triad base. He also said that the use of firearms is prohibited and he will clarify the time soon. His interlocutor was Lee Chun. He said that they could cope without guns, only with knives. Ryukai also added that he hopes that they will not disappoint him somewhere important task. The hired killer said if that's all they wanted to tell him, he'd end it there. After Ryukai finished his conversation, he saw the girl wiping tears from her eyes. He turned his head and saw that she had turned away and was wiping away her tears with one hand. That's why he asked her what happened. He didn't understand because everything was fine before. The white dragon, when she wiped away her tears, turned around and asked him again what he was talking about. Ryukai looked at her and understood that she was hiding something and that she didn't want to tell him something. After all, he clearly saw how tears were flowing from her eyes all over her face. He didn't understand anything. Then he said it was all because of the bar he stopped at before moving to Kowloon. She didn't answer him, turned her face away, and looked out the side window of the car. Ryukai then told her that it was not important at all. At that moment, the girl practically calmed down. It started to rain outside, and it seemed like those were her tears that she had no right to show. DUI became stronger and stronger. She only had a few questions for herself. She looked at the raindrops and wondered if it was really him, her brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The magpie continued walking down the street, but he had the feeling that he had missed something. At that moment, in order to get rid of this feeling, he closed his eyes tightly and then opened them. At that moment, he approached one of the very ones he had decided to skip a few minutes ago and said that it was none of his business. Going inside, he saw the owner of the establishment, who was cleaning herself and her assistant with a bucket in her hands. He turned his head and saw that other girls were also busy cleaning. A man came out to him and said that they were not open yet, so the young man should leave this establishment. Then Moroka told him that he was looking for one person. The guard asked again who this person was. Soroka answered him that he was looking for the one who worked here. He really needed her. Her name was Cho Hong. The security guard said he didn't know they had completely renovated the place and the staff had completely changed. The guy was a little disappointed because he decided that if he went in he would be able to find her. The guard said that there are new girls and the young man can come next time and it's time to have fun with any of them. Soroka did not stay in this establishment, he left it, and it was raining heavily outside. Go outside, he raised his head up and watched as raindrops fell from top to bottom. He thought only about his sister. He didn't understand where she had gone, Gina, and where to look for her. Raindrops were also dripping into the pond that was located in the headquarters of the Dragon Heads. And the head of the dragons himself, being in the gazebo, decided to have a drink so that it would be easier for him to talk. After all, at that moment, he needed to listen to everything that the informant would tell him. The dragon's head looked at the informant, and I said that they hadn't drunk together for a long time. The informant immediately told the dragon's head that he had to tell him everything as quickly as possible. He did not understand why he wanted to take Ryukai. The dragon's head took the bottle that was standing on the table and poured another one for Siberian. It seemed to him that the conversation would go faster and better that way. After which the dragon's head said that if that's what he wanted, he was ready to get straight to the point. The informant asked the dragon's head again, can't he really say something here, and what is the reason why he wants to do this? The dragon's head held the bottle very tightly a little more, and he would have crushed it. The informant asked again if he really didn't trust him anymore. The dragon head said that he remembers very well how he first met him, despite the fact that a lot of time has passed. He remembers everything. And he began to tell the same story when Zhu Wuxing and his younger brother were standing on the ferry and waiting for the ship. His younger brother Zhuo Wu Run was very cold when he stood waiting for the very ship that was supposed to pick them up. It was then that the older brother hugged his younger brother and told him to wait a little because the ship would arrive soon. He calmed him down, saying that they would soon sail away from this place and start all over again. After some time they saw that the ship had indeed arrived. They still had a little more to go. People came down from this ship. They were wearing masks, not showing their faces. These people, before taking those waiting on the ship, began to collect money from everyone who wanted to leave. And only after they paid the money could they get on this ship. These people in masks, after collecting the money and looking at each other, they had a completely different plan. After which they said that first they would take the children and then they would start taking everyone else. The older brother told his younger brother that everything would be fine and that he would soon sit down too, and that his younger brother should not worry. Only after these words did the younger brother decide that he could really go and sit on this boat and not worry. Before he boarded this ship, he turned his head and looked at his older brother again. The older brother was sure that everything would be fine, so he looked at his younger brother and smiled. As soon as the children got on the boat, one of the people who was wearing a mask shouted to the other guys. At that moment, he shouted that they were leaving, they wouldn't be able to take everyone else. The older brother didn't understand and started shouting what they meant because they hadn't even sat down yet and had paid for this trip. His younger brother was in shock. He stretched out his hand and shouted to his older brother that he didn't want to be there alone. Then the elder brother shouted, "Zhuo Wu Run," and tried to break through these people to get on the boat. We have a case. A few steps forward, one of the guards hit him in the stomach with all his might and he fell. Within a few seconds he was lying on the ground being kicked from all sides. He only had time to cover his head. Then he started shouting that he had given away all his money, and that was not what they had actually agreed on. Well, these people acted like they didn't hear him. They continued to beat him, and one of them swung his baton to hit him. After he hit him with a baton, the guy passed out. He was lying on the ground, not moving. One of these people stepped on his head with his foot. He lay on the ground and watched what was happening around him. Now that he still had a faint hope that everything could change, it faded away. After some time, when he opened his eyes, he saw a bright light. He realized that he was in some kind of laboratory or in some kind of hospital. He couldn't speak, but he could feel and see. He turned his head to the side and saw how an operation was being performed at the next table. He was in shock. He realized that his mouth was taped and he couldn't help but make any sounds. He tried to move any part of his body. His legs were tightly tied to it and his hands too. It was at this moment that a doctor approached him. This doctor's coat was covered in blood and looked more like a butcher's coat. Loud screams were heard from outside this room. Someone was shouting that there was an attack and they needed to run as fast as possible. The doctor, who was standing next to him, only managed to turn his head, but the bullet passed through it. There was a man standing in the doorway who, without realizing who the doctor was, shot him straight in the head. After which the man approached the guy lying on the table, took him, and began to lead him out. In fact, this guy had drawings, it seems like a little more, and he would have been gutted for organs. When they went out into the street, there were several cars and people standing next to each car. The dragon head then said that this was the very moment when he first saw him. The informant noted that the dragon's head had indeed won then, and he never forgot it. The head of the dragons said that he was just lucky that it happened that way and he managed to free him. The dragon head also said that the young man was still quite capable and was loyal and quickly joined the organization. And then he began to help him and took on the dirty work, making a great contribution to the development of their group. The dragon's head said how can he not trust him if he has gone such a long way with him. The informant said that he is digesting him. Then the dragon's head told him once again that he was like a son to him, and that's why he wanted Ryukai to do the same as him. He considers them absolutely the same. Then he added it not because he doesn't trust him. No, that's not true. He absolutely trusts him. He just thought that they couldn't keep him in their shadow forever. He had to come out so that everyone would know about him. The informant asked the head of the dragons about Ryukai and heard the answer that he was the same as him. The dragon head said that in his youth he was too cruel and he treated many people so harshly. He was especially harsh with his youngest son, whom he disliked a little. Now when he looks back he realizes that he did not do the right thing. And he will wonder if all this was really so necessary because in reality he is not that kind of person. He said that now he wants his own sons to join forces and lead the group. The informant did not understand why he was doing this, so he turned to the head of the dragons and said that Ryukai would not go for it. The dragon's head answered him that he had thought about this topic and he certainly would not go, but if they did not unite as brothers. He said that he thinks they need to connect a little differently and Luwon should be his son-in-law. The informant was a little surprised and the dragon's head at that moment decided to stand up. And then he added that he thought that Luwon and Lin Jixia would be a good match. The informant was even more surprised and told the dragon's head that it was simply impossible. At that moment someone came up under the umbrella and addressed the dragon's head. It was his eldest son. He came to personally say that he had returned from Yukai. The dragon's head, when he heard about this, thought for a bit and said that it was time to finish. The informant could not influence everything that was happening. He tried to tell him something else, but the head of the dragons said that they would leave Ho Chi Mu and he lay in Kowloon. And then he added that the informant should complete his work without errors. Luwon stood behind his father. He turned his head and looked at the informant. At this point, the informant, without saying anything, lowered his head, in a way showing respect and greeting the dragon's heads. The dragon head and his eldest son, who was holding a huge umbrella, slowly walked away. The informant thought that something was wrong here and everything that was happening looked really bad. He quickly turned around and left that place. He had to understand what was happening and what to do next. According to Ryukai's words, Lin Jixia is his half-sister, so Luwon and Lin Jixia are not strangers to each other. If all this is done for the sake of the group's prosperity, is he really ready to ignore family ties? The dragon's head underestimated Ryukai too much. At that moment it dawned on him that Ryukai, you are not the son of the dragon's head at all, just an ambitious guy who wants to take his place. Of course he thought it was crazy, but this was the only way to stop him. He went to one of the doors and knocked and said that it was Zhuo Wuxing and could he talk to him. He knocked on Ling Jixia's door. The girl heard that he was a little surprised but decided to let him in. When he came inside he sat down at the table right in front of her and for some time he was silent. After he collected his thoughts, he said that he had come with a very important matter. The girl said that she had already greeted each other so many times that there was no need to greet her again. He sat silently and needed to figure out how best to ask her one most important question. Why did he raise his head and ask her to let him ask directly if she knew a man named Seo Jin? This question took her by surprise. She raised her eyes and looked at her guest. I don't know how to answer her. Then he asked her again if she knew a man named Seo Jin. The girl sat silently, not answering his question. She couldn't say anything. At that moment he was thinking about only one thing: if she really was that guy's sister, she had to somehow reveal herself. Based on the fact that they tried to destroy all data related to her to the point that they were ready to kill. Most likely she was forced to change her name and become Lin Jixia. He thought if she revealed her identity herself, then it will be possible to force the dragon's head to abandon its plans regarding Ryukai and quickly end this stupid performance. He also thought that when he showed the photo of that guy's sister, everyone told him that it was a white dragon. He remembered what had happened a few hours earlier in the milk tea ingredient warehouse. It was then that he asked the man. He stopped what he knew about that man and pointed his finger in the direction. This man didn't understand who he was talking about, so I asked him again. He was very scared. Then the informant showed him a gun and said, doesn't he understand understand simple language this man forbade, that if he was shown a photo he would understand everything. The informant showed him a photo. This man said that it was Chang Yi. He is also called the Black Dragon. He was a little surprised but believed him. He wanted to know so that he would tell about the others. After which he showed another photo and asked what he could say about this person. This man started saying that the girl looks younger than he expected. Her name is Lin Jixia. They call her the White Dragon. The informant then thought that he didn't know how she ended up in this place. But there is truth. This girl is one of 9 dragons. This is the only way to minimize internal conflict and to allow this woman to return to the family as the sister of that guy. So the informant asked her again whether she knew or not. The girl thought for a while. She understood that a lot depended on her answer. She said that they didn't know. I was very surprised because she didn't ask any questions in response. At that moment he guessed that she couldn't say anything even if she actually knew the truth or something else. She trusted him. At that moment he thought that he couldn't just let her go, and he decided to ask this question a little differently. He asked if she knew a man named Seo Jin-tae. When she heard the name she opened her already huge eyes and looked at her guest. After which she took a deep breath and had no choice but to deny everything. That's why she said that she doesn't understand who this person is and why she's being asked about him. The informant said that he met him by chance. This guy came to Hong Kong to find his lost sister, and he decided to help him. That's why as soon as he felt that she might know this guy, he came to her to ask her. The girl listened very attentively to his whole story but pretended that she was not at all surprised. Then the informant asked her again if she had definitely not heard anything about him and did not know anything about him. At that moment she lowered her head down so that he could not see her face and asked him for an apology. After which she stood up, turned around and started to leave. She said that she doesn't know this guy and doesn't know who he is. At that moment when she was leaving he thought that as expected it was simply impossible to find out the answer. She turned away from him only because tears were streaming from her eyes and she couldn't show it. Unexpectedly for the informant himself, she said that he didn't need to know this. He was shocked. But he also realized that the relationship between Ryukai and this woman was not at all a family one. And if he continued interrogating her, life would be in danger. He was very sorry, but he had to leave. He stood up and said that it seemed he was wrong to ask her such questions. But he has an excuse because he promised this guy that he would help find his sister. He took off his bracelet and said that it was a bracelet that was very dear to him. After which he put the bracelet in front of him on the table, turned around and started to leave. At the same time he said that he would tell Seo Jin-tae that he gave his bracelet to his sister. The girl turned her head and looked at the guest. She understood that he had guessed everything, but she didn't say anything to him. She saw that there really was a bracelet on the table that the man had left behind. When the informant left her room before closing the door, he said that he really hoped that this guy would find his sister. And in the end he will return the bracelet that was very dear to him. At that moment she took this bracelet but didn't say anything. When he left her room he realized that he had done the right thing and that she really was that guy's sister. He reassured himself that this was all he could do for her because in reality the girl could not return as Ling Jixia. He also thought that if they didn't get rid of Ryukai things might not end well. At that moment Ryukai himself was walking towards him. It was unexpected because he had just thought about him. Ryukai, when he passed by him, turned around and didn't say anything. He just looked in his direction. The informant stopped and looked after Ryukai. He thought that they needed to finish the matter with the 9 dragons as quickly as possible. After which he went further. He understood that he had no other way and he also had no other plan. At the same time, in another part where there was a warehouse with milk tea components. In that very warehouse where the bloodiest battle took place among the many corpses lying on the ground sat a man. He looked at each of the dead. He even sighed and thought that it was worth a lot. The second one who was with him said that he doesn't know, but it looks like these watches are just cheap ones. This man didn't think there was anyone else in this warehouse. He turned around, grabbed the knight, and didn't understand what the hell this was. But the man in the white suit swung his arm with all his might and hit the guy so hard that the husband fell out of his arms. This little thief fell and hit the ground and blood spurted from his mouth after just one blow. The man in white looked at this picture and said that there were only small fry here. It was the head of foreign trade Nam Gon-hyuk. After which the head of foreign trade said that it looked like someone had already been to this place before them. and another man in a dark suit collected some earth dust and rubbed it between his fingers. This man said that watching everything that happened here, it was a pity. At the same time, in the room where Soroka and the man they detained were, they were sitting calmly and eating. Unexpectedly for them, an informant came in and said that this was all nonsense. They sat quietly and ate. He asked the guys to share with him. He was surprised that no one was expecting him. Then he turned around and pinned 8 photographs to the wall. He started from the very beginning. The first photo was of the blue dragon Gao Lei, followed by the black dragon Chang Yi. He crossed out their photo, said that they were you. Soroka asked again if these two were also part of the 9 dragons or if they were separate. The informant answered him that yes, among them there is also an azure dragon called Zhao Han-yi, and they have already seen him. And he also pointed his finger at the lecherous dragon whose name was Manhwa. With these two they had already met. In addition, he said that he pointed to a photo of a girl and said that his sister is apparently called the white dragon. He also said that it was difficult to get this photo and it was taken from afar, so the quality is not ideal. He handed this photo to the guy. Soroka took this photo in his hands. He saw his sister for the first time in so many years. He looked at her without taking his eyes off her. Quite a lot of time passed, and she certainly changed, but she still looked like his sister. There was a sparkle in his eyes, so he said that he was very happy anyway. He smiled for such pain. A lot of time he did it for the first time. He was glad only because she was alive. After this, he thanked the informant for being able to bring him the photograph and for providing him with this information. The informant turned away and pretended to cough. He needed to come to his senses and continue his story. He pointed to another photo with his pen and said that this was a very important couple. But he will tell about these two later. The main thing is that he showed that there were 2 of them and showed a photo of one with a bandaged head and the second with a scar. The informant said that according to the information revealed by this man, he pointed to the prisoner. They are both quite important figures. The man with the huge scar all over his face was a demonic dragon. His name was Zhun Shiwei. He was the key figure in the production of milk tea and the central figure of the 9 dragons. He also said that there is another red dragon. His name is Zhou Bo, and this man is very dangerous. Soroka listened carefully to his every word. He must not miss the slightest detail. The informant said that this red dragon is the very owner of Kowloon, that same terrible place where lawlessness reigns and where dead people lie in the streets. Ordinary people are afraid to go out on the street because they can be killed at any moment. They blame these dragons for everything. They believe that if there weren't these 9 dragons, then everything could have been completely different. The red dragon doesn't want to listen to anyone. He deals with everyone who stands in his way. He is ready to tear them to pieces. Not only does his hair color cut nova, but his huge tattoo on his back is also bloody. Even if you look into his eyes, you can see that they are bloodshot. He is ready to kill. In that place, he causes not only panic but also chaos. He conquered this place and considers himself the master. Even the demonic dragon that visits it is not surprised by what is happening in this region. The demonic dragon believes that the people who live there do not even resist and are ready to die. The red dragon, covered in blood, thinks that he doesn't care about anyone and is ready to continue killing. His hands are always covered in blood. It's very rare that he stops. Everything he touches and everything around him must obey him, otherwise everything will be covered in blood. When he goes out on the street, he thinks that anger is already boiling inside him, and he goes to kill this red dragon, Zhou Bo, one of the 9 dragons, the owner of Kowloon. The informant and the person who was not detained were standing at the entrance to this house near the car. The informant turned around and looked at him and said how he felt and what he thought was enough what he did, and how he changed his clothes so that he wouldn't be recognized. This man looked at him and said that he was probably enough, and he really did a good job of disguising himself. But he wanted to say that there is something. Then he fell silent. He was afraid that he would be hit. The informant became a little wary and asked the man again what he meant. Then the man pretended to be smart and said that the guy thought about it very much and added that he stood out. The informant of Russia was born. He swung to be hit and said, "Is he crazy?" At that moment someone came out and asked when they didn't manage to become friends like that. The two stopped to look at the guy who approached them. They saw a guy walking in brand new sneakers. They also noticed that he was wearing the same new red bomber jacket that young people wear. When they raised their eyes, they were even more surprised because their mutual friends had dyed their hair white. When they saw him, they froze and stood motionless for a while. They were very surprised. In front of them, I am a guy who is very different from the guy they saw before. It was almost unbearable to recognize Soroka in him. He had changed very much. The man they detained, when he saw the guy, thought he really had disguised himself well. Soroka came closer to them and smiled. I said maybe it's a bit too much for now on my hair color. The informant looked at it and said that it was not too much at all, it looked very good. After which he turned his head, took a step, and added that he thought their disguise was suitable. Then he also said that he needs to check this disguise to see if it will be suitable for this place or not. The man they held hostage didn't say anything, he just kept quiet. Soroka listened to him until the end. He understood that they had a very important mission, and this was the Kowloon fortress. Immediately after they left the house, they got into the car and headed to the place. Magpie, when he was driving, asked what kind of place this was Kowloon, because until that moment he knew nothing about it. The informant answered him that he most likely had not even heard of him. He started to say that Kowloon is taboo for Hong Kong, at which point he stopped at one of the intersections. Soroka asked him again what he meant by the word taboo and why specifically for Hong Kong. Then the informant explained to him that this place was rejected by both the authorities and the criminal world. It is in this place that all the dark secrets of Hong Kong are collected, which is why it attracts people to it. The man who was traveling with them said that this is all true, that is why there are often people like him there, namely traders. Soroka asked the merchant what he meant when he said that there were people like him there. The merchant said that in Hong Kong you can't do business that is prohibited by the authorities or the triads, but in Kowloon Fort you can do whatever you want because neither of them have the right to go there. When Soroka heard this story, he wanted to know, for example, what they were talking about. The informant said that engaging in all sorts of crap, from trading in rarities to producing drugs, trafficking in people organs and so on, is all that is beneath human dignity. After which the informant pointed to the person sitting behind him and said that it seemed that this freak was distributing drugs from Kowloon. The merchant laughed. He was very afraid for his life and said that it was all in the past. As has already been said, Kowloon is a place where degenerates who are not subject even to the criminal world have gathered. And the most important thing is that terrible things happen there for completely different reasons. In other words, Kowloon is a place where laws do not work. The merchant unexpectedly said to everyone that there is one thing that must not be forgotten. It was that people with common goals began to form factions, and personal quarrels between these people grew into a war between them. There was no way to influence this. Thus, gradually the Kowloon fort began to form its own system. The informant added all this spoke only about one thing, that in this place the authorities began to appear well. Even if this is so, they still did not lose their freedom. The informant wanted to know what was happening now when they lost their freedom. The merchant said that everything changed when one man came to this place and he changed everything that was there before. It was an outcast who was exiled by the Triad Dragon Head to Kowloon. This person who was able to change everything in this place was that same Ryukai. At that time, even the people of Kowloon Fort did not know that Ryukai was the son of the Dragon Head Lu Wanxing. In fact, little was known about his childhood, and he himself never spoke about it. But as soon as this guy grew up, he started to act and began to gather people around him. The first thing he did was he created a faction in Kowloon and then quickly expanded its scale. Soroka asked again who this Ryukai was. The informant continued to say that this was the guy who was in conflict with the main headquarters of the Triad. The merchant in the car confirmed every word the informant said. He also added that no matter what happened, all the factions of the Kowloon flirt united under the name of Kowloon, and it was his doing. Even those who previously acted in their own interests now began to work for Kowloon as it is now. The informant asked Ryukai, the head of Guangzhou, how this was possible and whether he was mistaken. At the moment, the owner of the fort is the Red Dragon Longzhou Bo, and Ryukai suddenly left this place and handed over his position to him. After Ryukai left, those who resisted their faction gathered and formed an alliance, and now the Kowloon faction anti-Kowloon Infinite Alliance are fighting each other. The informant added that it all looks like the campaign against Dongjua during the Three Kingdoms period. At that moment their car braked sharply. They arrived at the place and all they had to do was act. After which they got out of the car, and the merchant said that the atmosphere in this place is just awful. Soroka listened silently all this time as they told him about this place. He thought about it and said that this was business. The merchant said that they were on the spot and that this was the very same Kowloon fort. He also showed them where to enter this place. It looked like it was in ruins. The informant approached the merchant and said that this was why he took him with him, and he started coughing. The informant said that the trader has ties to Kowloon, and the safest way to get inside is to pretend to be a worker of this fort. The merchant also told them before entering to be careful and not to get involved with anti-Kowloon. If they suddenly do this, they will get into big trouble in this way. In fact, he thought that his trough was in danger. The merchant was the first to approach the door and knocked. He had a huge bag in his hand. When the door was not opened for him the first time, he knocked louder again so that he could be heard. A gap opened on the other side. The man looked at the merchant. It was security. When they asked the merchant what he wanted, he first greeted them so that they would recognize him. The guard recognized him, of course, but he still didn't open the door. He had to make sure everything was okay. The security guard saw two guys standing behind the merchants and asked who these freaks were with him. The merchant thought for a while about what he should do, but he understood that he had no other choice. He closed his mouth 100 closer to the guard and quietly told him so that only he could hear. The merchant said that these were his subordinates and this time he came here with them. Soroka stood behind and watched what was happening. He asked the informant if this person could be trusted. The two of them didn't understand whether they could really trust this merchant because he could abandon them at any moment. When Soroka saw that the door was open and they could come in, he said that perhaps this merchant was also smart. Unexpectedly for them, the merchant shouted to them that they were some kind of turtles and were in no hurry at all. Soroka rushed to try to shut his mouth, but the informant stopped him and said that he should endure all this for the sake of the game. After which the informant took the guy and came closer to the merchant. He said that they were already in a hurry and were on their way. Right after they went inside and the huge metal door closed behind them. The dragon head already knew that the keeper of secrets and informant had entered the Kowloon fort. The dragon head said that he didn't want to get involved with this dirty place, but he had to do it anyway. He called his subordinates together and said that if this is how it turned out, then he made the decision that he considered correct. He said that they should not leave a single dust from this place and ordered them to demolish everything. One of the triad commanders, the commander of the General Staff's guard Ho Chi Mu, responded to the dragon's head. Along with him, one of the triad commanders, the bodyguard of the dragon chief Hai Day, also answered yes. After these two received the order, they silently turned around and headed for the exit. They had to act, and their actions had to be very fast and very tough. They had to raise the rating of the dragon's head and the triad. When the two stepped outside, 100 triad guards were waiting for them, awaiting orders. They said that it was time to raise the prestige of the triad's elite security. Their words sounded like an order to these guys. They said that now in Hong Kong, thanks to the triad, they were preparing these guys to carry out orders. And most importantly, they prepared them for the most important task, that thanks to the triad, the Kowloon fort would disappear. All these triad people stood silently listening to this order when they finished speaking and did not answer them with one voice yes. Ryukai, who was watching everything that was happening, was nervous. He was smoking his cigarette. It was sunset. The street was shouting that the night in Kowloon fort was always dark and would become even darker. Ryukai told everyone present in this room not to worry. After all, this night is also what will meet the headquarters where they are located. It won't just be dark, it will be deathly black. They can't even imagine how much. The guys from the personal guard of the dragon's heads went out into the street, got into their cars, and drove away very quickly. Ryukai, who was observing this, called on the phone and reported that about half of the personal guards. He also saw that 2 triad commanders left the headquarters, and they also left this headquarters. Ryukai reported by phone that among these guys would be Commander Ho Chi Mu, and also the personal bodyguard of the dragon head, He Lei. If something changes, he will call again. After which he wished him luck and hung up the phone. He had done his job, now he would have to watch. Ryukai was squeezing the phone very hard. It turned out that he was about to crush it. He saw one of the triad commanders and understood that the confrontation with this annoying old man was already predetermined. That's why a plan arose in his head with which he was going to move even higher. He understood that he had destroyed this old man who was very annoying to him. His faction should become even more powerful. Ryukai watched everything that was happening. He understood that he had bet a lot on this and he had no right to lose. At this time, a war was raging in China between the forces of Inner Mongolia and the Triad. All this took place in the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. There were continuous battles there. It seemed that these two sides would never understand each other and would continue to destroy each other. Those who were stronger killed those who were weaker and tried to seize territory, after which they moved further and further, sweeping away everyone in their path. At some point, the Triad representatives destroyed most of those who resisted them. It seemed that they had done their job well and could return safely. But still there were children who were ready to confront them and resist to the last. This man with a sharp gaze, despite the fact that he had many wounds, was ready to take charge further. At some point he noticed that a chain was launched towards him to capture him. This man, when he saw that he was being attacked, it seemed that he turned into a beast. He was no longer a man. He grabbed this chain and pulled it towards himself, thus destroying his opponent. When he destroyed his opponent, he looked around. He needed waited to assess the situation. He saw that behind this opponent there was another guy who was ready to attack him, and he also had a chain in his hands. And this attacker watching him thought, is he really going to deal with them all alone? After which he swung his chain, at the end of which was a huge ball. This man tried to grab this chain so that the ball could not harm him. He held this chain in his hands so tightly that it seemed he owned this chain. After which he pulled and tore this chain from the hands of his opponent, who could not resist here. His opponent did not understand what kind of power it was with which he was able to so easily tear this chain from him. After which the man himself swung and struck his opponent several times with the same chain. This man grabbed his opponent without letting him move away. His opponent was at a loss. And after receiving several blows from his huge fist, he wondered what kind of barbarian this was. At that moment someone tried to attack him from behind. This person had a dagger. This guy dodged this blow and swung the chain to hit himself accordingly. This huge guy was standing in the middle in front, and two people in leather coats were trying to attack him from behind. Then another person entered the room and everyone froze at the sight of him. This guy, when he saw how many people he might have submitted, thought that quite a few of them had gathered in one place and that he would have a hard time. Then the dragon head Lu Wanshan entered. Everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The dragon's head turned to one person and asked that he was probably the Yun Gue here. This man took a step back. He started to close his children and says that these children have nothing to do with adult showdowns and they should let them go. There were really two girls and a boy sitting under the table. They were scared and crying. The dragon head said that it was very brave of him, but he would look at his behavior. And then he added, if he can defeat him, he pointed to one of his commanders, then he will think about it. He had to defeat one of the triad commanders, the highest power of the squads. His name was Khan. This man had no choice because he wanted to protect his children. He had to engage in battle with this commander. Commander Khan did not hesitate for long and faced off to strike first at this barbarian. Oh wow, after he got closer to him and dealt him the first blow, he also felt his power on himself. The commander said that this guy has a very heavy fist and not everyone can withstand his blow. After the commander dealt this man several blows, he also felt that his skin was just like a bearskin. It was so rough that it was unbearable to pierce it. This man tried to strike the commander and he in turn intercepted his hand. And at that moment when the commander made a grab and grabbed his hand, he wanted to break it. The commander tried to somehow influence this guy's hand from all sides, but nothing worked. The commander thought that he wanted to break his arm, but his arm did not bend at all. It did not break. And for some time the commander tried to inflict possible blows on that guy too. Well, after that he stepped aside and said that this guy was actually born to be a warrior. After which the commander took his weapon in his hands and said that he was really very sorry that it would turn out this way. This man thought that the commander had only dealt a few blows, but he had some kind of feeling. But most likely it was the feeling of the boundless abyss that was between them. He wondered if he could overcome it. Even at some point he decided that he couldn't do it, but he shouldn't give up. So look at your children, he said, that he has to win this fight. He has no other choice. This man is trying to push off and attack the commander. He has set himself up to win. At that moment the head of the dragon said that it was time for them to return, and that was the end of the fight. The commander and this man stood there not understanding what had happened, because just before that he had been told that they would be able to save the children's lives if he won. His rival commander also did not understand what happened and why the dragon head behaved like that. The head of the dragons said at least this time they met as opponents in this world. There are no eternal enemies. He also said that in this world there are no eternal allies. With these words he left, and after him all the others left. When he was leaving he told this guy before the meeting the dragon head knew for sure that they would meet again. Although the war ended with the victory of the triad, the man who fought the main force of the triad became one of the most powerful dragon head swords. It was a symbol of the troops which are unbearable to defeat. Ryukai looked out the window and asked how Chao Ren was feeling. He had to make sure he had everything under control. The great dragon, one of the 9 dragons, Chao Ren, told him that this was a meaningless question. He said that he doesn't feel anything even though they are from the same era, but he doesn't have any feelings at all. He started talking about feelings and looked at the little dragon of one of the 9 dragons on Chao Ren. Ryukai, although he talked about feelings, understood that they were useless. He was used to his life not feeling anything. The dragon's head stood and looked at the gate that was the entrance to his headquarters. At that moment his youngest son came up to him and asked that it looked like he was going to start a war. The dragon's head answered him that tomorrow is the day of succession. The people who are engaged in receiving guests have already been sent. Ryukai then told him that even tame dogs like he lay were sent there. Ryukai looked at the dragon's head and wondered if this guest he was greeting like this was really that important. The dragon's head replied that of course it was important, after which he turned and went the other way. When he left he didn't turn his head, he also told the guy that it was very important. Ryukai at this moment, when the dragon's head was almost gone, he shouted to him, "Father." The dragon's head stopped but did not turn around. Ryukai told him that today was the day of remembrance of his mother. The dragon's head, when it heard about this, did not turn around, it just stood there and was silent, it had nothing to say. After which he said, "Did you really dare to call me father?" and laughed loudly. The dragon head then told him to listen to one last piece of advice from him as his father if he really wanted to live as Lu Wanqing's son. The dragon head said that the woman whom he calls his mother and whom he remembers as his mother. The dragon head told him to never speak her name again to that same pathetic woman. If he wants to be his son, he must erase her from your mind, completely leaving no trace. It was very painful for him to hear this. He felt like a little boy, just like when he was abandoned. And the dragon head also said that he thinks it's worth bringing Lu when together with his sister Lin Jixia. He asked his son Masha how he felt about it. Ryukai didn't hear anything at that moment. There were tears in his eyes like in that little boy's. The dragon head said that it would be good if he talked about this at the succession ceremony. And not hearing an answer, he told Ryukai to think about it before the ceremony, and then he left. Ryukai stood there. It was very painful for him just because his father spoke about his mother like that. He felt like a little child who had been hurt, with tears in his eyes, and at that moment he was simply defenseless. He didn't understand how this could be, and indeed his father didn't even shed a single word about his mother. Ryukai, despite the fact that tears were falling from his eyes to the ground, pulled himself together, turned around, and walked in the other direction. He believed that even if he didn't care about them, he would do everything that would be fine, and he promised this to his mother. As they went their separate ways, he thought only of the fact that on that day he too had finally erased from his heart. Even that little piece that he crossed out his father. He didn't want anything left in his heart. When he walked, he looked at his father the same way he had looked at his father many years ago when his father had cut him and his mother out of his life. It was this feeling that he had that made him accumulate hatred towards his own father throughout his entire conscious life. It was this feeling that told him that he could do to his father the same way they did to him and his mother, destroying him. He never forgot the text of the tears he had shed over all this time in order to become what he had become at this moment. When they went their separate ways, he caught himself thinking that it would never happen again. And he had long ago completely and utterly destroyed everything that was in his heart that concerned his father. At the same time in Kowloon Fort, when the guys went inside, they saw huge rats. Soroka asked the merchant if they were going the right way. What he saw looked more like a garbage dump. I answered that he shouldn't worry because here every corner of mine is familiar, they need to follow him. The informant said that it was good and they were ready to believe him because he was an expert here. Soroka listened to the stories of this merchant and said that if you believe him you might think that he is some kind of swindler. But despite this, all this time they went deeper and deeper. When they walked across the bridge, they noticed that there was no one around. Soroka looked around and realized that everything around was very suspicious. That's why he asked Daegu TSA if they wouldn't forget anything like that there. He answered that such an option can't be included. He also said that in any case, after the brawl at that warehouse and after he killed all the people, the informant told him that in short, this is the nastiness that is being discussed, they need it. Bags that will be sold were exactly this nasty thing, or rather a very necessary thing. Without it, milk tea is unbearable to make. Soroka looked, and only at that moment he realized that there was raw material in this drawing. Even if everyone hides your cards, the goods are still with them, so there is nothing left to do but meet with them. And the most important thing is that it only meant that the first move was theirs. The merchant stopped and said that this moment begins with residential areas, there may be people. And then he added that this is why they should try to protect him. The informant hit him on the back of the head and said that you should move your hands faster here. The informant said that they were entering the City of Darkness, a forbidden place in Hong Kong. The merchant said that the locals did not care for strangers, so they needed to be as careful as possible. Soroka became tense at that moment. He learned how to deal with aggressive people and tried not to miss anything. Indeed, the next moment they entered one of the residential areas, there was advertising and a lot of light and people appeared there. As they walked down the street, one of the residents was sorting through some bags of garbage. Magpie passing by noticed his gaze. He was aggressive, ready to attack him. These people seemed aggressive and incomprehensible to him because they lived in this part of the world, in this terrible place. In fact, someone was born here, but mainly those who fled after losing everything outside the walls settled here. The inverters told him that if at this moment they have a chance to feed themselves, then they will do anything. This could really be seen when they walked through the streets where people were ready to eat the leftovers of gingerbread. Some of these people who were called in this place gave them to understand maybe it is possible to steal something from them. And in this place, the boors are people who under the influence of drugs sat right on the street. Soroka saw one of the women who was sitting. I don't understand what's happening to her. There was nothing in her eyes, they were empty. When the magpie saw her, he asked if they had heard anything about a woman named the White Dragon. When the merchant heard about this, he thought a little because he really didn't know much. So he replied that little is known about the White Dragon and that it appeared only recently. He began to tell when Ryukai created the City of Darkness and began to gain power. At some point, an albino girl appeared next to him looking exactly like him. But it was impossible to say that it was a white dragon, but she always accompanied him. Magpie, hearing this story, said that he understood everything. The albino girl was his sister. The informant didn't say anything. He decided that the guy should figure it all out himself. Magpie show, and I think that as soon as they find the main building of the city before darkness, everything will end. At that moment, they came to a place where nothing was really visible. It seemed as if they were standing with their eyes closed. The informant took a flashlight from his pocket and turned it on, thus illuminating the area. After which he said that it seemed they had come to that very place. Soroka did not understand what he was talking about. Then the merchant tried to explain to him. He also turned on the flashlight that it was at this place that the conflict zone began. And it is at this place that the territory of the anti-Kowloon group begins. Now everything has become clear to them. They walked one after another. Soroka was the last one to walk that day. There were many eyes watching them. The young man felt that someone was following him and watching him. He stopped abruptly. At that moment, when he looked back, he saw someone's shadows running to the sides. He thought it was very strange, but he understood that this whole city of darkness was also very strange. In another part, near a huge window, a demonic dragon stood and looked at the city. The red dragon entered the room and said, "The keeper of secrets has arrived. He is already in the city of darkness." The depraved dragon added that this man kindly plays according to their script. The demonic dragon said that they had no choice but to act according to plan. The red doken looked at him and said that the enemies would soon stir. There was also an azure dragon in this room. He thought that all this had already been taken into account. The demonic Dokkan asked the Azure One what he knew about the guy with glasses, and he found out something. The Azure Dragon shook his head and answered him that no, except that he was a newbie. He didn't find out anything else. The Demon Dragon of the Year said that he understood everything and this guy can't be a big threat. The demonic dragon headed towards the exit. The red dragon asked him how the main building was, to which he replied that they said everyone had already left and they needed to hurry as quickly as possible. That is why they must start. Everything must go strictly according to plan as they intended. When the three dragons came out into the street, a crowd was waiting for them. These were their people who were ready to carry out the order. These were their warriors who needed to be guided in order to become stronger. The demonic dragon looked at them and said that they too were going with their warriors. The merchant led them to a place where there was a passage. Then he approached the guard and said something to him, after which the gate opened and they were able to go further to where he led them. When they went inside, Soroka asked the merchant if everything had gone smoothly. The merchant adjusted his glasses and began to talk about how passing through the corridors controlled by the City of Darkness is not a problem. He tried to explain that the territory in this place is not clearly divided. Everything is mixed up and confused, so you need to be careful. He also said that they could not relax until the last minute. They had to constantly monitor the situation. Soroka constantly felt that there was someone behind him and that someone was watching them, so he kept turning around. After some time, they approached the next passage. The merchant came up first and showed the bag. The huge door opened and they were able to go further. The guard did not stop them. They walked along long streets where there was no light at all and there was nothing but dirt and garbage all around. At that moment, the guard said that there would be a final check ahead and the last guard would be standing. Soroka couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were being watched. He felt that these people were very close. so he tried to see if it was really so without turning his head. He raised his hand and grabbed the leg that was hidden behind him. It was not visible because of the jacket. The presence of these people was felt not only by Soroka but also by the informant despite the fact that he was walking ahead. He stopped and turned sharply in the opposite direction to shine his flashlight. At that moment he saw that two shadows ran in two different directions. These were the same people who were chasing them. The merchant at this point said that it seemed they had encountered what he feared most. The merchant stopped and was afraid to take a step forward. Many eyes were watching them from all sides. The informant shouted to him that the merchant had said that this was his territory and how did this happen. The merchant answered him that he said so only because he also wanted to survive in this situation. The merchant stood first. He shone forward and tried to take a few steps. It seemed to him that there was very little time left until the last check and they only needed to get to this place. Well, everything didn't go according to plan. A man started approaching him from the front. He had a club in his hands. He tried to attack him. The painted man hit the merchant with all his might and he dropped the flashlight. The merchant was unable to stay on his feet, so he dropped the flashlight from his hands and fell to the ground. And the merchant himself fell after this flashlight. He screamed that this attacker stole his bag. But this attacker still hit him once, but the merchant still continued to shout, "Give him the bag." This attacker was one of the representatives of the Rot from the City of Darkness. The informant dedicated it to him. He did not understand what to do and whether he should get involved in this fight. The attacker snatched the bag from the merchant's hands and very quickly began to run away in the other direction. The informant said that he was very offended, but he would have to say goodbye to Sorok's bag. He couldn't hold back and started to follow him. He ran after the guy who was the attacker. He was going to take his bag back from him. At that moment, the informant thought that everything was not going according to plan and shouted at the guy to stop. The next thing he did was run to the corner where the attacker first ran and then the guy. When he ran up and turned the corner, he saw that they had disappeared and it was no longer possible to catch up with them. The first thing that came to his mind was that he needed to report all of this. He even started on his phone and then decided that he shouldn't do that and decided to wait. He stood there for a while longer and watched maybe this guy would come back if he couldn't catch up with the attacker. But after a while it became clear that everything was not as they had planned and the guy would not return until he found the bag. Soroka ran after the attacker a little longer and he would have been able to grab him. He almost caught up with him. The attacker ran out of this huge pipe onto the street, after which he stopped and a guy ran out after him. The attacker, without turning his face, said that the guy's face was completely unfamiliar to him. Soroka felt that there were more people behind him. He told the guy that it would be better to give him the bag in a friendly manner. The attacker took the bag on a stick and told the young man that whoever got there first got to eat it. After which he threw her up so that she was caught from behind, explaining that this was the rule in this place. The bag was actually picked up by one of the attacker's representatives. The guy turned his head and saw that there was not one but several people behind him. He didn't want to get involved with them, but they didn't give him a choice. He knew he would have to fight them. The young man explained to them that he couldn't stand being robbed, so they'd better give him the bag. The attackers responded that you are there on the planet. They are very similar to him, so they also think that this is bad. She filed. The one who was in front explained to him that in this regard she is not in the same boat with him. After these words, they began to attack him from both sides at once, from the front and from behind. The one who attacked him from the front was the same attacker who took his bag from him. He wanted to strike from above. The second one, who attacked from behind and who was also wearing a mask, tried to hit him from the side and from behind. The young man understood how he needed to leave so that these two could not strike him. He moved back. And then he arched so that the two blows passed him by and did not harm him, after which he put both his hands on the ground to get away from these two, and with a perfect backflip, after which he made another jump, not a single blow of the attacker reached its target. Each of them attacked, but they did not understand how he was able to do so to avoid this blow. The masked man who attacked him from behind didn't even have time to react when the guy dodged the blow and was right next to him. As soon as Soroka landed next to him, he immediately struck him with his elbow to the side, so that the attackers from behind lost their balance. The attacker in front also didn't have time to understand anything as his partner was already knocked out. Soroka was constantly on edge. He was in complete control of the entire situation and the two attackers. Therefore, he raised himself up and swung with all his might at the attacker from the front. The blow was accurate to the head. After this blow, the young man landed on the ground and he definitely stood on his feet. The attacker from behind thought that if he had put in a little more effort, it would have definitely been the end for him. He could barely stand on his feet. And the one who attacked from the front, he held his ribs and thought that they almost flew out. All these two thought was that this guy they had just tried to attack was an unusual bastard. Soroka looked at them with a very stern look. In fact, he only needed the bag, he didn't understand where it was. So he turned his head and saw a bald man who was trying to hide from this place as quickly as possible with a bag. These two distracted, and Baldy took this bag and tried to run away so that the guy would not catch up with him and see who took the bag. Soroka couldn't hold back, he shouted that the bag was his, and if he didn't give it to him he would die on the spot. Two men with masks on their faces tried to attack him again from both sides. Soroka looked at them and wondered if it was really enough for these two that he had just calmed them down. Well, most likely they didn't have enough, so the guy decided to calm them down as quickly as possible. He jumped up and hit each of them with both feet, after which he landed on the ground again on his two legs. He was only interested in the bag. So he didn't bother with the two attackers any longer and ran after the bald one. When he ran after the bald man, these two masked men were chasing him. They tried to catch up with him, but he was much faster than them. Bald and running with all his might, he held this bag in his hands. He needed to hide as quickly as possible so that he would not be found. The bald man turned his head thinking that he had already gotten rid of the pursuit, but everything was completely different. As soon as he turned his head, he felt a strong blow from the knee in his back. He could not resist and dropped the bag. At that moment Soroka approached the bag and took it because he really didn't like it when people stole from him. Well, when the bag was already very close, another guy appeared. He threw the bag aside so that Soroka couldn't pick it up. He raised his head. I don't understand at all what's going on, and what kind of game is this? Why should he run after them all? But the bag was already in the hands of another guy, and he had no choice but to pursue this guy. He raised his head and saw a guy who had a tail on his head. This guy was calmly walking away. He had a bag in his hands. Soroka shouted at him who he was and why he was interfering and why he took this bag. Magpie, not having received an answer, then followed this guy, and the guy began to quickly run away. After Soroka started running away from this place, there were two pursuers behind him, but they were stopped by a guy he didn't know. This guy didn't understand what was going on, but he still tried to stop these people. This guy had two sticks in his hands. He didn't understand what they were and why some were chasing others. The guy who stole the bag ran away with all his might. It seemed that he could still get away a little bit more. But everything was absolutely not like that. When he ran to the corner, he received the same blow to the head with a foot. This blow was dealt to him by one of the attackers who first stole this bag. At that moment, the bag flew out of his hands and it began to fall to the ground. It was no longer his. In fact, there were many hunters for this bitch, and on the other side another unknown appeared who pulled this bag towards himself. He launched a chain that wrapped around this bag, and thus he grabbed it for himself. This guy pulled the hook and the bag was already in front of him. At that moment he was the owner of this bag. This guy was happy that he finally succeeded. He thought that this was just a great bag for him. The guy he just took the bag from was just furious. He was ready to start fighting with him. The most important thing is that the only one who was chasing the bag from the very beginning was Soroka, and he attacked the guy who was holding the bag in his hands. Soroka, I'll jump from one balcony to another. It was on the other side, right next to the guy who had the bag. Soroka understood that he wouldn't be able to get his bag back so easily, so he would have to fight. Landing next to this guy, he felt that he had better group himself in case he had to dodge the blow. Soroka didn't hesitate. He attacked the guy with a cloud. She gave him one strong blow. He dropped the bag. At that moment the bag fell to the ground and rolled down. All that was left was to pick it up. Soroka extended his hand just a little more and the bag would have already been in his hand. It seemed that this was already the end. But from behind appeared the same one who tried to hit him with judo at the last moment and take away his bag. So the guy couldn't take the bag. He had to get away from her blow. He dropped the bag down. The bag was handed over, and all who fought for it all this time looked down to see who would get it. It seemed that any minute now she would be at the very bottom. She hit the wall and continued to fall down. She fell right into the hands of the man one could say to whom she belonged from the very beginning. When Soroka saw this, he was pleased with what happened because he came with him and this bag was needed specifically by him. There was a merchant standing below, and in his hands was the very same bag that they had. The merchant understood that several people were fighting for this bag who were ready to fall in love with it until the very end. So he didn't think long. He decided that he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Magpie stood above. He didn't know how to help him, but he thought that something needed to be done. The first to jump down from the balcony were the same two who had taken the bag from them first. The merchant held this bag with both hands and ran away from these people as fast as he could. He ran forward and thought only about one thing, that he had just a little bit left, and if he made it everything would be fine. He even said at one point that this and everything with this strange bastard was finally over. At that moment he was tripped up. It was the same guy who sided with Soroka. He tripped the merchant and he fell. This guy stood behind and the merchant was lying on his bag, which was the subject of the fights. At that moment all the other participants in this chase appeared in this place. Each of them held this bag in their hands for a while. One of the guys started attacking the young man who stood up for the merchant. This guy with flowers shouted at him, does he really not understand where he is going and what he is doing? In response, the guy with 2 sticks tried to put up a defense so that he wouldn't be harmed. But also from 2 other sides 2 people tried to attack him who had masks on their faces. One of those who had a mask on his face said that they had agreed to rob each other. This guy answered them that they don't understand what they are doing is actually a thing of 9 dragons, isn't that a different matter? It was as if no one heard his words, and the guys in masks and the one with the chains all started attacking him alone. They attacked him not only from the front but also from behind. It was that same girl who was intertwined. Each of them was in favor of getting that very bag to kill the other. They did not accept any explanation. And they didn't understand who they were attacking. They started attacking each other and fighting with each other. Trade decided to take advantage of this situation. He got up from the ground, grabbed the bag with both hands and ran to the next aisle. He thought that they continued to fight further clowns. He didn't even imagine who was standing in front of him. When the merchant turned his head, he saw the guy. He was very upset because he did not understand how it happened. Magpie, we will decide, think for a while, swung with all his might and hit him between the legs. The merchant could not withstand this blow. It seemed to him that his body was slowly breaking into small pieces. He was in sharp pain. Soroka held the bag in his hands. He said that of course he doesn't want to, but that's actually how the merchant has already betrayed them. At that moment Soroka raised his head and looked at all these guys he was chasing. They stood apart from each other. They stopped fighting. They looked at this merchant. None of them made any movements. It seemed like everything was over, but there was still some tension. Soroka then asked them if they were by any chance from this anti-Colleen confrontation. Then the guy said if they really are that same piece of crap he just talked about, then there seems to be no point in fighting. One of the attackers asked him again what the point of fighting was. He was trying to attack him at that moment. The second one tried to tell him that the fact that he was a Kowloon mutt was enough for him. When Soroka heard an insult directed at him, he could not come to terms with it because he never considered himself a cur. He threw this bag on the ground in such a way that he was ready to fight with each of them and with all of them together. He told them that he is not Kowloon's mutt, as they just called him. He is here to kill them. One of the attackers didn't believe him and said that he was an ordinary liar. He was just pulling the wool over their eyes. Soroka tried to explain to them that he had no time at all for senseless fights. The only one who didn't argue with him or insult him was that same guy with 2 sticks. And another attacker in a blue mask said that he had arranged an ordinary cheap circus here and tried to attack him. Soroka pulled out the knife that was behind him and said that if he wanted it that way, then to hell with him. At that moment a knife flew towards him from the other side. He didn't understand who else was attacking him. The knife flew right between him and the masked guy attacking him. Magpie looked at this knife that stuck in the wall next to him and thought that he had seen it somewhere before. At that moment someone from behind said that the guy really came to catch Kowloon. The magpie turns its head to look at the person who is trying to protect it. It was the Azure Dragon Jiao Han, one of the 9 dragons. He said that he vouched for this guy. Somewhere in Hong Kong, very far from this place, it seemed that there could be nothing connected with milk tea. But everything was completely different. But one of the warehouses had a large amount of this drug tied up, and it was being transferred from one place to another. The people of the 9 dragons carried these boxes this time, as they knew they did it for the police. The demon dragons said that they are forbidden to use weapons so as not to cause panic in Hong Kong. Therefore they prepared very well, and everything was prepared so that nothing would hinder them. It was another cold weapon. The demonic dragon told his interlocutor that he could use any of these lengths if he needed it. The man listened to him very carefully. He didn't answer him. He wanted to know the rules of the game. It was the same killer who was hired to kill the dragon's head. He went up to one of the shelves. He took one knife in his hands, looked at this nose, then he raised it up. And I'll also look closely at this blade from all sides. It seemed to him that it was quite good. The blade on this blade was so sharp that you could see your own reflection. The killer thought that it would be too much weapon to catch an old hen. At the same time, in the City of Darkness, the informant was walking along one of the streets, I don't understand where it will lead him. He needed to understand what happened and why their bag was stolen and most importantly where the guy went. A few meters later, he saw a merchant who reported to him that it looked like these guys were hunting for the things of the 9 dragons, and if that was the case then they were from another alliance. The informant wondered if these really were the guys from the Anti-Kulu alliance. Most likely when they passed through the next gate these guys disguised themselves as messengers of the 9 dragons. He thought that if it was true what he was thinking then getting out of this place would not be so easy. If we are talking about a young man then he will somehow cope with this situation. The merchant could not resist asking the informant what he should do now since he was also in danger. The informant answered him doesn't he really understand what he needs to do, the most important thing is to look for the bag. After which he hit the merchant on the shoulder and told him to show and look for the bag with which they came to this place. He also ordered him to do this since he knows the area better and if necessary he will go through their midst. The informant added that he himself would remain in this place in case the guy changes his mind and returns himself. The informant ordered the trader to fully inspect. He checked the situation and returned to him again. He understood everything. The merchant slowly walked in the same direction of the city where the attacker who stole the bag and the magpie who ran after him headed. When the merchant walked away, the informant told him to listen. The merchant stopped. This will return my head. The informant told him that if he tried to escape, he could actually kill him. The merchant answered him that he was not going to do this. He was most likely not taking it for that reason at all. The information remained alone in this place, waiting for what would happen next. He decided to look around, and at that moment to understand what to do next he needed to make a decision. But in reality he would think that the fact that their bag was stolen was even for the best. The informant thought that he had had enough of using this guy as a cover for him to destroy their enemy. At that moment he put his hand in his inside jacket pocket and started to take out. He pulled out a remote control with which he could blow up everything that was here. He only needed to press one button. He was worried and couldn't do it, but he came to this place precisely to wipe this place off the face of the earth. He was telling himself that it was time to finish off the 9 dragons and then he would be able to tell everything. The wind was to destroy all of this, that was his whole plan, and he didn't need anything else. Magpie stood behind him. There was a trading cookie which had that same bag. The Azure Dragon said that this guy really hunts 9 dragons. After which he stepped forward to be in the center and then added that he vouched for him. One of the masked attackers asked the Azure Dragon if he really knew him. The Azure Dragon said that he didn't even think that this guy would actually get to this place, but when he saw him he also wondered if he had dyed his hair to match him. Soroka asked the merchant again because he himself said that these guys were from the Anti-Kowloon Alliance, and here he confirmed it once again. Soroka didn't understand what was going on, so he asked what kind of situation was going on since he himself was one of the 9 dragons. The merchant then told him that frankly speaking he himself no longer understood anything. The Azure Dragon smiled because in fact only he knew the truth why he was acting like this. So he answered the young man that he was partly right and partly not. Soroka asked again what he was talking about. One of the attackers said that it looks like this guy is not one of the 9 dragons, which means they won't have any problems after that. The Azure Dragon Zeohan was actually one of the 9 dragons, but at the same time he was not with them. The young man was told that the Azure Dragon was not planted there as a spy to destroy the 9 dragons from within. All the attacking guys stood silently and listened to what was being said to them because they knew all of this. They told all this only so that Soroka would find out about it and so that he would take their side. Soroka told them what kind of nonsense they were talking about and what does he have to do with it at all, why are they telling him all this. The Azure Dragon exhaled at that moment. He really needed support from him. After which the Azure Dragon turned to the guy and said he seemed to have come to this place to look for his sister, or is that not true? Then the young man looked at the Azure Dragon and said, does he really know his sister? The Azure Dragon answered him that yes, he knew his sister well and he communicated with her quite often. After which the Azure Dragon said that his sister was that same white dragon. Then he added more precisely his sister Seojina has recently become a white dragon. At the same time things were quite tense at headquarters. Everyone was preparing for tomorrow. Lu Wen stood by the window and told his guest that tomorrow this place would be his. His guests were called by his younger brother Ryukai, who also claimed the same place. Ryukai answered him that he didn't call him for these conversations, he wanted to know what exactly he needed. Lu Wen turned his head to look at his younger brother and said that he understood perfectly well what he was feeling. Ryukai listened to everything his older brother told him until the end. He didn't believe anyone. Lu Wan at this moment put his hands on the table, showing that he was positively disposed towards him. The older brother started talking about how he only promises one thing because he is not really like his father. Ryukai looked at our older brother and asked again what he meant. He didn't understand what they were talking about at all. After all, their father was the head of the dragon who led the most powerful triad association. Lu Wan told his younger brother that he would end the Rikken triad too must change. The elder brother suggested to his younger brother that they go further together, in which case they could take the triad to new heights. Ryukai didn't understand what changes he was talking about and what he was going to do at all. The elder brother said if his younger brother was happy to agree, he would take care not only of his authority, well, he will also take care of his half-sister Lin Jixia. These words sounded like words of reconciliation. Ryukai, when he heard about this, he said that he was even interested, and he smiled. His older brother didn't understand why these words caused such a reaction in him. Ryukai sat silently. He wanted to hear to the end what else his older brother could offer him. And the older brother continued to tell him that he knows when he gets bored he starts to consider such offers. Although these were his father's words, he always said that in order to become the dragon ruling over the triad, you need to make a powerful move by turning the old game upside down. Only then can you win. The older brother fell silent and then said that his proposal to the younger brother was his powerful move. Ryukai didn't know how to react, so he decided to remain silent. Was it all just words? Lu Wan said that it is not necessary to give him the answer right now. Such questions always take time. After such a proposal, Ryukai realized that the game was just beginning and he had a chance to win. He stood up without saying anything and decided to leave. The only thing he thought about was whether this was his powerful move. He took one of the pawns into the hall and moved it onto the board that stood right in front of them. This was his response to the very powerful move that his older brother tried to make. It was Ryukai's move that was going to change everything on that board and change the entire course of the game. His pawn could remove several enemy pawns at once, so this is his powerful move. He just needs to wait for his time. At the same time, at the headquarters where the events were to take place the next day, workers were preparing for it. This whole place was decorated for tomorrow's festive event. It seemed that just a little more and everything would be ready. The dragon's head itself descended to check if everything was as it needed. He saw guests who were arriving from different parts for tomorrow's event. When the dragon's head saw them, he was even happy because he hadn't met these people for a long time. They greeted and said that they had not seen the dragon's head for a long time. It was one of the Triode Associations, the Eastern Chamber of Wag Qiling, and with him Mo Jun. These people greeted the dragon's head and asked him if this was true and if they hadn't come too late. The dragon's head replied that no, they came very early, and he was generally glad that they came. They said that they saw that preparations were in full swing. It was a real sense of celebration. The dragon head said that they are entering a new era of the Triad of the Eastern Chamber. They will need it very much, to which they answered that they will be glad to cooperate. One of the representatives of the Eastern Chamber, since we are talking about it, can greet the future head of the dragon. At this moment, from the building above Lu Wan and behind him Ryukai, they were heading towards the real head of the dragon. When such an offer came from the Eastern Triad, the dragon's head thought about it, but he had to react somehow. That is why the dragon's head turned around without saying anything to his guests and began to leave. One of the guests said that it seemed he didn't understand anything and the dragon's head and hadn't made a decision yet. Then he said that he had other things to do that he needed to complete. The dragon's head told him that worrying was absolutely unnecessary. The representative of the Eastern Detachment watched what was happening. He did not quite understand but was ready to observe. The dragon's head looked at him. He wasn't going to tell anyone in advance who the successor would be. He only told him that he would find out soon. Ryukai heard this whole conversation. He lowered his head and didn't say anything to us. He just thought that everything would be ready. In another part, where the outer part of the fortress of the great dragons was located, there, as in an ordinary city, there were houses, lights were on, and people lived in them, and a large number of cars drove up to this outer part. The door of one of the cars opened and a man came out onto the street. He was determined. This man is the god of the fourth detachment of the Ho Chi Mu Triad Association. Also with him was another one from the Squad Association and also the commander of the fourth squad. This is Hai Lei. Along with them came many more from the security triad who were ready to destroy the whole place. Each of them received a task and each of them had to complete it. The commander stood in front of them and once again I will not remind them what they need to do. Namely, he gave them the order to destroy everything around and destroy the city. The Azure Dragon told the young man that he had met his younger sister and that they had become quite attached to each other. His younger sister became a dragon just like him, and she is part of the Nine Dragons Association. When Soroka listened to this whole story about his younger sister, on the one hand he was happy, but on the other hand he understood how hard it was for her. So he asked the Azure Dragon how he became a dragon and why he made such a choice. The guy was silent for a while because he needed to figure out how best to answer. The Azure Dragon said that when Ryukai's influence became obvious in the war between the factions, his faction was absorbed and became under his control. It was after this that the Anti-Kowloon Coalition was created, of which he was a part. It was Galitza who made the decision that so that the revenge against Ryukai would not stop, each of them took an oath. The elders delegated this thirst from the man to the younger ones since it was no longer within their power. That's why he was given this mission to take revenge on Ryukai for absorbing their faction. Ryukai left the Dragon Fortress at some point and the Red Dragon became the new leader of the faction and renamed it the Dragon Faction. At this point, the elders took advantage of the opportunity and rebelled against the Red Dragon. This is how the Anti-Kowloon movement was created, of which he was a part. Magpie asked him what happened next because everything was very complicated and incomprehensible to him. The Azure Dragon said that on the day of the uprising the elders prepared one move in case of failure. They chose a couple of worthy people and left them among the dragons, and one of these people was him. Well, everything didn't go as planned and we had to use the failure plan. At that moment he finally reached the very heart of their organization alone and became one of them. This is exactly how he still runs between two coalitions and belongs to each of these coalitions. And he is also in the main faction and runs here and there. Soroka did not understand what the main faction meant and what he was talking about. Then the Azure Dragon said that everything in the Dragon's Fortress was rotten, they could not unite and were constantly at odds. That's why even among the coalition they began to divide people by origin. One of the guys said that the Azure Dragon has no right to say such things because he is from the main faction and he should shut up. Soroka was completely confused. He asked again what they were talking about. He was very far from all this. The Azure Dragon said that the main faction is those people who were born and raised in this Dragon Fortress. And the new faction is who came to the Dragon Fortress from Hong Kong. These are the people who stand in front of him. And there is also a new external faction. These are those who are not from Hong Kong but came to the Dragon Fortress, and only two of them belong to them. He pointed to two guys. At that moment, one of those who was wearing a mask hit the ground with his staff to get attention. Then he added that he had enough of this whole story and didn't want to hear about it anymore. Soroka, having listened to them all to the end, came to the conclusion that in short now they just need to start a war. One of these guys replied that the preparation for the war had been completed a long time ago. He also said that they have about 100 elite troops, but their elite forces are also not inferior. One of those who was wearing a mask added that the balance of power is almost 1-to-1, that is, they have equal chances of winning. One of the guys said that there is only one problem, and that is the problem with the Red Dragon. The Azure Dragon explained that the dragons were also part of the fortress, which confused Soroka even more. Then the Azure Dragon said that his younger sister, the Blue Dragon, the Black Dragon, they were all from the new faction. They came from Hong Kong. They were doing business and contract killings until they got to this place. Most of the dragon, including his younger sister, new outer faction, came for their own reasons. The Azure Dragon said that the main reason is the problem in his faction at the moment. The main thing in the fortress is the Red Dragon. And since he was born and raised in this place, most of the residents support the dragons. In order to turn this situation around, the leadership of the Anti-Kowloon Coalition must defeat the Red Dragon and change the overall mood. Magpie, when he heard that everything was so simple that he only needed to defeat this Red Dragon and everything would change. Then they tried to explain to him that this bastard Red Dragon was the strongest dragon of his childhood. Even if they all attacked him, the outcome would be unpredictable. And if you have to kill other dragons, the chances of winning will be 0. The Azure Dragon stood up at that moment and told them that they definitely had a chance. When he stood up, he pointed at the guy and said that now they have him. One of the guys said of course he admits that their new friend is very strong, but against the Red Dragon he is still weak. Then the Azure Dragon said that they had of course heard everything about the Russian spark. All these guys, when they heard about the spark, they were a little surprised because they had heard a lot about it. Then the Azure Dragon said that this guy who is sitting right in front of them is one of them and his name is Magpie. All members of this faction were very surprised because they saw a real hired killer from Russia in front of them. The man in the mask raised his head and said that this is not enough to act carelessly. Among them was that same merchant. When he heard everything that was said here, he thought that it was simply impossible. He is the sea doll of these fucking rats sitting locked up in a fortress of dragons who had no idea how the real world works. He also said that if we talk about the most discussed topic in Hong Kong at the moment, then without a doubt it should be about the devil of Hong Kong. Everyone was surprised because they didn't understand what kind of Hong Kong devil he was, what he was even talking about. The merchant, when he saw that they did not understand at all what he was saying and what he meant by the devil of Hong Kong, the merchant shouted that he was talking about the one who dealt with Gao Lei like a hat, using only a knife with a chopped-off blade, and then smashed the fierce black dragon into pieces. He said that this is the same devil of Hong Kong who is called Magpie. He was so excited that he pronounced his name incorrectly. Those present began to ask each other if this was true, and if any of them had heard that the black dragon had been killed. One of those present only listened attentively when they were talking about the guy. He closed his eyes and thought about something. A man in a mask and with a huge stick said that their comrades are dying right now at the hands of these creatures. He believes that if this red dragon can be eliminated, it will simply be a holiday for them. And the most important thing is that then they will be able to destroy all the other dragons. They shook hands, and this meant that people from two warring states were in one place to destroy a third for the sake of common interest regardless of the differences. The Azure Dragon stated that of course he understands that they are completely different, but they still have a common interest. But if their goal is the same and that goal is to destroy the dragons, then they should come together in this fight. Soroka answered him, if it concerns only the destruction of dragons and this is really his goal, he will be able to get his sister back. In this way he is ready. At that moment, two men approached the place. They had weapons in their hands. They did not seem aggressive at first glance. Even when they came closer, they gave up the weapons. They had to join their coalition. Magpie asked the Azure Dragon, he is the only main one in the anti-Kowloon calcium, to which he heard the answer, does his origin really have any significance? The Azure Dragon said that these two newcomers made enemies of the Triads in one sect and came to this place to defect to the other side. He also pointed to Cho and Lu, who were standing on the other side. They came to this place after the long trade machinations. He told about another guy. This is about Jerry, who is from the outer faction, as they say about him. He was deceived in Russia, and now he is traveling all over the world. He ended up in this place. Another one of those present is a Mingsu. There are only rumors about him that he ran away to this place because he can't please a huge Korean organization. The Azure Dragon said that this place is for guys like these who run away from their problems here. And in fact, the origin doesn't matter at all, and he really liked that old castle of the 9 dragons. But as soon as they gave people a handful of coins, they exchanged everything for this nonsense. He is simply disgusted to death when this place is used for personal purposes. Soroka told him that he didn't understand everything, but he probably shouldn't follow it to the end, but he got the gist of it. He understood that the Azure Dragon would do anything for this place, and he himself will do anything to find his sister. He has been working towards this goal for a very long time. Of course, they had different goals, but they could try. At that moment, the Azure Dragon turned around and told the young man that he was absolutely right. Soroka turned to the merchant and asked if he really didn't even think that things could turn out like this. The merchant said that they seemed to be waiting for them. Maybe they should contact him. When the Azure Dragon heard his name, Zhuo Wu Xing, the merchant's name, he was surprised and asked him again. Soroka replied that this was the same person who was catching up with him. Then he meant the informant. The Azure Dragon thought about it because he had completely different information. He needed to think. Then he called one of his guys for a few words. His men said that they had everything ready. The Azure Dragon extended his hand at that moment. He wanted to put it on Magpie's shoulder. The people who gathered in this place were ready to start a war. They only needed to give the command. One of the guys with a mask on his face ordered everyone else to move forward. At that moment, Soroka took out his phone. He tried to contact the informant and he needed to talk to him. The Azure Dragon would at that moment grab his hand and not let him do it, after which he said that there was no need to contact him until all this was over. At that moment Soroka didn't understand anything at all, he only had questions and no answers. The Azure Dragon said that he would give him all the explanations because they could only talk on the way. After some time in the Fortress of 9 Dragons, at the very entrance to this fortress there was a man. When he came up he knocked on this door just like everyone else, you just had to wait. Siri, which the guard was looking at, opened and he said what kind of strangers they were and how he got into this place. The guard then reached out and grabbed the man by the head. The guard hit the guy so hard on the head and then grabbed it and slammed it against the iron gate again. But it was just a routine plan. One of the Triad commanders threatened the guard with a knife and ordered him to open the door. Since the knife was so close to his face, the guards were scared and he had no choice. When the guard looked out, he saw a large number of people, and all this number of people came to this place. One of the Triad's security commanders knew he had to break through that metal door. Therefore he had no choice but to destroy it and go inside if the guard did not open. Within seconds the commanders ordered their men to follow them and they went inside. After which the commanders gave the order for them to destroy everything that moves. The people who were brought by the Triad from the elite squad also attacked people on the street to destroy them. Some of these people were completely harmless, they were screaming to be put in jail. But the people from the Triad received precise orders, so they were not to leave anything alive and no one alive. And they didn't move forward very quickly, destroying everything in their path. They should have wiped this area off the earth. After some time they were standing near the next passage. There were 2 guards, they needed to go through this door. The Triad representatives quickly used their weapons to destroy the guards and broke through further. One of them was strangled with a chain and given several blows. One of the representatives shouted for the guard to open the door as quickly as possible. Then they opened the doors and went into the next passage. They didn't understand where they were at all. One of the commanders said that it is difficult to determine the exact location they are indoors. The commander also noticed that the signal was coming from approximately this place, so they were somewhere near the target. He raised his head and saw the informant holding the remote control in his hands. The informant said that they had already arrived. In his hands was a remote control that he was ready to press. It was the informant of the Triad, of the subordinate head of the dragon, the keeper of secrets. On the other hand, a large number of people moved very quickly to the side to destroy the Red Dragon. Among this large number of people was the Azure Dragon and the hired killer from Russia, Soroka. Despite the fact that the merchant was the first to run, he got tired very quickly and didn't have enough strength. It started to flow down his face, and without raising his head, he told everyone else that they were almost there and he was in this place. The Azure Dragon said that it was at this point that their paths diverged and that everyone should act according to plan. He also said that as planned he would lure out the Red Dragon and start attacking it together with Soroka. And also the Azure Dragon said that the merchant will show the remaining path. See, he knows him better than anyone. The rest of the guys from this faction looked at the merchant. He was supposed to show them the way. One guy who had a mask on his face shouted at the Azure Dragon to stop. The guy actually stopped and turned his head. He went to find out what else they would tell him. The guy who had a red mask on his face said that their people were joining too and they weren't going to stand back to back blindly. The Azure Dragon then answered him that he was of course right, but only one large detachment would arouse suspicion. That is why they should split up and act as they had previously agreed on the plan. Magpie and the Azure Dragon looked at them again and tried to explain to them that this would be right. When Soroka was already leaving, one of the guys stopped him to support him. He told the young man that his younger sister was his and that he would definitely find her. Soroka thought that he knew these people very little, and this guy wished him what he wished for himself most of all. So he extended his hand to him and shook it very firmly. He was sincerely grateful to him for such words. Soroka wished them good luck because he really wanted these people to have the same good luck as they had for him. The Azure Dragon said that they don't have much time, so they need to move forward as quickly as possible. After which each of them began to move in their own direction. They had to move very quickly. On one of the streets of this city of darkness, the clashes between the guards from the detachment of the detachment and the detachment of the 9 dragons continued. The commander and the informant observed everything that was happening on this street. The informant wondered if they really wanted to say that the 9 dragons had so few fighters. And also, are they really in the very lair of the enemy? Everything was very suspiciously calm there. The commander, who was standing near the format, said that everything was still ahead and he would still be able to see everything. They came to the next passage. This was the entrance to Kowloon. They only had to open this door to go inside. When it was revealed to them, what they saw seemed really funny. funny and incomprehensible. And on the other side, people from the anti-Kowloon faction entered the next room. They didn't understand what was happening and why it was so quiet in this place, because in reality it was just empty and there was no one there. It looked like an ordinary trap. The Azure Dragon ran very quickly, followed by Soroka and another one of their coalition. Magpie asks the Azure Dragon what else he can say about this red dragon and if he knows how to defeat him. At that moment, the Azure Dragon could not answer him. He simply stopped to remain silent. Together with him, everyone else stopped. No one understood why the Azure Dragon did this. The girl screamed, "What nonsense, and why did he stop?" Because it was completely against the rules. The Azure Dragon couldn't help but turn around and hit her with all his might, dealing a powerful blow. She didn't understand why he did that. She just started wheezing. The blow was so strong. After which the Azure Dragon dealt another fatal blow and sat her down. Soroka thought that he didn't feel any killing intent at all. He asked the Azure Dragon what he was doing. Then the Azure Dragon replied that this was the operation of the 9 dragons and he was carrying out his task. When Soroka heard about this, he realized that he had been deceived and that this Azure Dragon was not quite what he imagined himself to be. The Azure Dragon said that it was originally a plan to lure both sides out and destroy them together. When Soroka heard about this, he said that the Azure Dragon was just a beast. He took a knife and attacked him. The Azure Dragon explained that even if 9 dragons were removed, nothing would actually change. Others would take their place for their own interests. When Soroka heard him speak like that, he asked again why he was speaking like that, because just recently he had said something completely different. The Azure Dragon said that he was going to subtract everything and the 9 dragons and them and return freedom. Well, among the 9 dragons, everything went wrong. The demonic dragon had completely different plans. He said that at the moment they are not able to cope with either their troops or the commander-in-chief of the lower guard. He said that even if they get a mercenary, they won't be able to cover the difference in numbers. Ryukai at that moment looked out the window. He noticed that they could pacify other barbarians with barbarians. The Azure Dragon at that moment thought that he still had questions, and in no case did he have any answers. He was very surprised when he said that the missing troops would be given to them by the Anti-Kowloon Union. When the demonic dragon heard about this, he said that they would definitely send other barbarians against the barbarians. Ryukai, then you call that both in Hong Kong and in the fortress of the 9 dragons they should kindle anger against them. It was this anger that they were supposed to kindle that was supposed to work to their advantage. It was this anger that Oyukai believed would become their fuel. This was his original plan. The people from the anti-Kowloon faction ended up in exactly the place they were supposed to end up in. After some time, the gates to the place where they were began to slowly rise, and they realized that the war was just beginning. A large number of people from the Triad Squad appeared against them in the same place. The Anti-Kowloon Union and the people who belonged to them did not understand who was against them and what it was all about. On the other side, there were also people who wondered if these were really the same 9 dragons, but they didn't care at all. Some commanders said that they were simply following the orders of the dragon's head, and they had to deal with absolutely everyone. That is why the commanders gave the order to destroy all those people who were there. The Azure Dragon said that the plan of the 9 dragons coincided with the plan that he needed. At that moment, Soroka asked again only about his sister. He needed her. Everything he said was a lie. The Azure Dragon said Seo Jin is currently at the Triad's headquarters. He believed that most likely now the Triad is at war with the 9 dragons, and after that they should destroy everyone. This was his real plan. When Soroka heard it, only at that moment did he think that he was dealing with a bastard. The Azure Dragon told him that absolutely nothing would change even if he started fighting with him. The Azure Dragon extended his hand to him and said that they needed to go to the headquarters now so that he could find his sister, and the Azure Dragon would fight for the sake of the fortress of the 9 dragons. At that moment, Soroka thought that his main task was really to find his sister, whom he had been looking for so long. You even spent time at the Triad headquarters where the additional building was located. This was the very place where the White Dragon's room was. She stood near the window and looked out onto the street. She couldn't say anything. It seemed that if she didn't watch, she might miss something very important for herself. Lu Wen tried to somehow distract her from looking at the street. He asked the girl if she was behaving this way because of tomorrow's succession ceremony. Lu Wen told her that he of course understands that this is not an easy decision, but he hopes that she will understand it too. He wanted to explain to her that what he says is absolutely sincere as a dragon's head, but as a man. At that moment he came very close to her and extended his hand to hug her around the waist. Lu Wen looked at her and told her to become his woman. He waited for an answer. The girl stood silently next to him. There was nothing to answer him because yes, Nelia, she was not the one he thought. but she didn't do anything even when he put his arm around her and kept his hand on her waist. It seemed that she didn't know how to answer him, but she definitely wasn't ready to hand him over as a woman. At the same time, a dragon's head came to pray in the temple on the territory of this headquarters. He needed some peace of mind before tomorrow because for him it was truly a decisive day. He was kneeling his head down, realizing that it was he who was going through the long-term war of the Triad. When he was already at that age, he didn't want to be so cruel at all, and it seemed that he had done everything that depended on him. It was only because everyone else laid the foundation before he became the head of the squad. It was he, Lu Wanshan, who was able to put an end to the history of the struggle and unification of the Triad. However, he too may soon be destined to become part of the history of the sitting personality and stand up after them. He raised his head and asked for help to please support the path of the next dragon head. This is his last prayer that he said in this temple before the coming day. He asked all the saints to support the next one who will become his successor in this triad. Unexpectedly for himself, his prayer was interrupted by someone's footsteps. Someone entered the temple. The dragon's head asked who it was without turning his head. He knew that no one had the right to interrupt his prayer. Ryukai, his youngest son, took a few steps forward to get closer to his father. He said that it was he, his youngest son, who came in to interrupt the prayer of the dragon's head. At the same time, near the main entrance to the Triad headquarters in Hong Kong, there was a conversation about how the task of the next head of the dragon would really be difficult. One of these guys said that the sergeant was alive, so there was no need to worry. The second one looked and saw a car. Several cars were moving towards the very entrance to the Triad headquarters, not stopping and driving at high speed, after which these cars crashed into the main entrance of the Triad at full speed. This was already Ryukai's own plan. The security guards who were standing at the entrance were crushed by these machines, so there couldn't even be any resistance. People started to emerge from this multitude of machines. It was that same army of 9 dragons. This army jumped out of the cars and headed inside this headquarters of the dragon's head. One of the guards was still alive. He was quietly making some sounds, trying to call someone for help. Although his body was completely broken, he continued to try and scream with all his might. At that moment, a hired killer approached him with that very dagger and dealt him the final blow so that the guy would no longer try to scream. The killer moved forward very calmly. He had a clearly defined task, and he had to complete it. Many soldiers from the 9 Dragon faction broke into this headquarters and moved forward to seize everything. As these soldiers approached one of the next buildings, they saw a dragon's head standing in front of them. These soldiers ran as fast as they could upwards to capture and destroy everything on their way. The killer stood at the very bottom, looked up, and thought of only one thing, that this was the very top of the continent.